And so today is very exciting because today we finally get to hopefully move forward with an ambitious and transformative plan for the renaissance of the east end of Lincoln Road. It's a two-phase project that we initially approved, I believe, almost 3 years ago. Almost three years ago, right, David?
Yes, it started in '22, and in '23 we got the direction to consummate this agreement.
So we started in '22. We gave approval in '23, and today we're hopefully finally adopting this agreement for a two-phase project. Phase one, focusing on the 100 block of Lincoln Road from Collins Avenue to the Beach Walk, with the city, the state of Florida, and the owners of the Ritz-Carlton and the Sagamore coming together as true partners, a true private-public partnership where we will completely redesign this block from the ground up. Literally, pedestrian walkways will be reconfigured, new green spaces will mark the transition to the beach walk. Our aging underground infrastructure, water, sewer, stormwater infrastructure will be modernized for resilience. And at the eastern end of Lincoln Road, it's all going to be topped off with a signature architectural feature inspired by the original vision of Morris Lapidus. It'll stand there as a proud symbol of our city's identity, and it really is something beautiful. And I want us to see this more than just a beautification project because it aligns with our vision for a safer city. This is beyond a beautification project. It is a safety-driven project. That was the vision from when we initiated it. It's also a mobility project. It's a quality of life project. And for the first time, the ongoing maintenance in terms of cleanliness of this public area will also be a private-public partnership with a private stakeholder contributing not only to the improvements of the public right-of-ways, but making sure that those public right-of-ways on a monthly basis at least are power washed, that the landscaping is worthy of this beautiful tropical paradise that we live in, that the care is given so that our residents get the experience that they deserve living on Lincoln Road. And that's only phase one, this incredible transformation of this beach entry point. And phase two will bring the dream full circle, I believe, because that's the 200 and 300 blocks. And when those hopefully become fully pedestrianized with the support of Miami-Dade County, closing the gap between our pedestrianized Lincoln Road Mall and the revitalized 100 block, it'll be something transformative for that area, changing the energy. Buses will be hopefully relocated to Washington Avenue so that now pedestrians have space for positive energy, but the retail spaces have the opportunity to expand and be able to attract better quality, high quality retail spaces that Lincoln Road deserves in this area. So this hasn't happened overnight. It has happened through great partnership, the drive of our residents who have been asking for change, the vision of private property owners from the Ritz-Carlton and the Sagamore, the vision of people like Peter Kavanaugh that's joining us today, and the different stakeholders, and the partnership with the public entity, the city of Miami Beach, with a $4 million investment, will be getting a $12 million project. And that is something we should all be proud of. If you weren't proud enough of the fact that Lincoln Road is going to be transformed into a beautiful red carpet entrance to the beaches of Miami Beach, well, then you should be proud that that transformation is coming at a great value for the taxpayers' investments. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recognize David Martinez, our Assistant City Manager, who's been working on this to guide us through the technicalities of this item.
And David, before you start, I just want to commend you. Commissioner Fernandez, before you were even an elected official, you had reached out to me when I referred to like a baby commissioner about 5 years ago. And a smaller component of this, you were driving me to make this a reality. And then when you got elected, you rightfully took the lead on this, and really commend you for, there's a lot of work that goes into something like this.
Thank you.
So kudos.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, honorable commissioners. I believe Commissioner Fernandez stole most of my thunder. It's
very exciting stuff.
Ready to vote? Are we ready to vote?
I will keep it simple. What we're here today to do is for you all to approve the improvement and maintenance agreement that is part of this item that we have worked with the owner of the properties for many, many months. I think a lot of work went into it, and I think the city and the private entity will end up in a good place with this. The other things you'll be approving is authorizing the city manager to finalize the agreement and eventually execute it along with the city clerk. The agreement basically establishes responsibilities, terms, and conditions ahead of the construction regarding design and those sort of elements. It then establishes conditions during the construction, and finally, it establishes requirements for maintenance. The agreement has a total duration of 15 years. One of the key items that I want to touch on that I know that Commissioner Fernandez obviously is very passionate about is the 2 and 300 block. It does have the built-in conditions and the terms. It allows for, while phase one is going on, as well as the construction of their private project, it gives us 10 years to sort out funding, sort out approvals that are required from the county related to the bus stops, related to closing of the streets and some technicalities, and I know that they've made great advancement in those particular topics. It would culminate in a separate agreement once we get those things ironed out. I'm happy to get into any of the details you'd like. We believe the information we provided is pretty comprehensive, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
And David, I just I want to just ask a few questions of the private stakeholder that's partnering with us, either Peter or Peter. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for sharing in our vision. It is as much our vision as it is your vision, and that is the beauty of a public-private partnership. That is not just one person's vision; it's people coming together to achieve great things for the greater good of our community. Just a couple things I want to touch upon, because once this is built and completed, it's going to be transformative for the east end of Lincoln Road. But equally important as the construction is the ongoing cleanliness, the ongoing aesthetics, the ongoing landscaping. Tell me what is the arrangement right now for maintenance, for power washing, for cleaning this area of Lincoln Road once the project is complete?
Yes. For the record, Peter Canavas, 1 Lincoln Road, representing the Ritz-Carlton. Before I respond, I really want to thank Commissioner Fernandez. None of this would have happened without his guidance. He had a vision for a public-private partnership that I think is going to work beautifully. I also want to thank the staff, the manager, assistant city manager, for the hard work that they did. Let me tell you, they did a good job. I know by the level of complaints I'm getting from my lender's attorneys that they really did their work. To answer your question directly, yes, we are maintaining the landscaping from Collins Avenue all the way down through the path of the beach on an annual basis. The power washing of the streets, originally in the agreement that we worked out with the staff, we were going to be power washing the north side of the road. The city was going to be doing the south side. At a request from you late yesterday, unfortunately, we were able to get back to our lenders in time. We are now agreeing to do both sides of the road on the power washing.
And is it just power washing, but is it also, once we get to the beach walk, the landscaping, is it also just the general cleanliness of the
Yeah, there's only so much that we can encompass in this agreement, but the concerns that you have are actually being handled a little bit differently. So I think Commissioner Bott can verify what I'm going to tell you, but with her help, we have been meeting with the stakeholders on the road, the Decaplage, soon to be the Aloe and the Ritz-Carlton, And we're working on issues of the cleanliness, of the homeless problem that we've been having over there, which I think the Decoupage folks referred to. And we are in coordination, our personnel at the Ritz is in coordination with the city, with the police department, and we're looking at those issues, which I think will address your concerns, although they really are not encompassed in this particular agreement.
And thank you so much for working on the 200 and 300 blocks as well. That phase 2 part, I think, will truly be the most transformative part of it, being able to continue the pedestrianization of Lincoln Road east of Washington Avenue, closing off vehicular traffic to activate that area and help the quality of the businesses that go in there. Are we going to continue working with Miami-Dade County in addressing the bigger issue of the bus route that is ending at this location?
It's very exciting what's happening, and I can tell you that we are, I think, within weeks for doing something that people have been trying to do for decades, which is to get the county to agree to relocate the bus stops over on Washington Street, which would be the precursor to bringing that to you here for a road closure resolution, which I expect would occur sometime this fall. We're this close right now. We've pretty much answered all the hurdles that we had to answer with traffic analysis and so forth, and bus rerouting. So we're just about there. I will also say there's several moving parts to this, Commissioner, some of which are encompassed in this agreement and some of which are being done ex agreement. The part that we have agreed to within the scope of the agreement is that we have already submitted a conceptual plan and a conceptual budget for the pedestrianization of the road. We have also committed to pay the entire soft cost, meaning through construction documents, if and when the county appropriates money for the actual hard cost construction. We're doing that because we don't see this project as just benefiting the Ritz-Carlton. This is not a Ritz-Carlton project. This is a city project. We are part of a district, and it's a district that's in trouble. And we recognize that. We can't separate ourselves from that district. And that's why we have committed to spend, I think $2.5 million in essence, much of which has already been spent with the county to create the preconditions for actually closing off that road. And I know that you have sponsored legislation that's going through land use right now to talk about some zoning incentives or rezoning that would encourage redevelopment by the property owners. So these are all pieces that are kind of synergizing and coming together.
It's a puzzle piece.
It's like a jigsaw puzzle that's finally coming together.
And I just want to ask PJ. PJ, I sent you two attachments, and I think there's one that has phase 1 of this project. If you can just show those images, because it really shows the transformation, and anyone that's been out there recently will notice the great difference between I don't know, PJ, if you have that's sideways. I don't know if you can rotate that for us. There we go. Let's go up to the first page. And Peter, I don't know if you want to walk us through what we're seeing, but you're seeing there, the transformed entrance, the new hardscape, the repositioning of the pedestrian areas, the changes.
Yeah, it's there's so much going on here. It's a little hard to describe, but to try and make it brief, we tried very much to address traffic circulation and life safety issues. Right now, we have a very unfortunate circumstance where we have almost 8,000 people a day traversing this road to the beach, to and from the beach, which is the most trafficked entrance to the beach of anywhere in the city. And unfortunately, they bottle up down at this cul-de-sac in a rather dangerous way. We have trucks, we have cars queuing up. They have to cross our loading dock area. There's no delineations in the sidewalk or signage warning them where they may reach a choke point. We have tried to eliminate all the choke points where pedestrians can potentially interface with cars. I know on a couple of occasions I myself have almost been hit by vehicles trying to cross over. We also have a median cut, which you can't really see here, and we're going to work with the city on signage so that the looky-loos, of which probably are 50% of the traffic that go down there, are forewarned that there's nothing down here for you, so take the median cut and make a U-turn and go back out. We have also made changes to our loading dock area so that it is wider and it can accommodate U-turns within the loading dock as opposed to trucks backing out, which is a source of safety concern, but also when trucks back out, they make that loud beeping noise, which you probably heard from the Decoupage residents. It's really not one of their favorite sounds. So, you know, there's another component to here where we're allowing for some public art, which will be a private initiative to be placed along both sides of the street. And you also mentioned, Commissioner, the Lapidus-inspired monument that I think we have a picture in there. It's really beautiful somewhere in here that will delineate where the city ends and nature begins. And it's also a terminus to really, this should really be the grand promenade from bay to sea, and it terminates where we are. We should have a monument that's befitting that, and I think that entrance monument will fit that bill.
And I think as we get further down on this presentation, there's the picture of what that grand promenade entrance to the beach ends up being. That's the entrance to the beach walk there.
Yeah, the beach walk, incidentally, these slides are a little bit old, but the beach path is actually being doubled in size, and it will have both landscaping and artwork along it to be a pleasant experience for those people going to and from the beach.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Wait, I have Commissioner Bott, unless it's a question.
I have a question.
I have Commissioner Bott, though, who has
Yeah.
to speak. Let's go in order here. Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Dominguez, and then Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Can you, I know it's not done yet, but can you address the bus route issue? We're not ending the bus routes, we're relocating them in the ideal world. Is that?
Yeah,
correct?
they're being relocated onto Washington Avenue, and the county has done all the studies about you know, the traffic routes and the bus routes, and there's not a necessity to add more buses. They found out, and it's actually going to be fairly close to where they are right now. But to tell you, in all honesty, Commissioner, when people take that bus and they land on Lincoln Road, they're not landing in the safest environment in the world. They'll be far better off in terms of safety and in terms of convenience. They're going to be so close that it wouldn't be an inconvenience. And obviously, we don't really know when people get onto this end exactly where they're going. They may be closer to where they're going than where they, you know, when the bus stops are now.
So not only are we not ending the bus route, but we're going to get additional buses on those routes because in the course of the traffic studies, it's been determined that the number of buses serving those routes isn't sufficient, and so the county's going to add? Oh, I thought you just said that.
This current bus routes, the number of buses are sufficient. There's no need for change.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, misunderstood that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I just wanted to point out for anybody listening that I'm supportive of this. I'm excited to see this happen. It should be one of the most beautiful byways from bay to beach in the city, and I'm excited to make that happen. But we're not waiting until the hard environment is built to work on the problems that have been plaguing the Ritz and the Decoupage for the last couple of years. I've been working on it with city staff, assistant city manager, Martinez, and a number of other staff, with residents, with yourself. We have a parking pilot program in that 100 block, testing new signage, new color coding, having the little, I think they're called candlesticks on both sides to try to mitigate.
Bollards, yeah.
Yes, to mitigate some of the idling that happens, and we will, at the end of the summer, assess how that's working and what's working and continue forward with what is and get rid of what isn't. At the last budget meeting, I requested that my allocation for a second aid be used specifically for street cleaning in that 1 to 300 block radius range, because it is insufficient now and there's no funding in the budget. So that is something that that we are codifying with this budget. And I worked with Chief Jones. I think he's still there. He is. Who I think your staff meeting was Wednesday? No, Tuesday. When did we have that conversation? Tuesday. Working with Chief Jones to expand and heighten the police efforts to ensure that the homeless folks who are using, especially the 200 and 300 blocks of Lincoln Road, because it's so conducive to use as a bathroom or a place to sleep for the night, is going to be addressed. And how did that go, if you don't mind addressing at the staff meeting, because you were introducing that?
Good morning again, Wayne Jones, Chief of Police. So after our conversation, I met with my staff on Tuesday. We have a meeting every Tuesday morning, and part of the direction I gave was for our RDA officers assigned to Lincoln Road itself to increase significantly their presence along the 1 to 300 block of Lincoln Road. And additionally, when they're not working, the RDA officers, they don't work really early in the morning or very late at night. When they're not working, that task will be done by police officers assigned to day shift, early in the morning, and midnight shift at night.
And I think that's going to be, I mean, we'll see, the proof will be in the pudding because you're starting this weekend. But I think that is going to make a significant impact immediately because we know those folks are using the street as facilities overnight. And by having more boots on the ground, if you will, moving them along, offering services for them, helping them find a different path forward, we should immediately, effective this weekend, start seeing a better result.
Yeah, Commissioner, I want to thank you for the attention that you've paid, and all the measures you said are correct. I just want to add, especially since the chief was just up here, this isn't the first revitalization in a city that I've been involved in, and my experience is, well, going back, we were closed down for almost 2 years when Hurricane Irma tore the air conditioning off our roof and created a funnel effect. And during that period of time is really when the homeless issue on that block accelerated because, like any abandoned building in Miami Beach, it becomes a magnet. And when we make these improvements, it also kind of sends out a signal, and there'll be lighting and other things involved, that this is really not going to be the friendliest environment to loiter around in. So it's my hope that the renovation itself will reduce the need for police presence to ease the burden of the police department. And also, frankly, there's a double-edged sword. We appreciate the help of the police. It's not the greatest optics in the world, to have a lot of police cars and uniforms, patrolling the street when you're talking about the kind of people that come to the Ritz-Carlton or the residences. So it's my hope that the very act of revitalizing the street will have a positive effect in that regard.
Agreed. Thank you.
And I think also when we move the bus stop, and that's gonna have something, I think, a transformational impact in this area. And PJ, I just sent you an attachment because I think that Morris Lapidus arc was not part of the images we were showing.
Unfortunately, I don't know.
And I think if we go to page 6 of the attachment I showed you, because it's something so beautiful and it's going to be so transformational, and if the public gets the opportunity to see it as part of our presentation today, Mr. Mayor, it'd be great.
1 second here, I'm bringing it up for you right now.
And after this, Commissioner Dominguez, then Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Let's see.
While it's being pulled up, I just wanted a clarification. This is going to be a beautiful transformation to that area. I'm happy to hear that the decoupage is on board, and it'll be great for the neighborhood. Will the beach walk be open during construction?
Yes, I mean, I can't really remember the exact details of all the plans, but I believe we do have to keep an access open during that period of time.
Because that's a critical artery
Sure.
for our city. People use it to commute and not just for enjoyment, so it would be important to keep it open.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm totally supportive. I don't know when the end of 16th Street became like a den of iniquity, but there was some horrible activity happening on your block. And the city's sidewalks have been filthy, and we've been very reactive instead of proactive. Here are my questions regarding this. I mean, given what I've seen our city do, these estimates seem very low, $14 million. I know we're getting 4.5 from the state, and you're giving $4 million. Who is are you guys are not building this? Is the city building this? And are these estimates current estimates? Because one of my big worries is that this never gets done because we get an estimate that sounds so low for a city project, unless it's being built by the private sector.
We believe these estimates are adequate, and the way this functions, Commissioner, is that of the 12 of our $4 million, the first money spent are ours going into the design. Then when the designs are completed and the RP goes out, the city will be handling the construction, the hard construction portion of it. But I'll defer to David. He can probably explain it better than I can.
Okay, David, here's my question, thank you.
Yes.
My question is, David, so if they're handling the soft costs of this construction and they're gonna hand you a design and they're gonna, and you're going to get the permits also, is that where we are, or this?
And I can add a little bit of information to that. So yes, as Peter stated, they'll be responsible for the design. Just to mention that the design's already has received approval from the Historical Preservation Board. So technically, we're already 30% into the design process. You will probably be seeing in September from administration a request for authority to put out an RFQ for a construction manager at risk. That would be the mechanism which we'll use to deliver the project. As most of you have heard us talking about construction manager at risk, we will be able to review the project at 50% and 100%, at which time the dollars would be shared and the estimates. And the idea is to design to the budget that we have. So we will be working collaborative to get to that point. We feel at this point comfortable with the budget. So that's how we are proceeding with this.
So their 4 million is all soft costs, but no, you're
No,
contributing to the hard costs.
the first,
too.
I'm gonna say roughly the first 1.8 to 2 million will go to soft costs. When that's completed, the balance of our monies kick into the hard cost construction.
Okay, my biggest reservation about this is our ability to get this done. With that estimate, because I've never seen us do anything. You're saying water,
But just
sewer,
keep in mind, that is $12 million for one block.
No,
of
I'm,
Lincoln Road.
yes, I know that. I'm just, there's a lot going on here, water, sewer, like, I'm hoping that we can do it. The only thing that I would like is a realistic estimate from the administration, especially CIP, about doing this, because it's very easy to say this is gonna cost us $12 million, and then we never have the money to do it, and after you've spent the money for all of these soft costs, 5 years down the road, we look back and we haven't done anything. I mean, I see the dates in here that have to be done. So who's going to make up the difference when the city comes back and says, oh, it's not going to be $12 million, it's going to cost 20? What do we do at that point? And how are we going to get those funds? Can we use, or do you have because I know, David, I've seen your prices and I've never seen anything this cheap. Seen what you guys do, and I just feel like I just want it to happen. I want to see the deal take place, and this is, so, I mean, I think we have to budget. I think you need to get an estimate. Look, we'll approve this well, of course, we're going to approve this today because we all know that something needs to happen there. I think we're all, as a body, also willing to add some additional zoning within reason to transform the block. I know the block is in bad shape, and I feel for the Ritz-Carlton. I feel for the Deco-Plage people. I mean, it's terrible. So I just, this is wonderful, and we sign it. You think you can deliver this?
We have verified the numbers, and at least today, standing here, it appears that this is a reasonable budget. The agreement does provide a mechanism in the event that for whatever reason, we are not able to value engineer. If for some reason they come in higher, does have a mechanism that provides for a cost sharing. If mutually agreed, obviously the commission would obviously have to approve any sharing if there are any overages.
Would you guys consider doing the project for us and taking a construction fee? Because that, I think, is the key to getting this
We can't do that
finished.
because we have state funding.
Yeah, there's
that's
state funding involved, and that would preclude us from having any kind of involvement.
Believe me, my preference would have been for the private sector, because again, part of the vision of doing private-public partnership is that when the private sector is involved, everything costs less and everything is done more timely. Because we have state dollars, which means that for a $4 million investment, the Miami Beach taxpayer is getting a $12 million product. But that means that we have to adhere to certain procurement requirements and regulations tied to the state allocation of those funds.
Can I ask one more question? Let's say that you come in with a $25 million estimate but the Ritz-Carlton says to you, look, we could probably get this done for 10 or 12 million using a certain contractor. Could we agree to bid waive and go with their contractor, even though the city could be supervising the project?
And it's what Commissioner Fernandez was alluding to. Because of the grant, the state requires the city to procure the construction. So we would have to figure out a way of how do we keep the state's money and still and to be able to do that. The original.
Can you speak to the FDOT secretary and ask for a bid waiver so we could get this done, or ask for some sort of exemption? I just want to see this
I
realized.
mean, well, look, we would be happy. We've worked with staff on getting this done this far. I think we have a good relationship with them. If they, I mean, we can help in the recommendation process in terms of contractors and things like that, but we don't have any final decision-making over this.
Okay, well, I'm excited to see it done, and I hope that, I know that you guys will do your part. I hope that the city can get it done too.
Commissioner
There are some areas of any city, Miami Beach in particular, that are more iconic than others, and they define the brand identity of a city, sometimes rightfully, sometimes wrongly. This area is one of those, and unfortunately in recent years, it's fallen on harder times where I think it's negatively impacted the brand and experience of many in our city. And I commend Commissioner Fernandez, to you, Peter, and your team for having this vision, carrying it out. I'm excited to execute this, and that this is just one piece of that jigsaw puzzle that is part of a much further true ecosystem here that gets on track of defining this as one of the most iconic parts of one of the most iconic cities in the world. What do you need from us? I'll ask this, both of you, to have this go as quickly as possible, right? I do not want to be sitting here years from now still talking about design. So what can we do to help this move along as fast as possible? Because that is what our city deserves.
Do you want to answer that first?
I will start on my end. Obviously, it begins with approval of the agreement today. That sets everything in motion, and then working with the city attorney's office, we'll get it executed as quickly as possible. From administration perspective is when, obviously, considering when we bring back the authorization to put the RFQ out for the construction manager at risk, that would be the more important things that we need on our side for administration, and I'm sure Peter has.
I think the major issue that I see is really construction access. Right now in the agreement, it's an either-or situation between 17th Street and Lincoln Road. 17th Street is far preferable, would allow the projects, the public project and the condominium that we're doing to run concurrently without the potential of, bumping schedules against each other. And I think when you take a look at it, 17th Street, no residential, no real service to any of the hotels. In fact, one of the hotels I think has gone dark for a while. But that's not our decision. That's a decision that will have to be made at the city level. But just to make you aware of that is something that I believe would really help and assure all of us keeping on schedule for the various projects.
Are you both aligned with that course of action, or do we have some caveats?
We have some caveats. We do have concerns, and it's something we'll have to look at when the time comes. And what we're talking about is the construction of their private project, which would have to happen from the beach side. So they either would have to have access to the beach, and they would have to cut through the dune with the proper permitting. They would have to have access either off of Lincoln Road or 17th. So we have not come exactly to terms on which would be the best route. If it is determined that the best route is Lincoln Road, which is where we're leaning on because of a lot of different reasons, then it would potentially push the public project on Lincoln Road towards the end of their private construction, which could be several years. If the access to their private project is off of 17th Street and into the beach, then clearly that would allow the public project to proceed as soon as the documents are ready and the construction manager is contracted. So it's not an easy decision. There's going to be impacted parties, whichever street is being used for access. So that's kind of what we've been trying to work through.
And who ultimately makes that decision? Is that you, Mr. City Manager?
Ultimately, with input from both our group and our Public Works Department, yes, I would have to make that decision.
And I just want to put for the record, because I think Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, your point about the $12 million, it's true, for a city project, it sounds like a small amount, but again, I'm just going to put it back into the perspective. That's $12 million just on one block. David, how much is our entire Lincoln Road project?
I'm sorry, which
Our-
project?
Our capital Lincoln Road project?
The current project that we have now, it was a $60 million project, maybe just north of $60 million. The full-blown Lincoln Road project we've
Yeah.
been working on now, yes, it's north of $60 million.
And how many blocks is that?
That is all the way from Washington to Lenox,
So that's about 8 blocks?
roughly, yes.
About 8 blocks. So we were talking about, just rough numbers, about $7.5 million per block on those parts of Lincoln Road. Here, we're talking about a $12 million investment on this beach entrance. Why? Because we believe that this is what our city deserves. We need to transform this. And I know you want to ask a question, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, but if PJ would show finally the picture that I was trying to get there, because it is just so beautiful. I want to make sure, like there's that Morris Labrador's archway that will hopefully be adorning that beach entrance. I mean, talk about iconic and beautiful, and just sets just a whole new tone and vision for what people experience on this east end of Lincoln Road.
Okay. So thank you, sorry. Is there a way to somehow include in this agreement that, and have the administration just reach out to the Florida Department of Transportation where the grant is and see if a bid waiver is available, just so that we could potentially use the same contractor that you're using when you use the building and just get it done? That would be my only request to you, and I think
Commissioner,
our state rep just.
Yeah, I will say that we already have something in the agreement that, part of the 100 block is that we're doing work on the front entrance of the Ritz. That, not to be confused with what's called the private project, which is the condominiums. We already have in there that to the extent possible, we're going to be trying to use the same contractors there. If there are any further amendments to this, the agreement that we have in front of us now has been approved by our lenders, okay?
Oh,
If there's any
okay,
changes
okay.
to this, I have to go back to them, which would push this off until September. I really don't want to do that, because I don't want to have another go-around with their attorneys that may open up new questions themselves, and kind of.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine. So what we can do is sign the agreement today, with the caveat that you guys reach out to FDOT so that we can potentially use the same contractor that's doing the side of the Ritz-Carlton, which would create a seamless, more expedited way of doing the project, but we won't make any changes to the agreement we're signing today. Understood.
Through the chair, I believe what you can do is amend the resolution to direct the administration to do that.
But he's saying that his lenders.
Not the contract, the resolution.
The resolution. Could we amend the resolution just to do this, just because you want to see this done in a
Yeah,
timely manner?
I don't want it to get in the way of it. I know the state is very particular when it comes to these things. I remember, back with other projects when I worked at the county, they are very particular about this stuff. And I don't want to jeopardize in any way the funding that we have from the state, because what that state funding means is that for our City of Miami Beach investment, we get 200% return from what we are investing from city dollars. So I in no way want to jeopardize the state dollars that we're getting. So to the extent that your motion is just,
Just to reach out. I mean, there's-
non-binding.
It's a simple meeting with the secretary or however you want to.
Sure, and
include
just to
that.
clarify, I don't believe that the state will actually grant us this waiver, but I think we can always ask.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
Okay, call a vote.
Your motion, please.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion from Commissioner Suarez. I heard then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
All in favor of the amended resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0 as amended. That was R7I.
Okay.
Thank you. I think this is historic. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
Good work.
R5A and B.
R5A is an ordinance of the mayor, city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 66 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels by amending Article 4 entitled Vessels by creating section 66-143 thereof entitled Anchoring of Commercial Vessels or Floating Structures used to rent, store, or otherwise secure other vessels prohibited, and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. That is item R5A. It is a second reading public hearing. R5B is an ordinance of the mayor, city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 66 of the code of the city entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels by amending Article 4 entitled Vessels by creating section 66-156 entitled Miami Beach Overnight Anchoring Limitations Area established by establishing a Miami Beach Overnight Anchoring Limitation Area and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing as well. It is item R5B.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Second and final reading for this much-needed ordinance to really protect the environment and the access to free and clear waterways of Miami Beach. Again, this is a very rare case of Tallahassee giving local governments control over their municipal jurisdiction. It's been a long time coming, and I'm happy to have championed this. I want to give just a couple special thanks to a few people who have really helped guide this bill through Tallahassee. One thing that I've realized is it's very hard to get a bill passed in Tallahassee. I had a crash course in it from last session and this year's session. I specifically want to thank Representative Vicky Lopez, who sponsored the bill in the House, and Senator John Martin in the Senate. I also want to thank House Speaker Danny Perez for really pushing this through on the House side. Of course, Governor Ron DeSantis for approving it at the governor level. I also want to give a big shout out to our new lobbying team. We also have a new hire. I don't know if he's here, Peter Lacerigo, who helped really push this and advocated for it in Tallahassee. Eric Shanti from Rubin and Turnbull Associates, Jared Rosenstein from Capital Cities did a phenomenal job, both of them on passing this, on pushing this in Tallahassee. I also want to thank Spencer Crowley from FIND, Florida Inland Navigation District, Southern Boating Magazine. I went out multiple times with multiple news outlets, really showcasing the issue that we have on the water and the growing threat to the environment and public safety and access to free and clear waterways. Also want to thank Phil Purcell from the Marine Industries Association of South Florida, who connected me with many industry leaders that were going to advocate against this bill in Tallahassee, but after speaking with me, changed their mind. Locally, of course, I want to recognize some of our activists who really never wavered in the support of this. Tim Carr from WAVNA, or SoBi West. Sarah Delis Reyes here, thank you again for your unwavering support on this. Chris Torto from Star, Hibiscus, and Palm, and John Gardner from the Venetian Islands. And last but not least, Commissioner Steinberg also had a big part in this at the county and state levels. So. And last but not least, I'm gonna hope that the police do a great job on this, because Marine Patrol has really turned around in the last year or so under Javier. I mean, it's completely night and day. You guys do a phenomenal job, very responsive, proactive, and I expect no less once this law passes to really enforce our laws and make it free and clear. So with that, I'd like to move my item and welcome this opportunity.
If I can.
Commissioner Magazine, you're a co-sponsor in R5B.
Yeah, congratulations on getting this seemingly across. It's been a long journey. I can remember having sunshine meetings at City Hall in the conference room that became very contentious and divisive and downright vitriol that was happening. And listen, we signed up for
Not
this.
just Commissioner Suarez.
Sorry. Is that different than any
Just
other
a
meeting?
joke, just a joke.
We signed up for this. Our residents do not, and they were the recipients of a lot of this vitriol as well. But you stood firm and had our backs, and you have our backs. We're always going to have yours. So that means the world. Thank you for that. And that's not a one-time thing. That's always going forward. So commend the police and code compliance and everybody that's going to have a hand in this. Congratulations, I believe, if I'm able to read the room correctly. So I'll make a motion to move this forward.
Sarah.
Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor, and resident of Miami Beach. This was a very contagious item. It was hard for David to put up with a lot of stuff. And even Tanya, who attended some of the meetings and really tried to negotiate. It was like meetings after meeting. We really tried very hard to negotiate, and it didn't happen. But I'm happy that we're going to protect the waters. I'm happy that the boats are going to be moving out of there, that they should not be there. Some of them been there for 15 years. Some of them have Airbnbs on them. The water in the area it's not that great. And at least the kayaks and the paddle boards and in front of the park will be it's really a beautiful park. So it's going to be very nice. And I thank all of you for all this. I know it took almost 2 years, but we got it done. And thank you for Tallahassee also for voting.
Mayor, this is a public hearing. I don't know if you want to hear the rest of the public or.
Sure.
Is there anyone else in the audience? I have Troy Wright on Zoom. Mr. Wright, are you here to speak about anchoring of vessels?
Unfortunately, no. I was here for something else. Sorry.
I apologize, Mr. Wright. Thank you. There is no other individual on Zoom at this time.
Let's call a vote.
We're calling a vote on both R5A and R5B. I have a motion on both items by Vice Mayor Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Dominguez on both items.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez is absent. Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. The items are approved. Those were R5A and R5B.
Okay, we're going to do the Fire Station Flamingo Park items now. Let's call them all together.
Yes, sir. So we're going to do C7AF, C7AG, C7AL, all of which were separated by Commissioner Bott. So I'm going to read the titles. The first one is C7AF. It is Save Flamingo Park. C7AG, Action Plan to Utilize Existing Location for Fire Station Number 1. And C7AL is Consider Repurposing Flamingo Park Parking Lots into Green Space. That's C7AF, AG, AL. We will do them all under C7AL.
Yeah, so before, I'm going to call Commissioner Suarez. I'm going to go in the order that the items were on the agenda. I'll just say, one, I'm going to talk about our firefighters. Please don't take, and Digna, thank you for being here representing. You guys and gals have been caught in this for a long time, and it's really unfair to you. Actually, our firefighters who do an incredible job don't deserve this sort of thank you. Don't deserve this volleyball back and forth. I heard Commissioner Magazine say at the finance meeting that he went back to an agenda in 2016. But it's where we're at, so I won't belabor it, but I hope and I see Eric Sherrills in the crowd as well, I just hope our firefighters know that this is unfortunately part of the process, but doesn't take any way or anyhow in any form for our affection and appreciation for the work that you do. But we do have an obligation to get our firefighters, and it's really our residents that we say our firefighters, but it's ultimately for the benefit of our residents to have a first-class fire station that has the amenities that will provide the services and also obviously give our firefighters a decent place to be. I will also say, as we go into this and we'll discuss the items, I said this when it came up a year or two ago. I was never a fan of putting in a Flamingo Park. I said that publicly. I say it publicly then. I'll say it publicly now. So that's where we're at. I am going to turn in order of where the items were put on the agenda, and Commissioner Suarez, C7AF, and Commissioner Magazine, co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The need for a new fire station is not in question. But putting a 66-foot tall industrial structure in Flamingo Park, a historic community green space that has been here for well over 100 years, is the wrong solution. Some might say the voters approved this. That's misleading. The August 2024 referendum was non-binding and lacked much context. The referendum was emotionally framed, invoking emergency response times and public safety. Of course, people voted yes. Who wouldn't support public safety? But what they weren't told was that yes meant building a massive facility in the heart of one of the most city's beloved parks. Voters never got to see that rendering. Then the renderings came out, and people were shocked. A 66-foot industrial structure shoved just 1 foot from the sidewalk of Alton Road, looming over the park like a concrete wall. It's a brutal intrusion on one of the most cherished green spaces of our city. This isn't something that blends in or serves the park. It dwarfs it, it blocks it, and it violates the very spirit of the park. Flamingo Park is supposed to be a sanctuary, open to breathable, human-scaled. This plan would replace that with shadow and noise. It doesn't enhance the park. It would destroy what's most sacred about it. This is bigger than just one building. It's about setting a precedent. If we allow this kind of industrial infrastructure in protected parkland, what's to stop the next one? And let's not forget, the same commission unanimously passed a resolution requiring neighborhood consensus from the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association before moving forward. That never happened. The same commission passed a stop the pause policy because the previous fire station was at 90% design, and we decided to change course at the last minute. After 5 years of planning, costing millions of dollars in the process, that was a mistake. And I think by doing this today, we're gonna recognize and not repeat the same mistake of waiting to the last minute. I'd rather us make a decision today on if it's going to be at this park or not. Public safety is essential, but so is protecting public space. And we have an obligation as a city commission to do both. Let's commit to finding a better site and preserve Flamingo Park for the next 100 years to come.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Bott.
So I would be thrilled to find another space. We've been looking for one for 10 years. And what I am going to ask my colleagues is that while we go around the bend again to look for another space, we do not take this off the table until we have found a better solution. It doesn't mean doing anything further than what we're doing currently. No action needs to be taken. Nothing will be stopped. Nothing will be. There will be no pause in this project. There won't be any. You know, it's kind of where it is, and we have some time before we need to get to our next step. What I don't want to do is let the perfect stand in the way of the good. And I actually have a presentation for the first time in my elected tenure. PJ, if you don't mind. When we were putting this presentation together, Sarah helped pull the sources, so thank you, Sarah. You know, I read through the minutes that were taken by our mayor, by our clerk's office. I watched video clips, and I could have put together a 3-hour presentation of unedited video of people on this dais talking about what a great solution this could be, how important it is to keep our options open, how important it is to explore everything. And I am just asking for the same courtesy that we extended this process 1.5 years ago through the end of last year to the process where it is now. We can bring this back for a vote at a later time if it is determined that that is necessary, but to stop it now is cutting off our nose to spite our face. The amount of disinformation that has surrounded this entire process since the beginning is staggering, and I don't begrudge anybody for being passionate about how they feel. I don't begrudge anybody for feeling the way they do, but I really have an issue when people do not tell the truth. There were conversations about a parking lot going into the Flamingo Park to accommodate the firefighters that would be overlooking the pool so that people could stand there leering at people swimming. Obviously, that's not a thing. There were conversations about the fire station being put in Flamingo Park, literally on top of the track and field, taking away the track and field, not adjacent to. Obviously, that's not a thing. I mean, you might not like us, but we are actually not idiots. And certainly our staff and our firefighters are not idiots. So with your forbearance, I would like a couple of minutes of time to go through what is a pretty quick presentation. Like I said, I could have put in video clips of all of us talking about the merits of this process, but I chose not to. If you can go to the next slide, PJ. You know, it feels like every milestone has been passed unanimously, 7-0 or 6-0, because for 2 votes I had to be out of, not present at the dais because my daughter was having health issues. But every single one has passed 6-0. We have met every benchmark requirement, but it feels like the goalposts keep moving. PJ, the next slide, please. I mean, if anybody knows this, this has been our lives for the last 1.5 years, and it's no way to do anything. It's really frustrating. In fact, today, a new benchmark was offered up by one of the folks speaking about the concerns that he had that it might affect the wind patterns. I mean, at what point does this become absurd? I would argue that affecting wind patterns might be that point. January 31st, 2024, the motion passed 7-0, directing the administration to explore alternative site. Next slide, please. February 21, 2024, motion passed 6-0. I was not present, as stated, but I would have voted in favor. Directing the administration to study the suggested sites. We pulled together a list of 8 potential sites. We worked with the Neighborhood Association, Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, every step of the way to determine if they were even feasible. One of the things we looked at, the first thing we looked at, in fact, is if it fell within the correct GIS parameters. If it was not good enough, if it was not fast enough, if it was too close to any existing fire station, if it had any issues, it was no longer considered, because if it didn't work for public safety, it didn't work, period. We did not exclude lots that we could have to buy. In fact, we approached several private property owners, and they were already in plans to develop and had no interest in even entertaining a conversation. One of the sites that was proposed and that was evaluated was a site that Commissioner Fernandez brought to us to evaluate, which is the current Flamingo Park location that was actually suggested by a resident. That was included in the evaluation. At that point, we, as a commission, decided unanimously to not move forward with demolition until the staff returns returned in May or June with full evaluations of the sites. That's what I'm asking for here today. That's all I'm asking for here today. April 3rd, 2024, motion passed 6-0. Again, I wasn't present, but I would have voted to support it. Directing the administration to proceed with preparing language with the staff to, and Commissioner Fernandez, who graciously took the lead on that, to start the referendum process, because it had to go to county vote, right? June 26th, approval of relocation pending voter referendum adoption, motion passed 7-0. It is true that the motion was non-binding, that the referendum was a non-binding referendum, but we did say in that motion that provided that the referendum was approved by a majority of the Miami-Dade County voters, which it had to be legally, and a majority of the Miami Beach voters in the aggregate, we could move forward. Didn't say we had to, it said we could. I'm not misrepresenting anything here. The results of the August referendum, it passed countywide almost 76%. The referendum passed in Miami Beach by 71% overall in every single precinct. Every single one, including the Flamingo Park PAL voter precinct. Almost 6,500 Miami Beach voters voted. Are we going to, as a commission, for a second time in a year and a half, subvert the will of the voters? Are you telling me that 6,452 voters are having their vote that they cast taken away by them again? Unconscionable. I will never support that. I didn't last time, and I will not this time, and I will not ever in the future. There's concern about how the language of the referendum was misleading, and that nobody knew what it meant, that there were no images. I beg to differ. I personally sent out 2 factual emails that had questions and answers, including representations that were not just received, but opened by 41,000 recipients. There was an opinion piece in the Miami Herald. There was massive media coverage, and actually updated results for the media coverage is over 3 million people reached. That's a lot. This was a hot topic. This was a hot topic, no pun intended, but it caught the attention of people who were going to be voting on this, with images, with links to presentations. So to say that nobody knew what we were talking about is nonsense. It's a false narrative. September 11th, we directed the administration to explore design modifications on the Flamingo Park site. Again, passed unanimously. We gave the parameters that it had to not impact the track, not shift the track, which was a concern because it would be a very expensive thing to do. It had to be able to be sited without having to close the track and field during the construction. We had to do it without getting too close to the track. Nobody wants to be running next to a cement wall. There is currently a fence there. We were not moving the fence. Fence stays where it is, and the proposition, the proposed project is further away than the fence. And if we could, to make an open air view corridor through the structure to preserve the views looking from east to west. All of those things were set out as goals because colleagues said, if we don't do X, I won't support it. So that's very clear direction. The staff and the architects and the engineers heard and came back with something that met all the criteria. December 11th, we had a motion, again passed 7-0, to authorize change amendments to the contract to do the work. And here we are. Here we are today. As elected officials, the only job that we are responsible for, the only thing that matters is public safety for the city, residents, and visitors and businesses in Miami Beach. That's it. That is job one. All the other quibbles and quarrels, insignificant. The second is fiscal responsibility. We currently have a fully funded fire station, including an $11 million grant, which could be at risk if we move it someplace where it doesn't fit the criteria that that grant covers, making it a Category 5 hardened facility. It could potentially, if we do something like have two smaller stations in two different places to fit into land that's available, it could actually jeopardize, and Chief Abella, I'd love to hear you talk about this in a second, but it could, from as I was explained it could jeopardize our top tier rating for the fire service overall in the city, not just for that station. And if that's not correct, if I misunderstood, please correct me, but I will want you to speak about that. So going with the knowledge that we are facing a tough budget year next year, we're, I don't know, 80% through our budget process, maybe closer to 90. We have already seen the list of projects that this commission passed to address the needs and concerns of our residents and our public safety departments that we cannot fund because we don't have the money. Yeah, we have $1 billion budget, but right now it's spent. So if we could find new land, and if the landowners would agree to sell, okay, where are we finding the $15 to $30 million? If we can, that's great. I'm not saying we can't. I'm just saying let's not close this door permanently before we have a solution. We also, some of us campaigned on it. Some of us supported it in so many words, literally, to protect the South Shore Community Center, to revitalize it. And everyone says, oh, it's ugly, oh, it's never used. It had the sword of Damocles hanging over its head for years. So the tenants who were there moved out because they stopped wanting to be living and offering services in a place that was scheduled for demolition. So to say, like it or not, aesthetically, that's your prerogative. But to say it's underutilized, yeah, because it was on life support. We just gave it the go-ahead a few months ago, it feels like, to move forward with programming. And what do we have so far? This is without even trying. This is without reaching out to neighborhood associations and having evening events there and community meeting space and potentially renting it out as a venue for events. Without any of that. Right now, we have the possibility, or not the possibility, the actuality of enhanced neighborhood security with a Miami Beach Police Department facility, serving a part of the city that could use a little more attention from the police department. There'd be 20 to 30 police officers going in and out. A senior lunch program daily, serving 50 seniors. Currently, as we speak, right now, there are 57 kids in that facility enjoying summer camp that we couldn't accommodate before because we didn't have the facilities in the city. So we don't have to have a summer camp there again, but that's 57 kids who won't have an option for summer camp next year. Currently, we have 66 kids in daycare year-round. Plus, during the summer, an additional 51. It's over 100 kids. With the Miami Beach Police Department training facility space, the kids who go up to North Beach and across the bridge to do boxing, they're between 10 and 20 during the week. Double that number could come down to the South Shore Community Center. So thereby increasing the total number of people using that facility. There are community services officers that are moving back in there, or much needed community service. You think you like having a DMV on Miami Beach? Imagine trying to get help with, Medicaid or Medicare while it still lasts, or trying to find language classes, or how do I talk to my landlord? Those are services that are housed there. And as I mentioned, there will be other programming. Again, I'm not saying I will hold off on that comment. So let's look at the goals that we accomplished. The referendum passed countywide and citywide in every single precinct. The track and field will not be moved to accommodate the fire station. The track and field will not be closed during the construction. The fire station will be set back from the existing chain fence significantly. It will not be, the track and field, oh, I'm sorry, duplicated. I really wanted to press the point that it will not be closed during construction, I guess. I duplicated that point, I apologize. The view corridor that was suggested has actually been incorporated, and it's, I don't know, I'm not a 6-year-old boy, but I think it's pretty cool that you can actually see the slide that firefighters can go down. They don't use poles anymore because it's not safe. Fun fact that I didn't know until I saw this design. Am I right, Eric? Thank you. And you can see the apparatus. You can actually see the fire trucks through the window. It's kind of cool. The field house, which is in sore need of attention, is going to be upgraded and moved and incorporated in the overall design. And the project, as I mentioned, is fully funded. If we move it, we have that prerogative, if we find a different spot, that's fine, but we risk an $11 million grant. Again, I'm not saying put it there. I am saying don't close the door on the possibility until we find a solution. The goalposts were moved one last time before today. That goalpost was address the loss of green space in the park. Nobody wants to lose green space in the park. Nobody. This is not our first choice, obviously. So we looked and we found a way to add a net increase of green space in the park of close to 30,000 feet, 30,000 square feet. Is it in the same place? It is not. Is it more usable? It is. This is a lot to digest. The picture on the left is the full schematic, and then the two pictures on the right are the close-ups. We can get into this in more detail if you like, but basically the idea is that, number one, PJ, you can leave this up as I talk through the next points. The northern ramp of the fire station could be removed. The fire department had wanted a pull-through project, but is willing to live with a different kind of project with an apron that's big enough for the vehicles to turn around without having to back into the streets. So that square now becomes green space. We extend green space into the southern half of the 12th Street sidewalk. So still maintaining an ADA compliant sidewalk, but now you have this long, lovely stretch of green space that runs the entire length of the track and field. Repurpose most of the underutilized parking lot that is adjacent to the baseball field, which is only really heavily used during games, and make accommodations for those parking spots that are lost for game days by incorporating them into the new Parks and Rec facility that will be built in our next GO bond tranche, is already identified as a project to be built, so that we can reimagine that very important welcoming corridor to the park that the FP&A is so adamant about protecting it, and actually reimagining it into something that is far better than open parking, surface parking lot, and no greenery. So that whole space can be transformed into a green space, taking up the majority of that parking lot, incorporate the parking spaces without any being lost, and creating a new Parks and Rec facility that is beautiful, that is suitable for the community, that embraces its park setting and enhances the immediate entrance into Flamingo Park. Because right now you see the Parks and Rec building, which is nothing much to look at. It serves a vital and important role, but it's not particularly pleasant to look at, and a surface parking lot. And I know we can do better. So by doing this, not only do we make up for the green space that would be taken away, but we actually add 26,000 square feet of additional incremental green space, thereby getting us closer to our goal of more green space per resident going forward. So all I am asking of my colleagues today is to grant the same grace that you did a year and a half ago, to keep the door open as we pursue a parallel path, to ideally find something better before you irrevocably close this door.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez, then Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, well, I'd like to cover some points that were mentioned by Commissioner Bott. I certainly wouldn't be in favor of building another taller structure on top of another taller structure for parking in Flamingo Park. I don't think there should be a garage in Flamingo Park. I think that's a ridiculous idea to even introduce for this area. We want to keep it low scale, not upscale and taller. Talking about fiscal responsibility, you know, and I guess we're all to blame for this except Mayor Minor. We were at 90% with full grant funding, not full granting, with grant funding for the South Shore Community Center at the very last minute. We pulled it. The same arguments that you're making now are the same arguments that I'm making, except for the Flamingo Park. Again, yes, technically the track doesn't get moved, but during the course of this construction, could be 2-3 years, you're going to have noise, you're going to have construction debris, you're going to have particulate matter. People are going to be running, they're not going to want to obviously breathe this construction debris in. I don't think that's a good idea. And look, I respectfully, I understand, you know, the need to keep this on, but at the same time, I don't see a concession for keeping the South Shore Community Center on. And look, I think the residents have clearly spoken. They've come out in people that I've never seen before. They certainly do not want this 6-story building in Flamingo Park, and then to top it off, another 3 or 4, 5-story building as a garage on Flamingo Park. I think that's a terrible idea. You know, we certainly don't want to set the precedent by allowing this to continue. I think we should put our foot down today and not kick the can down the road. Obviously, this is an initiative that I'm spearheading. I think the commission, staff, and the residents of Miami Beach should know where we stand today for this particular item. So I would love to move forward on forever nixing this particular area as a potential site for the fire station.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In March 13th of 2024, when we were talking about pausing other options that were on the table because we thought we found this new solution for Flamingo Park. This is what I said. I pulled the item and I said, well, I'm eager to hear staff recommendations for how feasible the park would be. My primary concern is there hasn't been full community vetting and there's not an appreciation for what this will really entail. I am in this park all the time. My daughter goes to summer camp there right now. She learned to swim there. She plays soccer there. It just takes one drive on a Monday evening at 6 p.m. past this park to realize how many people use this as their primary means and mode of community, sense of space and being. So then I further went on to say, if city staff comes back and recommends its feasibility, we essentially sit here as an elected body and start hearing from our constituents. They do not want it in the park. Exactly what we're beginning to hear now. And we realize that we're essentially at an impasse where we were 10 years ago. There are so many moving pieces to this, and there always have been. There are other opportunities in here, and there's several proposals. One thing that I lament that we truly haven't done, whether it be this commission, but really the dating back 10 years, a comprehensive plan, right? We did all of this talk about whether it be South Shore or the park. We didn't discuss at all what would become of Fire Station 1 then if it was moved, right? So we haven't had this comprehensive discussion of all of these moving pieces, a parking lot, if there's other options. So we could sit here and discuss all of these different possibilities ad nauseum as we've done for 10 years. I don't think we get anywhere doing that today. I'm never one to kick the can down the road, but the worst thing that we could do is make these impartial decisions that cost significant amounts of taxpayer money and time, which is what I tried forewarning back in March of 2024. And then we get to a point and realize that the desire to move, in some regards, I'll take that last part out, but we get to a point where we go down the path a little way and then have to backtrack because we haven't thought comprehensively about it. So what I'll suggest here, and I'm going to make a motion that I'll put on the table, is we all come back and give a multitude of solutions to city staff. I know Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez has having staff go out and determine the feasibility of keeping the location as is. And I talked to the city manager, could we incorporate putting some of the larger equipment in parts of the Flamingo Park parking lot if they weren't able to be accommodated? Point being, there's a multitude of different solutions. Commissioner Bott's solution about the parking lot for Flamingo Park being expanded into green space. And we hear from the community as well. We give 60 days for that process to happen, and we give 60 days for our staff to come back and explore the feasibility and say, here are your different options. We sit there and we look at every option that's on the table, and we take a vote of which way we're going to move forward. And we live with that vote, and we move forward from that day on and do not look back. Any solution that we could ever come up with is going to come with imperfections and unintended consequences. There will always be a handful of people that say, yes, but I don't want this. We need to prioritize public safety, understand that this will come with unintended consequences and things that are imperfect. We live in an imperfect world, but we can't just keep kicking the can down the road at the expense of millions and millions of dollars, not getting any further towards a solution, and really just putting a number of different things in jeopardy. So I'll make the motion that over the next 60 days, between city elected officials, city staff, and our community, we come back with a multitude of different options that we put to city staff, including the construction of Fire Station 1 and its reconstruction of Fire Station 1 in its existing place, and perhaps if we needed to expand the footprint to the building just to the south, not to the building, but to the parking lot that's owned by the building to the south, or the parking lot in Flamingo Park, or Commissioner Bott's options about greenifying the parking space. Any option possible, we have 60 days to put in front of city staff. And you come up with your own solutions, we hear from our community, and then we give city staff 60 days to at least determine the feasibility of each of those, to then which it comes back to us for a vote, that we take a vote of which site we're going to put this on, and we move forward and do not look back.
I'll second that motion.
Can I,
Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Fernandez.
to correct a statement that was made, according to city staff who've looked at this, to incorporate parking into the Parks and Rec building would not be a 6-story building. It would be 2 or 3 stories to cover. Is that correct, David, or am I?
Depending on the scenario we follow, at most it would be 4 stories.
At most 4, but it could be as low as 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so
What would the ground level be? How high would the ground level be?
For the parking garage, it would be at grade. For the facilities, the parks facilities, we would have to do those at BFE
So
plus
how
1.
tall would that be in total?
I haven't done that math exactly. It would be at an NGVD of 9, and I think the parking lot currently is around 3,
So with 4 stories, it could be up to 50 feet or more?
approximately.
are you saying that you don't want a Parks and Rec building built?
I'm talking about your parking garage.
It is one in the same building. just to be clear. Anyhow, if I can continue with my questions. Digna, Chief, I'm sorry. That's what happens when you're friends with people. Chief Abello, could you please explain, make sure that I understood it correctly, and let everybody who's listening to the conversation understand that there is a possibility to break up the functions of the fire station into smaller pieces, but that it might, not necessarily would, but it could jeopardize the overall Miami Beach Fire Department rating?
Yeah, not sure what time it is. Good afternoon, Fire Chief Abello, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. And in regards to what you're saying, so there's two parts that measure the effectiveness of the fire department, and that is the accreditation status, which is through the Centers of Fires Internationals, and ISO. So ISO is what's tied into the residents, homeowners insurance, and commercial insurance. And it's basically the proximity that you are within a hydrant and a fire station. And within that, there are certain parameters that we have to fall in. So you need to be within 1.5 miles of a fire engine, and you need to be within 2.5 miles of a ladder truck. So our ladder trucks, we have 2 ladder trucks in the city of Miami Beach. Ladder 1 serves from South Point all the way to 41st Street. And I did the data yesterday, 697, so it's 682 buildings that are 3 stories and higher. And out of the 682 buildings that we service from 1st Street to 41st Street, there is a proximity of 60 of them that are greater than 7 stories or higher, that are pre-1993 buildings that don't have sprinklers or fire protection supply to it. So us arriving there on time is what is paramount to this whole entire picture. Ladder 1, Engine 1, Rescue 1, and Rescue 11, they are the busiest fire station per square mileage of the entire nation. So they service from 1st Street to 15th Street. Like I said, the ladder trucks service from 1st Street to 41st Street. And that is where the paradigm of the radius and how that affects your ISO.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Okay, that data about the busiest station in the nation? I never heard this before.
per square mileage, the amount, dense area that we service, we are the busiest in the nation.
More than Manhattan.
Because
More than Manhattan, I find
remember,
that
we're
kind
less,
of
we're
hard
less
to-
than, that area is 15 blocks. 15 blocks, and we run, so to date, our data is, so to date, 33% of our call volume is Station 1. 32% is Station 2. Engine 1 has, to date, has run 1,900 calls. In the year, last year is 4,000.
I think a lot of people tuning in may not know the locations. Can you just give the locations?
So we have Station 1 services, what we're discussing right now, which is 15th Street, all the way to 15th Street. It's 1051 Jefferson. From the north side of 15th Street is where Station 2 comes down, which is 2300. So Station 2 runs from 15th Street to 41st Street. And then you have 5303, which is Collins, that comes down to 41st Street up to 69th. And then you have Station 4, which is on 68th and Collins. So in historically, I'll go back historically. So the fire department was established in 1926. The original Station 1 was Old City Hall. We had 22 firefighters, 22 men. 1965 is when Fire Station 1 was built. We had 122 men, 0 women. So that fire station is designed for the time that it serviced. 40 years between one fire station was built and the next one was built, which is in 1051 Morris Lapidus building. Here we are today. Now we have 220 men and 20 women. The fire station is still, it's like, stopped in time. And it's just not feasible for the men and women that service it. That's just one aspect of it, okay? You have 5 bathrooms there. You throw 3 women in that fire station, and it disrupts the entire dynamics for the bathrooms. There's 1 common bathroom for the men, and then 2 that we had to make, unisex. In addition to that, you also have what we're facing now as fire department is cancer, where the portholes, where everyone wants to slide down the fire pole, that is tied into the apparatus bays. The apparatus bays where all the muffler and your diesel and everything's coming out, well, it's going right up to where we sleep in our rooms. So again, 1965, the station was built. When I was at that station, every time I went home, I was sick. I was sick for a whole entire day. And then the next day that I was off, it was like finally when I recovered, I came back to work and I was back at it.
But wasn't that because there was a severe mold problem there and not related to exhaust? I mean, when we did the test and we did the mold remediation, and that would make sense. I mean, in terms of having some sort of respiratory feeling, because you guys didn't maintain the station and you allowed a mold condition to grow out of control over years and years and years. And you weren't not the chief or in charge of when that happened, but you guys finally completed that mold remediation now.
Well,
after actually Commissioner
Yeah.
Suarez said you guys have a mold problem.
So in the last year, we spent about $150,000. However,
That
again,
should have
we're-
never been like that, but that's
but-
what would cause that type of respiratory,
No,
issue.
completely understandable, but we're talking about, the exhaust fumes. The antique truck that is in the parade, that was the original ladder truck that serviced Miami Beach compared to the new ladder trucks that goes up to 75 feet. So going back to Commissioner Bott's question, everything is tied into ISO rating and CFI. So how do you measure the effectiveness of the department? How do you mitigate a fire and to guarantee that you're going to have first responders with a fire truck arrive there on time is through that ISO rating. And splitting up the units, splitting up the engine and a rescue truck or the ladder and a rescue truck in different areas, again, we're going back to a 1.5 mile radius, 2 point for a ladder truck. Dynamics are not going to fluidly work itself out, especially having to arrive there within the prescribed time of 4 minutes. It's 460 seconds, and 8 minutes to your high rises. Again, like I said, 269 high rises that are non-sprinklered here in Zone 1. So in the last, I ran the data, in the last 7 years for the 26 non-sprinkler buildings prescribed to all of the beach. So we have 10,930 calls that we've ran to each of those buildings in the last seven years. To date, we've ran 134 calls to those 26 buildings that service that are serviced by Ladder One's company.
And my last question, thank you, Chief. Joe, Commissioner Magazine. I would support your motion. A couple of questions, though. That includes keeping this on the table as part of that overall evaluation of what our options are?
I'll be upfront. Sure. I'll
mean,
put
if we're
my
doing a
cards on
full
the table.
assessment.
Yeah, full assessment. Right now, I can't envision myself ever voting to put this in the park, but I think out of good governance, we need all options on the table. So that's my personal viewpoint. Other people don't need to put theirs on. But yeah, let's keep any and all options on the table because we don't want to limit ourselves, but I'll just convey my personal viewpoint.
So what I would request is that I support this, but I don't think 60 days, especially as we're going into August recess, is enough. Staff is going on vacation, colleagues are going on vacation, people who own property are on vacation. I think it'll be very hard to get answers in August. So I would extend 90 or 120 days to get the full amount of research done to make informed
So I think how
decisions.
I was envisioning is we would have 60 days to give them ideas and then 60 days, which would start in September when everybody's back, to get results, right? So we could come up with, have our Dropbox of saying, here's my idea, here's my idea, here's my idea. And then that'll, middle of September, and then the staff will have 60 days to evaluate those, or if they have any of their own, and they come back 60 days after that with a menu of options. No delay, we take a vote, and we move forward.
I second that.
Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner Magazine, for that motion. I support your motion. I think one of the things that we have not done, though we have approached individual property owners, Commissioner Bond, thank you for leading that very thorough process. I know you are very much invested in handling this in a very responsible way and approaching potential landowners about the possibility of partnering with the city. I don't think we've ever really put out there an RFLI to ask private property owners that we have not engaged with, hey, listen, are you looking to develop your property? Are you looking to do something with your property? Are you willing to enter into a public-private partnership with the city and accommodate this as part of your project? And so, for as long as we are looking at options, Commissioner Magazine, I think you're taking a very responsible approach. I would just suggest, let's put out there an RFLI and see if there is interest out there from private property owners to work with the city, and including this as part of any project that they might be looking to do within the city. And I don't know if you're willing to incorporate that as part of your motion.
I'm not dogmatic about this. I'm not dogmatic. This isn't personal to me. We're all going to have to give a little bit here.
Yeah.
And whatever the right solution is that comes back, we move forward with this, because it's not about what we personally prefer. There's a whole ecosystem that goes into this. Public safety, financial considerations, how quickly we can get things done. So the more options that we have at our disposal, the better. So I'll welcome that.
Yeah, and I just checked with our city manager, and he seems fine with that, with doing an RFLI. Yeah, poor Eric doesn't feel his best today. I'll be sure to take Zycam during lunch break. The one thing I have always said about the park location, it is not a great solution. It is an important solution, but only out of necessity. But it was never the ideal solution. It was never a great solution. Clearly, no one likes the idea of touching green space, whether it's active park space, whether it's utilized or not. It's green space. It's open space. It's permeable space for the water. It's open space just to have a good urban planning. So it was never a great solution. It was imperfect from the get-go, but it was a necessity, and that's our priority. Public safety is our priority. I've always felt very comfortable exploring this because we were always unanimous, as was highlighted. We were either 7-0 or 6-0, but there was never a dissenting voice or a dissenting vote in this process. And so for as long as we are going out there and looking for another location, seeing clearly that we have at least 2 dissenting votes for the park location, touching green space is a big move. And we should only continue doing that if there really is a strong backing of the commission. In fact, no, there's 3 voices against having it on the green space. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, you sent an email today saying you don't support it at the park. Commissioner Magazine has repeatedly said he doesn't support it at the park, and Commissioner Suarez has said he doesn't support it at the
I
park.
actually said that too in my remarks.
Okay, and there you go, and Mayor Minor. So there's already four voices saying that this does not belong at the park. It's a hard Band-Aid to pull off because we want to move forward. We want to deliver this highly necessary public safety infrastructure. And as we just heard from our fire chief, the busiest fire station in the nation with the density that we have in this area. So clearly, there is an urgent need for this critical infrastructure facility in the heart of South Beach. But clearly, Flamingo Park is not going to be the location. I think that writing is clearly on the wall. And I think, and for as much as this location was raised with good intentions, and the voters countywide backed placing it in this space, and the Miami Beach residents backed placing it in this space, and even the Flamingo Park voting precinct voted in favor of placing it in this space, the commission today is not aligned in placing it there anymore. And so I'm not against today saying, you know what, it is time to take that option off the table, and let's go ahead and just focus on what it can be. We know it can't be the South Shore Community Center. We know it can't be Flamingo Park. We know Fire Station 1 has its very unique challenges. So Commissioner Magazine has this motion. Let's go out there, look for different options. Let's go out there, do an RFLI, and come back in 60 days, give feedback to our administration, give them some more time so they can come back with something solid. But clearly today, you know, I don't think this commission is going to be moving forward in keeping that there. And let's just pull that Band-Aid off. Otherwise, the residents that have come out, they're just going to keep coming out to speak about this. And it's their time, it's their energy, is the stability that they deserve. Is it the perfect solution or is it the perfect situation to be at today? No, it's not the perfect situation to be at today. Commissioner Bott, is it highly frustrating? It is very highly frustrating. It feels like deja vu. We keep on having this discussion because the reality is there will never be the perfect site. South of 5th doesn't want it. People in certain areas of West Avenue don't want it. People don't want it further in the middle of Flamingo Park. So it's going to be very difficult, incredibly difficult, to find the right location for this. And I am convinced the only way we will land on a location that everyone will be ultimately able to agree upon is if we work with the private sector. What do people have? What assets do people own on Alton Road that they may want to develop and be willing to incorporate a fire station in? The one thing I've heard is that people are against it being in the park, but people are not against the fire station being on Alton Road. And that stands out to me. What assets do people own on 5th Street? Scott Needleman has brought up a number of times the Walgreens there, you know, and on 5th Street. And I know perhaps we have reached out, but we haven't reached out to the open market in general and placed out a request for interests from the general marketplace of property owners out there. Let's do that and see, like how we did with Lincoln Road. We partnered with the private sector and we're delivering solutions for the residents on Lincoln Road where the taxpayers are getting a 200% return on their investment. Well, perhaps this is one such instance where we might need to partner up with the private sector and find the right solution. So, Commissioner Magazine, I support you. I also support us incorporating into that, doing an RFLI into the private sector. And Commissioner Suarez, I think you have the support today to get the fire station out of consideration. And Commissioner Bond, I give you my admiration because you really worked very hard on this. We've collaborated a lot on this issue. And I know how frustrating it is to find ourselves at this point again. It is very frustrating to us. I know it's very frustrating to the members of the GOB Oversight Committee, but I think it's just better to rip that Band-Aid now.
Commissioner Rosa-Gonzalez.
So I just want to understand, Commissioner Fernandez, you're saying take Flamingo Park off the table today. Can we take the South Shore Community Center off the table today?
Because it already is. You passed it 6-1.
Well,
last year.
But this doesn't take it back off the table. I mean, is it still on the table? That would be my big worry, because as we've gone through this process, first it went south of Fifth. You have a lot of organized, affluent, educated people, and they said, we don't want it here. Well, actually, that's not true. First, it was supposed to go into Flamingo Park, where the Police Athletic League was. And actually, I helped run a campaign to take it out of Flamingo Park the first time. Then we tried to move it south of Fifth to the dog park, and they organized. Then what upsets me so much about all of this is the people who didn't have a voice, who English is not their first language, our hospitality workers and the working class of Miami Beach. We just decided to plop it in the middle of their neighborhood, and it didn't matter if it was servicing seniors or servicing children. Those people had no voice, and so when we came up with this solution for the park, did we want to put it in a park? No. Why should we have to sacrifice a park or a community center to get a fire station? And that is why my resolution is build it where it currently is. Now, former Commissioner Grieco came forward today and said, oh, there's a sewer pump there. But you guys have plans to put the Police Athletic League there. So you're saying that it's okay for underprivileged children to occupy a facility next to a sewer station, but a bunch of muscly guys, firefighters, can't take it? What I'm saying is that there is always a way to remediate. We have a slot right there. We have the funding right there. We have the piece of property where it has been functioning for decades right there. And all of our arrival times are working. We don't have any complaints at all. A lot of those calls are EMS calls that you're getting there, not necessarily fire calls. And I'm not saying that we should sacrifice anything, but we have the piece of land. We have that piece of land. We also have the new bikini hostel, which is right there. Possibly we could take it and put it where the bikini hostel is. I know. Tap Tap is for sale on 5th Street. And by the way, that property has been on sale for a long time now, and you could probably negotiate Tap Tap for a very good price. Because if you needed to rebuild part of it where it currently is, and then if you need a space to put a couple of trucks, just buy Tap Tap and have your big, what are they called?
Ladder.
Big ladder trucks on 5th Street right there. Okay? Because, by the way, those big trucks are very intrusive for that neighborhood, which is a primarily multifamily residential neighborhood. So, I mean, I agree with this. I love the fact that we're going to take some time. I hate the fact that we're going to wait, because there are serious economic consequences to all of this waiting. As we've waited over the years, we've lost millions of dollars. But the point is when you put it in a place that it shouldn't have gone in the first place, and then insisted upon that place, a Morris Lapidus building, a building servicing our poorest of our poor. It takes a village. And the communities that move forward are the ones that help those who might not have the ability to help themselves. So Commissioner Bott, I know that this was a mammoth effort, and Andre Sacion and Kobe Karp and Commissioner Fernandez. And so what I would say, and I hate to do this to the fire department, is that we should extend it for, are we saying 120 days now to come back with, and we're removing so would that be the motion? Commissioner Magazine, will you add to your motion? We take Flamingo Park off the table, we wait 120 days, and we come back with, creative solutions, including, I bet you can pick up Tap Tap for probably, make an offer for $4 million. It's an estate, by the way. I mean, the man died, nobody has wanted to purchase it. It could just be a huge bay and with something on top of it to accommodate the largest trucks.
I thought that was going to be the Haitian Sistine Chapel.
I would try. It's tough. I was going to the county to try to save it with the Haitian Cultural Center, and now the county has a serious.
I say in jest.
I know, but it's true. I would hate to see that happen.
When this comes back with, I want to see all recommendations, whether they're on the table, off the table, whatever they may be, in 120 days. And I'm going to put a motion then that we make a vote, and I'm going to talk to legal about how it would be irreversible or things like that. I don't care what's on the table, what's off the table. All I know is I want to see every and all option possible so we can make a collective decision in 120 days, move forward, give the firemen and women the station that they deserve, the station our city deserves, and not look back.
So then I'll defer my resolution too, in case we don't come up with anything else.
Eric, we started with 60 days, now it's appears 120. Do you need that much time? I mean, I want to give you the time that you need, but not anymore.
Obviously, if we're changing direction on this, then I'm going to need every bit of a 4-month period to analyze everything as to what is potentially in the best interest of the city. You know, obviously, I am very interested in providing the infrastructure needs of our fire department as soon as possible in the most efficient and cost-effective way, and I'm going to need some time to do that evaluation.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, and before I call on Commissioner Suarez, thank you for all the comments, but Commissioner Fernandez, your comments, and you mentioned that there was zero dissent. I don't know if you meant that literally, but a resident reminded me that when this came up, I had expressed my concerns. I even said that I don't think this will ever happen, which is actually happening right now. Besides, and it's obviously the park and what's doing what's right for our city, but also we were putting on an extra $15-20 million price tag, which was quite a bit, but I don't think that's the impediment.
Didn't end up happening.
Huh?
That's what-
No, I understand. Commissioner Suarez.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Look, I echo what Commissioner Fernandez said. We really do need to rip the Band-Aid off, and I think the residents have come out and really spoken about this, that this site should be off the table, because the commission is broken on this. I understand the need to possibly keep all options on the table. I mean, that should be reciprocal with South Shore Community Center, but it's not. I'm not particularly in favor of putting it there at the South Shore Community Center, but I for sure 100% am opposed to putting the fire station in Flamingo Park because of the precedent that it's going to set and the damage it's going to do to the park's overall essence. And so I could be fully supportive of Commissioner Magazine's initiative to really perhaps maybe call a special meeting and in a certain period of time, 100 days, 120 days. But I'd like to walk away today, and I'm pretty sure the residents who are watching today and who are in the audience would not like to be hung out to dry and get another 3-4 months of waiting to see if this fire station is going to be built in our community park. So Commissioner Magazine, I respectfully ask you to amend your motion to remove Flamingo Park track off the table for consideration, because I think the votes up here already signal that we're not going to really want to do that. And let's at least give the courtesy to the residents here in Miami Beach who are looking or watching that it's not going to be there.
Well, we just lost Commissioner Magazine.
There's a motion and a second on the table. Why don't we call the vote?
I think we should wait for Commissioner Magazine to come back because this is a big item, and if we need to wait, we can also go to public comment. But Commissioner Magazine.
Here's the thing. We know what this option looks like, right? So we don't need any more information. We've signaled that it's not going here. So I don't know if it matters if we include it, exclude it. We could exclude it, right? But we actually have this information. So in 120 days, when we come to vote on it, if there's 7 people up here or even 4 people to go, you know what? Thanks, but these options are actually lukewarm to me. I'm going to put it back in the park. Certainly that's a possibility if there's 4 people then at that time that want to do so. So given that we actually have the information for the SSC and also Flamingo Park, it's really immaterial if we include them, exclude them. When it comes time to vote, we're going to do so with a plethora of all of our options. So I'm fine either way.
Respectfully, I would like, like I said, Commissioner Magazine, respectfully, there's a lot of people here watching. there's a lot of people who are very passionate about this particular location not being included. I think we owe it to them not to drag them along for another 3-4 months and then possibly have them come back again in 3-4 months to also oppose this location.
I mean, the votes are here to exclude it.
Well, I'd like this to be, I'd like us to be almost unanimous on this. I think it's important that, we don't, I think the commissions in the past have gotten a real bad habit of kind of kicking the can down the road, just letting these options out for time to pass on. Let's make a decision today, moving, that this is not the appropriate step for our community. I think we need to take a bold stance and say, look, we definitely don't want it here. We see what it looks like. People have come out, people that we've never seen have spoken, and they vehemently do not want it here. And I think that's...
I mean, as co-sponsor to your item, and I came out unequivocally and said, I don't ever see myself putting it there. I think that's a bold stance. Now, whether the rest of the body wants to include it or exclude it, I'll let you all make that call. Obviously, by me saying I never am going to vote for it to put it in the park, by de facto, that's my vote to exclude it. But if there's 4 or 5 other people that say, I want that option on the table, then you all can collectively decide. I'm fine excluding it, but if there's
I think Mr. Mayor, if just for procedure, how about we just call the original item first, and then we can see where the votes lie, and then we can see if the new motion put on the table today.
You have to vote on the motion that was just made.
Commissioner Fernandez.
That's how the.
I would just say, clearly, again, when this was started, I know, Mr. Mayor, you dissented, you voiced concerns, but the votes were unanimous. The vote all along the process, as Commissioner Bott mentioned in her presentation, and again, Commissioner Bott has worked so hard on this issue, and I can only, I cannot begin to understand the level of frustration she must have. As I'm sure our fire department, the men and women that have to deal with the conditions and the challenges at Fire Station 1, and the administration that's been working with us. It is incredibly frustrating. This process was started unanimously all along the way. This is no longer a unanimous decision. And if touching green space, recreational park green space, requires a vote of the electorate, I think it also should require a strong, unified position of the city commission, of the governing body of the city. This cannot be a divided position that some of us wanted there and some of us do not know. Like, this is precious asset, and we all have to be united in this. So given that we are no longer united, no, we're being unanimous in placing it there, I think we owe it to our administration that it's going to be going through a process, the clarity of just saying today, we're just going to take it off the table. And so, Commissioner Magazine, I would just say, let's just amend your item. Let's amend your motion to make it clear. Okay, we're going to go out there. We're going to give 60 days for ideas, another 60 days to explore those results, do an RFLI, and make it clear today. We're just ripping the Band-Aid and taking Fire Station out of this green space. And again, if not only for the clarity, for the respect of all the people who will continue to mobilize and activate and send emails and be concerned about this. And I don't want to continue causing our residents to be concerned and activating and collecting signatures and showing up at meetings if it's not necessary.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Bott.
So the motion then would be taking this out off the table and taking South Shore Community Center off the table and evaluating all other options.
Yes. Yes. That is what I would vote for. I don't want to have to choose between a community center or a park. And I think that's where we've been for a long time. we have to give the direction, find a new spot, which is why I say build it where it is. We have a spot. It's good enough for the PAL, it can be good enough for the firefighters.
And everybody on this commission is comfortable with subverting the will of the residents of the city of Miami Beach in every single precinct, including the Flamingo Park precinct.
Can I respond to that?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
It's a
No,
fact.
Commissioner Bott, I know that, but the ballot question just said public safety. It wasn't clear. People did not know where or what that meant.
Oh, it was clear.
When they voted for it. Well,
It was
no,
clear.
it was clear. It said, for
Very
public
clear.
safety, would you give up this portion? But if you were to go out here and ask 50 people in Flamingo Park if they understood what the ballot question really was and what we were planning on doing, they would tell you, no, we voted for this, but we didn't want this. And that's why you got the Save Flamingo Park afterward. I mean, if you really wanted, we could put another ballot question on. It would cost us nothing in November and just say, would you want to put the fire station in Flamingo Park? Would you want to put the fire station in the South Shore Community Center? Let the electorate finally weigh in and save save these two buildings. It's not going to cost us anything to put these questions on the ballot. It's not even about running a campaign. I don't want to. But I don't think that, that way you would know if the electorate really did. I think if you told them we're going to put the fire station in Flamingo Park the way that we were, it would be troublesome. If it were up to me, I would wait the 120 days and let's come back with a whole menu. But I would really, today, I understand where you're coming from because of all the work we've done with that design. But you know what? Just because we vote for that right now doesn't mean that in 120 days,
Mr. Mayor.
I don't know. I can't see us ever voting for it because it really would kind of box in the track. It's not that it would intrude upon the track, but you have constructions on one side. If you put constructions on the other, you get kind of a hot box instead of like breeze. And that's why people are upset about that, because they want to be able to breathe.
Commissioner Bott, then Commissioner Magazine is going to bring us home.
I would strongly encourage my colleagues to support 120 days, half of which is to find every conceivable option. The other half of which is to try to bring one or two of those forward as the best options. And in doing so, not removing anything from the table. The work has been done. So this drama of, swearing fealty to one person or another is absurd. Let's put every option on the table. Every option doesn't mean every but two. Every option means every. And then we can all make an informed decision.
Thank you, Commissioner
Commissioner
Bott.
Magazine.
So, not to complicate matters, because I am going to bring this home, Mr. Mayor. I will vote to exclude Flamingo Park from this, because that seems to be the temperature of my colleagues. That being said, whether it be this or one of the other options that are quote-unquote excluded, we can sit here, we reverse decisions all the time. And if it's the will in 120 days that there's 7 people up here that want to put it in a park, then they're going to vote to put it in a park, whether we include it, exclude it. So this is kind of all mini drama up here now. So I'll amend the motion to exclude Flamingo Park now. I will not backtrack on my word ever about voting to put it in Flamingo Park. But just to forewarn, just because it is technically excluded from here on this motion doesn't mean that if there's the will of 4 people in 120 days to put it there, that this decision cannot be reversed. So this is, we're making kind of much ado about nothing, because we actually already have these plans for Flamingo Park and other options, where just because we're excluding it now doesn't mean in 120 days that vote can include this. That will not be my vote. So I will happily amend the motion to exclude Flamingo Park now. But for better or for worse, whatever is included or excluded at this point can simply be reversed in 120 days anyway. So this is so much ado about nothing.
If it's symbolic, then will you add in the community center too?
I'll repeat the same exact soapbox drama that I just gave, whatever it may be. But there's going to come a point in time in 120 days where we make a vote and everything is on the table, right? It's just how legislation works.
Let's call the vote.
So what was the motion? It was only taking Flamingo Park off the table. If this
Yeah.
is just a symbolic motion, then would you also
Yeah, of
take the South Shore Community Center? Would you add that on?
Wh-
Okay,
Whatever
great.
the colleagues want to do.
Okay, that's the motion. I'll second.
Let's call the vote.
So just to clarify, you've accepted the amendment that South Shore Community is also off the table that Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez offered?
Yeah, city staff doesn't have to come back with those options. We already have the full information, things like that. So we just, we'll have a full menu of options of how to advance.
I have a motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It includes the 60 days of ideas, the additional 60 days of exploration, RFLI.
Can we do more than, we should do more than 60 days because we're going into a summer. So let's make it 90 days to include Commissioner. Okay.
So 90 plus 60? Is that what it
No,
is?
90 total.
No. Well, we're going to do 60 days to come up with community, administration, and elected sourced ideas. And then city staff will have 60 days to evaluate that. If you come back and say, hey, we're making progress, but we need another 30 days, we can amend that. But whether it's after 120 days or 150 days, I'm going to do everything within my power to make sure that that vote happens and we never look back from it.
Try to stick to the 120.
Okay. Yeah, so Rafael?
Yeah, so 60 and
We gotta
60.
get moving.
RFLI, Flamingo Park excluded, South Shore Park excluded. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. For the record, the 120 days would take us to November 20th. The next commission meeting after that is December 17th. So we would bring this item back on December 17th.
Yeah, and it is possible, as I think Commissioner Suarez says, obviously.
You want to come back in 60 days first? Okay.
We could call a special commission meeting just to discuss this, but
Okay,
we'll
so-
play that by ear.
So ignore that date then. What do you want to do with these three items that were there originally? Are these now withdrawn and now a new resolution takes place?
I'll withdraw mine.
Okay, so you are withdrawing C7AL, Commissioner? So Commissioner Suarez, are you withdrawing then C7AF?
Sure.
But I don't think we want to withdraw Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez's because that's actually one of the ideas to put forward as part of this menu of items we'd like to see returned.
So C7AG is deferred to whenever the whole bulk of the items come back.
Yes, just defer mine.
So withdrawing
Resolution.
C7AF, deferring C7AG, withdrawing C7AL.
Okay, I have a question. If we're in the election cycle in November and now we have a month-long, let's say that we have runoffs or something, the month-long runoff. So who is serving at the commission meeting in November? Is it? if
The current
we're in a runoff?
electeds are serving until the new electeds are appointed, which is on the first Monday after the second Tuesday in December.
But I
In
think
December.
what Ralph said is there
First
there
Monday
isn't,
after the second Tuesday in December.
Ralph, you were just giving the November 20, there's no commission meeting.
There is no commission
There's no
meeting in
commission meeting in
November.
November. He was just telling us when the dates run, and the next commission meeting is December
We're
17th.
gonna have, and then the next one is December 17th. And what days are Art Basel this year? Do we know?
Art Basel, yes, I know that. It's December 3rd through the 7th. You all have your calendars with you, by the way, if you want to look at it, but.
It's the first
Okay.
Saturday after the second Monday.
Okay, I think we can resolve this offline. Why don't we take our lunch break? We'll reconvene at 1:30. Usually we come back at 1, but obviously that's only 12 minutes now. 1:30 Sutnick Hour.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you for bearing with us as we had a little bit shortened lunchtime, working lunch as I say, but why don't we continue with our Sutnick, I don't want to say hour because the afternoon session is generally not an hour. Ralph?
Thank you, Mayor. If anyone is here in the audience and wishes to speak, please approach the podium. Our first caller via Zoom is Daniel. Daniel, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Daniel, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, thank you. Daniel Seraldo, Commission Candidate Group 1, 730 10th Street, and I'm here to urge you to vote no on item R7B, warrant request for 3611 and 3612 Collins Avenue. This is not just a routine warrant request. It is a test of our values, of whether we stand by the principles of historic preservation that define Miami Beach. These are not just old buildings. They are designated historic landmarks listed on the National Register. They're still intact, though neglected by the current owners who are asking for the same warrant. And these properties are absolutely capable of being part of a revised, more respectful plan. The proposal before you uses state law 1526 to bypass local preservation rules, raises serious legal and ethical questions, and the warrant being considered today would grant additional development rights based on a false premise that these buildings no longer matter. More study is needed to determine how much FAR would actually be available without the historic buildings that are currently on the site. This calculation is critical, and rushing ahead without it risks setting a dangerous precedent that rewards demolition by neglect. As we know, the zoning laws in Collins Waterfront District were written with historic buildings on these sites, so the maximum FAR cannot be the same if they're just going to be vacant lots to build another luxury high-rise. If we grant this warrant today, we lose all leverage to negotiate a better outcome. But if you vote no, you bring the owners back to the table to work with the community on a project that respects both our past and our future. This is your chance to show that historic preservation means something in Miami Beach, not just when it's easy, but when it counts. Thank you. And also for those interested, you could visit my website where I have a letter to the Cipriani family at danielformiamibeach.org.
Go ahead, sir. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Sure, my name is Tomas Kennedy. I live in the mainland, 6601 Northwest 1st Place, Miami, Florida, 33150. But I wanted to come here and thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, and the rest of the commission regarding item, I believe, C7Y. Miami Beach has always been a place that has welcomed people fleeing tyranny, fleeing genocide. It's been a place where people have sought refuge. And also, it's a place where the economy is dependent on tourism, right? It's supposed to be a welcoming place. So I think that this item really reaffirms not just that history, but also puts the city's best face forward to ensure that it continues to be a welcoming and thriving place. So I think it's a great item, and I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is...
I just want to...
Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you. And I just want to put for the record for anyone that's waiting, item C7Y was passed unanimously with a consent agenda. So, but thank you to the gentleman who spoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is State Representative Basabe. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody. It's Fabian Basabe, 9 Island Avenue. Hope you all had a good lunch in a nice, clean, and sanitary place. You all talk about public safety, you talk about fiscal responsibility, you talk about dignity for everyone else, but where is the dignity for our firefighters? Right now, the men and women who risk their lives to protect the city are working in a fire station where raw sewage backs up all the time. They show up to be your heroes, and instead they're shoveling human waste. They're literally wet vacuuming it before starting their shift. And you guys let this item go on and on for years. You chase their endorsements during campaign season. You stand next to them for photo ops. But when it comes time to actually fight for their working conditions, there's silence, no urgency, no decision, no respect. I realize many of our firefighters do not live or vote in Miami Beach, but that should never determine the value we place on service. These are people we count on in emergencies, and we have left them to work in conditions that we would never, ever tolerate anywhere else. Let's be honest, if this were a hotel or a private business, the city would have shut them down without hesitation. But because it's a silly city facility and not politically convenient, you guys continue to delay. I do not support building over any public parkland, but this is not about the location anymore. This is about leadership. It's about basic decency. Fix the problem, move the station, rebuild it, do something. Just stop pretending that public safety matters. If you guys cannot provide your first responders with a clean, safe place to work, if you're not willing to solve it, then maybe you should all volunteer to clean up Station 1 yourselves. Because right now you're asking our firefighters to do it for you. Enough is enough, guys. It's time to act on this. Thank you.
Commissioner and State Rep Grieco.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Michael Grieco. I wanted to touch on two things, both of which are kind of nebulous, so just kind of bear with me. So I was joking around about the number 410. It's my favorite number because it's how long it took to build the Empire State Building. And if you look at all of these projects that are popping up on the city agenda, and I'm not talking just about the fire station, but whether it be, West Avenue, south of Fifth, whether it be, more projects that you can count things up in North Beach. There's only one thing that everybody in this room and everybody listening and watching that we all have in common. It's time, or the lack thereof. And I just want to remind you all, as we were reminded when I served on the commission and as a state representative, that we owe it to the constituents, to the residents, to ourselves. You have a limited amount of time up there, and try to get things done quicker. To quote Commissioner Bott, the perfection is the enemy. You've got to really, at some point, you just got to lay it down and make a decision and not kick the can down the road. So that's a little bit of advice from a retired commissioner. And then the other piece of it is, I was listening earlier to the item on the Ritz project and the 100 block of Lincoln Road. And that's another one that's taken a long time. And we want to talk about public safety, we want to talk about development, but where is the economic development? The positive foot traffic that Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez was talking about that's going to be generated by having the driver's license bureau available in the city. These are important things, and I'm not seeing any economic development coming from this city. I don't see anybody pushing to fill those empty storefronts on Washington, on Collins, on 41st Street, areas that really need positive foot traffic. And I'll leave you with this, that Teddy Pendergrass, told you to turn the lights off, but if you want to really impact public safety, it's not about police presence, it's about lighting and turning the lights on. So with that, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just comment, we had a couple of, thank you for the callers, but I will remind people who may be just tuning in today that I am very proud of this commission on, we'll start with infrastructure projects that had been stalled, and please, excuse me, that had been stalled for years. And this commission, and I give Commissioner Fernandez, who's head land use, who spearheaded those that have now, not only have some of them started, but they've been completed, and others are in the process of being completed. So this commission has done a lot. And then recently we had the Bikini Hostel that's been a blight. We've now resolved that. The Doleville, whichever you believe about it, something had to go there. We've now resolved that. So this commission is acting. Yes, there are certain areas that certainly, as we discussed the fire station, that unfortunately has taken us a long time, but that even precedes this commission. So I have to remind people that we are acting and moving. And as far as lighting, that this commission continues to add lighting in multiple areas. And yes, there's more to do. But if we're not ignoring it, there's many items on the agendas that we get to discuss retail. I mean, it's a great point, and it's certainly something we're hoping give a little pressure to our new economic development director, Steve Anthony. There he is. And certainly an issue worth noting, and certainly one that our commission is very mindful of.
Our next virtual caller has the screen name of Inez's iPhone. Inez, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, it's Ines Flax at 1500 Ocean Drive. This is not concerning any of the items on your agenda, and it's more of a question. I have a neighbor who recently has called because where she lives, the condo that she lives, Airbnb are legal, they're allowed, and she doesn't have a problem with that. What she's concerned is that those rooms are being occupied by much higher than the occupancy that is allowed. She says that there's sometimes 8 to 12 people to a room, and she's just concerned for her own safety when these apartments are being the occupancy is being, overwhelmingly being by, by many residents. So just wonder who can help in the city. She wants to be anonymous. She's afraid of harassment and intimidation within her own community. So if someone can help with this issue, I would appreciate they call me. That's all.
State your name, address, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor Minor. It's nice to appear here once in support of something the Commission is doing. I'm here to congratulate all of you for your unanimous passage of item C7Y. I congratulate you, Commissioner Fernandez, for introducing it, you, Commissioner Bott, for co-sponsoring it. Let me just say a couple of words that I think reflect your vote. The current frenzy of hatred that our state and federal government has directed at immigrant communities will be remembered with shame by history. The TV and newspaper images of masked men wrestling down men and women in the streets should horrify us all. It is well to remember that the immigrants who law enforcement treats as criminals, people who have come to this country for the same reasons our parents, our grandparents, and our great-grandparents came here, to escape violence and persecution. Offering comfort and welcome to the stranger is an ethical principle deeply baked into all of our religions. This resolution reflects that profound principle. More than that, it will send an important message to public officials in Florida and elsewhere that Miami Beach reaffirms its commitment, a commitment that is made to marginalized groups in the past, to treat all members of its community with the decency and dignity they deserve. Thank you for your unanimous consent to that resolution.
I'm sorry, but I didn't catch your name.
I'm sorry?
Your name, I didn't.
I'm sorry, Alan Levine. I reside on Miami Beach.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next virtual caller is Larry Shaver.
Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. I'd like to issue a correction regarding my comments with Commissioner Magazine and Jason Green. Mr. Magazine did call me and did discuss the budget, and then we started talking about developments and other matters like the vision for the city. So he did get in contact with me, and Mr. Green probably heard that. And so we're going to try to just communicate more after that. Next topic, I'd like to encourage candidates to call in and share your opinion on as many topics as possible. We just heard Daniel Ciraldo. It would be so wonderful to hear from the other candidates. Spread the word of how you would run the city. Reach out. I will support you as a person, even if I don't support your position on the issues. We really appreciate when people take time out of their lives to run for office and share their issues. Regarding water quality issue, Fabian Basabe has money at the state level to remedy the situation. And I think why aren't we working together with the state or even the county to fix these issues? Mr. Carpenter has been here for 12 years, initially in public works. So he knows all about the water quality issues, and he has not solved the problem the entire time he's been here. Now, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Carpenter, this problem is yours. You need to pick it up. The water quality issue is urgent. It's a public health issue, and we need to have a public hearing. We have a right to call a public hearing in the city charter to bring everyone to the table in a town hall format, hopefully, to address the water quality issues. We need real answers. Are people getting sick from water that's in the baseball field across from Parkview Canal? Have we notified the buyers of 72 Park that they have have water quality issues and they should steer clear of certain things? Should we send kids back to school at Biscayne Elementary when we know the water is foul and that water is going to be on the grounds? Should we be building a playground on an area that has pollution? We have serious public health concerns. Mr. DePico, can we have a public hearing on this matter? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Andres Acion, 1000 South Point Drive. Mayor and Commissioners, I just want to say that we really need to be doing wow projects in our city, you know, and projects that people come over and say, how do we do this in our city when they walk into the projects in our city? You know, is our PAL facility a wow facility? Are our fire stations wow fire stations? Are people going to walk in there and say, how can we copy this in our city? We don't have facilities like this. So when you're thinking about the fire station or the new PAL or whatever it is that you're doing, make it wow. Don't just say, let me just find any piece of property where we can possibly fit this in and make it work. You know, think above and beyond. Think bigger than what we're doing. Think greater. With that being said, I also want to bring up something that's been bothering me for a while. For past few years, I've been talking to several of you that the exit ramp off of the MacArthur Causeway heading onto Biscayne Boulevard is a one-lane exit. They've been planning on that one lane, which opens up to 4 lanes for a while. We've had a one-lane exit that opens up to 4 lanes for the past 30 years. And right now they're spending over $1 billion on that bridge and that exit, and it's still going to be a one lane opening up to 4 lanes. There's going to be 3 towers built on Watson Island. There's going to be about 8 towers built right off of that exit, which were not there before and are not there now. And that exit bottlenecks constantly and backs up the MacArthur Causeway for a lot of our residents, as well as guests that come here that are leaving our beaches. It's going to be a problem, and we need to work together with the state, the county, and try to do a power of eminent domain to buy out some of the land that's adjacent to that exit in order to be able to expand that before the 5 buildings get built on the Miami Herald site, and think of that in advance, because if not, we're going to hurt ourselves here in Miami Beach with that exit. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez.
I'll just chime in that I have been working with the Palm Hibiscus Star Island Neighborhood Association, and we've had meetings with FDOT, and there's been multiple, so they're aware, we're on the case, and thank you for bringing it up.
Our next virtual caller is Janessa Strode. Janessa, unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, hello. Good afternoon. I want to bring up I was going to bring up about the water quality as well being off on the bay, and people wanting to be able to access, the water safely. I have a 4-year-old myself. Just seems like the sign on Dickens over at like 72nd has just been up there for years, really, talking about the water quality. So that's a huge issue. I also want to bring up something that I know is not directly funded by Miami Beach, but that hopefully you guys can stand behind, and maybe something can be done about the animal shelters at Medley and Durrell not having any air conditioning, and these dogs are literally like stroking out and having heat stroke. It's just really upsetting to know that that's happening. I don't know exactly what can be done about it except for more funding being given to them. I don't know if you guys can maybe develop a letter or something that you can, write to the Justice, please, write to the county about. That would be a great thing to do, and just something I really wanted to speak about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Eric, can you just summarize briefly? We have had a couple of callers about the water quality, and just briefly some of the steps we've taken.
So through many legislative initiatives and direction from this commission, including Operation Clean Water, we have spent in excess of $2.5 million to date, and we have another $2.5 million programmed to think of out-of-the-box solutions. We've been working with a consulting firm. We've been working with the folks at the elementary school, and we've been working with our counterparts at the county to try to come up with new and different solutions in addition to the great work that's been done by Dr. Solo Gabriel. which has clearly shown that this is primarily a stormwater issue, and that stormwater is not inconsistent with other stormwater issues across the state and across the country and across the world. But we are continuing to push the envelope on this, and you have our commitment that we will leave no stone unturned.
I have a question. Eric, questions. When is it being dredged? When is the Parkview Canal being dredged, number one? And number two, when are we retrofitting the stormwater drains with those fluorescent lights that supposedly get rid of the bacteria before it drains? Those are really the two big things that we need to do. And I don't know where they are scheduled, but
So I'd ask Amy Knowles, our Chief Resilience Officer and Director of Environment and Sustainability. to speak
Sure,
on this.
and good afternoon, Commissioner. So I'll take the dredging item first. Our staff has done a lot of studies with the consultants on a flushing analysis and the type of dredging that would work in the area. You know, there's not a lot of flushing, it's a slow-moving canal, and they're trying to determine what level of dredging would be appropriate that could actually make a difference. And we haven't received resolution on that yet, so we're going to continue to move forward on it. But we certainly don't want to spend $2.5 million to dredge and not have it fix the water quality problems. So that definitely needs to come back to the commission at the right time, and we're exploring some other kind of exciting alternatives. The second item is the UV disinfection. So that one is to not disinfect stormwater exactly, because that can't be done, but to disinfect areas on the roadway so that that bacteria doesn't then go into the stormwater system. So that one, the plan is completely ready. We just now have another agreement from that we took back to our attorney's office. So it's just some back and forth. But that is on 73rd Street. There's 3 different areas. And we'll study, we're actually got the equipment donated to sterilize the actual pavement. And then we will be sort of spraying water on it, test it to see if that sterilizing helps, what goes into the storm drain system. Is it much better than just simple, street sweeping? So that will be great once we can get it started.
really we have nothing moving forward right now, because I was under the impression that number one, we were going to dredge, number two, we were going to retrofit the stormwater drains with the fluorescent lighting, and it seems like neither one of those initiatives is moving forward. I mean, it's moving forward, but I mean, it's been years. I mean,
Well, I would say that the UV disinfection is very new. No city has ever done that, so it has taken a few months to get through how we would do that. We have to have an agreement with the University of Miami. They have a huge, system of approvals as well, but we do have the equipment and the plan. And then dredging, I don't think our city has dredged in years and years and years and years. I don't know if CIP has any examples, but dredging is a huge capital project, and we just have to do that, properly.
Do we have the dredging funded?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the dredging funded, and we're working on the fluorescent lights.
But there's
It's
about
complicated.
15 items. I mean, those are just a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amy, I'm not sure if this is for you or for Rodney, but the huge hotspots that we found at the Biscayne Beach Elementary School, what's the status of getting in there and ideally fixing it before the kids come back to school?
Yeah, I mean, I think Public Works is really close to issuing a purchase order on that one. I asked Rodney to come up and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Rodney Knowles, the Assistant Director for the Public Works Department. Where we're at is that we are in touch with the school. They've agreed to, the school board has allowed us to enter the property. We're working on an access agreement with them right now. That should be forthcoming in less than a week. We have a vendor lined up who's going to line the lateral lines to seal those up, and so we can CCTV that also to really get a good handle on what's happening there. So the contractor's ready to go 2 days after notice to proceed. So we have everything lined up. We have the building permit for the plumbing lined up also. So we have everything in place. We're just waiting for the green light from
And
the
it's
school.
funded as well, so literally
ma'am.
as soon as you get the okay, we can start
We're
going.
ready to go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call our next virtual caller who has a screen name of Miami Beach. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. Okay, PJ, we're going to go back to that caller. We're going to go with Mr. Goltanov next.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Matthew Goltanoff, 125 Jefferson Avenue. I usually don't speak in the morning and the afternoon, but I just went to a brand new restaurant, or I guess establishment on Lincoln Road called Joe's Pizza of New York. It seems to have opened in record time, so you have that. At least there's one business that's able to open here. The pizza was great, but really what got me thinking was New York City does a lot of great things. For example, I was just there last weekend and I was able to take a clean, a comfortable, a safe train from the airport to the city. And here on Miami Beach, we don't, well, I'll just give you an example. There is a bus stop right next to City Hall, and it was closed last week. It's the bus stop that serves the convention center that's right next to City Hall. It's blocked off of concrete blocks. There's not even a sign that says the bus stop is closed. There's not a sign that says, where is the next bus stop? And this is something that New York City does great. I'm sure anyone here that's visited or perhaps has lived there before knows that when there is work being done on the subway, on bus stops, when they're being relocated, whether it's temporary or permanent or for months or for weeks, there's signage and people know. And yet people who are coming to City Hall, your constituents, who are good people taking public transit, by the way, they won't have a way to get back to the bus because they don't know where it is. So just these little things are super important. And next to City Hall, we need to make sure that we let people know how to get to the bus. Thank you.
Eric, was it the bus or trolley?
It's actually both.
Eric?
I'm assuming that Matthew's talking about 17th Street, east of Convention Center Drive, where the hotel construction is going on, and we will have our program managers that are working with the hotel folks address that immediately.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Our next virtual caller has a screen name of Miami Beach. Please unmute yourself, state your name and address.
Good day, Mayor and Commissioners. Wanda Jamin, 8305 Crespi Boulevard. We've been talking about the water contamination in the Bay, and this is something that I want to discuss. You all aware of the health risk posed by this alarming levels of bacteria. With that said, it is imperative that the City of Miami Beach prioritizes the safety and health of its residents. I petition this body to implement advertising measures, including danger signage and/or mailers to inform residents of the hazardous conditions and health risk associated with the contaminated waters, and advocate for transparency, as many residents are unaware of these issues. Furthermore, I encourage contacting the health department and any state office to assist, as this is a pressing concern. Personally, I have witnessed individuals swimming in these contaminated waters daily. I thank you, and I believe that any monetary that we have coming in from the bill or any other projects as public benefits should be applied universally just to fix our waters and our bay. Thank you all, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak? Mayor, this concludes subject.
Great, thank you again all for contributing. We'll get right back to the agenda. Let's try to get through the second reading items, R5C.
R5C is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 54 of the Miami Beach Code entitled Floods by amending Article 3 entitled Resiliency Standards for Tidal Flood Protection to amend the applicability of this article, modify definitions, and strengthen construction standards for a new and existing seawall and other tidal floods barriers, strengthen coastal resilience, and mitigate the effects of tidal flooding and sea level rise, and providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5C.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So back in 2021, our city commission adopted some minimum elevation requirements for seawalls. It made sure that properties with new construction or substantial improvements would upgrade their seawalls. And we did considerations so that property owners would consider using materials that promote biodiversity as part of their seawalls, and it established it established other protections to prevent overtopping and other matters. Today, we're bringing an ordinance that is further strengthening this ordinance. Right now, our current ordinance says that if the city is requiring a property owner to fix their seawalls, the owner has 60 days to show they're working on it. But we have no indication as to what showing progress really means. We're requiring them to show progress, that they're doing all of this work on their seawalls to prevent tidal waters from flowing overland and leaving their properties and creating other types of community flooding. So we have this 60-day time period where they need to show that they're doing progress on repairing their seawalls, but it's not clear what progress really means. So with the revised ordinance that we have before us, we're making that clear. We're demonstrating progress could include things like getting price quotes from contractors, because we want to make sure that they're really engaging with contractors and they're really attempting to do the work, that they're securing financing, that they're applying for the necessary improvements, actually putting some criteria, some objective criteria into what showing progress in seawall repairs really means. In addition to the 60-day requirement, property owners are required within 6 months to apply for permits within the city and the county. So not only are we required to show progress in the first 60 days with quotes, with financing, and applying for the necessary improvements, but within 6 months, we're requiring people to apply for permits with the city and the county. And that just helps make sure that our repairs are moving forward and gives clear next steps. Also, currently, the ordinance says if your repairs cost $300 or more per linear foot, it's considered a major repair. And then now that triggers for the seawall to be raised to the new current NAVD, which is 5.7 feet. We're amending that, understanding the changes in market conditions, and we're increasing that cost to, I believe, it's $500 per linear foot. And the issue is that some people may be making smaller repairs, and the costs of those repairs elevate. And now if we say if your cost of repair costs $300 a linear foot, and you'll have to raise the elevation of your seawall, we are in essence discouraging people from repairing their seawalls. So this is an important amendment. So with a revised ordinance, not only are we raising the costs for major repairs from $300 to $500, we're also putting a condition by which a property owner needs to prevent water from flowing out into the community, which is the bigger issue that we have in areas like in Palmview. In areas like Palmview, we have crumbling seawalls. And those crumbling seawalls, yes, they need to be prepared, and we know repairing these seawalls is a long-term process. But in the short term, that community flooding needs to be stopped. And so now it creates this requirement for temporary barriers for flooding, so that damaged seawall doesn't flood the rest of the neighborhood. So this is an overview of work that we've done in coordination with neighborhoods that have been experiencing community flooding. Community flooding as a result of broken seawalls. It encourages people to make repairs, long-term repairs. It changes the criteria so that people are not forced to completely raise the elevation of their seawalls just for making responsible maintenance to their seawall. But it also makes sure that when we have times of flooding, that there is this 72-hour period where temporary barriers for flooding need to be placed so that the rest of the neighborhood doesn't get impacted by damaged seawalls. So with that, I want to recognize Amy Knowles. I want to thank my co-sponsor in this item, Commissioner Laura Dominguez,
you.
for their work on this item. Because when we talk about resiliency, we can only be truly resilient if we help our private property owners fix their seawalls. And right now, we're facing a burden where fixing the seawall isn't really encouraged, and this helps move the needle in the right direction.
Commissioner Dominguez, right on
Thank
cue.
you. So it was a pleasure to work with you on this as being the co-sponsor. I remember doing a walkthrough with the Palmview Neighborhood Association where we really got down and dirty because it was flooded that day. But some of the things I'll quickly recap. It provides clear steps for property owners and ensures timely action. It increases the threshold for substantial improvements. Allows exemptions for maintenance work unrelated to elevation, and requires temporary tidal barriers if overtopping conditions impact public right-of-way, which was a real big deal in Palmview. So I'd like to move the item.
Let's call the vote.
Well, before we do, Amy, is there anything that needs to be clarified? Because it's a very technical item, and I put it in layman's terms, but this is a very technical item that you've worked very hard on. And we've also seen changes at the county level also that has an impact on our ordinance and the use of riprap, which makes these repairs very expensive. I don't know if there's anything that you feel we need to place on the record.
No, Commissioner, I think you covered it very well, and Commissioner Dominguez as well. I think you highlighted all of our main items, and I think it's a really nice sort of slight adjustment of an ordinance that was passed in 2021. You know, we should be very proud that we passed one of the first seawall ordinances that require elevation for the resilience of our community, and this gives us some really important updates. So thank you for your support.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing, and there's no one in Zoom, and there's no one in the audience requesting to speak. Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5C.
R5D. Commissioner Suarez's item. Let Ralph cue it up.
This is R5D. It's an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Public Property by amending Article 3 entitled Use of Public Property, by amending Division 1 entitled Generally, by amending section 82-73 thereof entitled Balloons Prohibited at Public Marinas, Marine Facilities, Parks, and Beaches, to increase the civil penalties and specify responsible parties for violations in order to deter harmful littering and protect marine and coastal wildlife, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. Second reading, public hearing. It is item R5D.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move my item.
Second.
Let's call the roll.
It is a public hearing, and I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience. If there's no discussion, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5D.
R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 106 of the city code entitled Traffic and Vehicles, Article 2 entitled Metered Parking, Division 1, penalties, exceptions, to expand the existing exemption from the requirement to pay a fee for the permanent removal of a parking space when a removal is necessary to provide access to off-street parking. A, to allow for removal of up to 2 spaces, and B, to enable duplexes and triplexes to qualify for the exemption, providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5G.
This is my item. Tom, I'll turn it to you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll try to be brief. This is a second reading amendment to Chapter 106 of the City Code pertaining to the removal of off-street parking spaces when they're removed to provide curb-cut access to a property. As you may recall, when this was approved at first reading, the commission had requested that the applicability be narrowed, and so what we've included is a provision where duplex and triplex uses in either a residential single-family district or an RO district would be allowed to remove up to 2 parking spaces so long as the off-street spaces created are equal to or greater than the number of on-street parking spaces for which the parking spaces, the removal is requested, and they would be exempt from the fee. Any more than that would require the payment of the fee.
Tom, a resident had reached out, and I'd forward you the email, and also we discussed it earlier. Can you explain what the request is and what your thoughts about it are?
The request was to consider expanding this applicability to RM districts. And in speaking with the parking director, I think one of our collective concerns with expanding it is that it would result in potentially the removal of more on-street parking spaces, and it would affect a very significant number of properties, as a very large number or a large portion of the city is zoned RM1. And so, at least as part of this ordinance, we wouldn't recommend adding that as part of this ordinance. If it's something that you wanted to look at separately at some point in the future, we could do that.
Okay. Somebody want to move my item, since I can't move it?
Move it.
Thank you. I'll second. Commissioner Fernandez moved, I second.
It is a public hearing, and we have Mr. Larry Schaefer requesting to speak. Mr. Schaefer, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Larry Schaefer, 233 First Street. I was the person to inquire about extending these benefits to duplex and triplex owners within RM1 districts. I do understand Mr. Mooney's concern about that covering such a large area, and I understand if this doesn't get included. I would like to ask, however, that when we review the North Beach parking plan, we really do a refresh and see what works and what doesn't work. We have the West Lots up here. We would like to rationalize their use as parking and actually add 2 more parking lots, the top 2 parcels. And if we can rationalize the West Lots in their use for parking, then it might be fine for RM1 zone properties up here to not get the benefits that these other properties are going to get. So I hope that when I sit down with the parking director, we really take a look at the entirety of the North Beach parking program. The West Lots is providing additional parking, and we also need to take a look at additional demand for parking from the schools up here. The Lehrman School's expanded. They're probably going to need some more parking, and so there may be additional schools coming. So we'd like to take a look at the MBPP overall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is no one else requesting to speak on Zoom. I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Vice Mayor Suarez. He's a yes. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5G.
R5J.
R5J is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 5, entitled Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.3, entitled Supplementary Yard Regulations by amending the allowable setback encroachment for air conditioning units and providing for codification, repeal, or severability at an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5J.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Thank you. So this is a simple item to streamline our building permit process. There are a lot of smaller units that have wall units in the city of Miami Beach, in South Beach, North Beach, especially in the older buildings. Right now, we have certain setback requirements that are cumbersome. So when I sat down with Tom and we said, how can we make it easier for people to do these simple jobs? One of the things we found was to amend the setback. So that is what we're doing here, correct?
That's correct.
And with that, I move the item.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. On R5J, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5J.
R5K.
R5K is An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 1 entitled General to all zoning districts by creating Section 7.1.12 thereof entitled Amendments or Release of Covenants Restricting Transient Uses Submitted by Property Owners to establish a minimum voting threshold for the release of a covenant restricting transient uses and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5K.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioners Magazine and Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an item that would require a 6/7 vote to release any future covenant tied to non-transient residential uses. And the idea here is that when we offer incentives in exchange for a commitment to provide long-term housing, we expect for that commitment to mean something. And these are legal arrangements made to serve the public good. And so if in the future someone wants to waive, remove from their covenants their promise to the public that they won't have transient uses, that they won't have short-term rentals, well, then it must be, if this ordinance gets adopted, a 6/7 vote of the city commission, not a simple majority vote of the city commission. Requiring this supermajority will help ensure that future commissions take these commitments seriously and don't reverse course without a strong consensus of the governing body. So with that, I move my item.
Second.
Second.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom and I see no one in the audience.
Call vote.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes, and for the record, I'm also a co-sponsor on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5K.
R5L.
R5L is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Subpart B, entitled Land Development Regulations by amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article entitled General Development Application and Hearing Procedures by amending Section 2.2.3 entitled Development Application Submission and Review by modifying the applicable provisions for land use board application fees and establishing a process for criteria for the City Commission to consider a waiver of required fees for variance applications related to compliance with applicable building recertification requirements, providing for codification, repealer, servability, and an effective date. R5L is a second reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. R5L.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an ordinance that allows the city commission to waive fees for variances when those variances are necessary to complete critical repairs identified in a recertification report. And that's something that we're seeing happen more and more, where buildings, as they reach their point of recertification, they realize they might need to do certain work that might not comply with the code. They need to seek a variance. And oftentimes, these variances tend to be expensive, especially for financially strained condominiums and individuals living paycheck to paycheck. So this is a variance. This is a variance on the fees that would be used only for safety and certification repairs. This is not for other type of discretionary luxury construction. It's strictly tied to helping buildings meet their certification requirements so that they can meet the safety standards that they need to continue operating. And with that, Tom, I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be added for the record.
No, it's limited solely to residential buildings, and as you correctly pointed out, it's only for those variances that are necessitated by a building recertification, and it was approved at first reading with no changes.
And it's when the building is able to demonstrate a financial hardship, and that hardship has to be determined by the city commission.
That's correct.
All right. With that, I move my item.
Second.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. No one on Zoom, no one in the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5L.
R5M.
R5M is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code, amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration of Review Procedures, Article 13 entitled Historic Preservation by amending Section 2-13-2 entitled Historic Preservation Review of Projects to remove the supplemental notice requirement for applications continued by the Historic Preservation Board by amending Section 2.13.7 entitled Issuance of Certificate of Appropriateness, Certificate to Dig, Certificate of Appropriateness for Demolition, to increase the square footage threshold for the transportation, analysis, and mitigation plan requirement, to clarify the two-step review process, and to consolidate and otherwise amend the applicable review criteria by amending Section 2.13.8 entitled Special Review Procedures to expand administrative review authority for the review of additions to single-family homes located within local historic districts by amending Section 2.13.9 entitled Historic Designation to introduce procedures for the repeal of historic designation required pursuant to Miami-Dade County Code Section 16.8-3.1, and by amending Section 2.13.10 entitled Single Family Ad Valorem Tax Exemption to expand the types of properties that qualify for the exemption in a manner consistent with Section 196.1997 Florida statutes by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, by amending Article 2 entitled District Regulations, Section 7.2.2 entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, Single Family Residential District, subsection 7.2.2.4 entitled Additional Regulations RS, by expanding the applicability of zoning incentives to include contributing single-family homes located within local historic districts, by amending Article 5 entitled Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.1, entitled Generally Supplementary District Regulations, subsection 7.5.1.5, entitled Roof Replacements and New Roofs, to expand administrative review authority for sustainable roofs, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5M.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioners Dominguez and Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I am very excited about this ordinance because we have seen over time an attack on our historic districts, on our historic properties. And we have heard from whether it be from the state, from private property owners or from stakeholders, the difficulties and the challenges that people encounter when even their goal is to preserve historic properties, that they are finding challenges working with our complicated code, working with the system, in addition to working with the challenges of that historic properties naturally have. And we've listened. We've wanted to address these concerns. And I just want to begin by expressing a deep appreciation for the architectural heritage that makes Miami Beach unique in the world. It is our built environment that tells the story of our past, that shapes the identity that we are so proud of today, that we promote all over social media and throughout our campaigns, and that deserves that thoughtful stewardship for future generations. It's 14 historic districts, it's 17 individual historic sites, it's 31 historic single-family homes. And this historic preservation ordinance that preserves this cherished patrimony of ours, one could call it, was first adopted in 1982. And while it's seen certain amendments over time, the last real comprehensive review really took place in 2001. And since then, a lot of things have changed. And the needs of our community has changed. And recognizing this, back in March of last year, I convened an ad hoc historic preservation ordinance advisory committee. And their purpose was to thoroughly review and modernize our preservation regulations in a way that balances the architectural integrity of our city, but with contemporary needs. And I just want to recognize that the committee was designed to be non-political and professionally driven. It was led by Rick Lopez, who was also a former chair of our Historic Preservation Board, a professor at the University of Miami, and committee members were composed of a diverse group of community stakeholders, of activists, of residents from neighborhood associations, of bankers, of developers, and they focused on identifying ways to simplify and enhance the preservation process, making it more feasible for people to save and to protect and to invest in our historic assets. And I'm going to turn it over to Tom Mooney and to Debbie Tackett. Debbie, our Chief Preservation Officer, who sat with this committee and walked through this incredible work that has been created. But just superficially, I'm just going to touch on some highlights because we are expanding certain administrative review authority that's going to help some of our condominium associations save time and save money. We are working on a two-step process that we're adopting today to facilitate and streamline the process before the Historic Preservation Board and save also time and money for applicants. We're streamlining the transportation analysis process so that transportation studies don't hold back small applications. We are allowing additions, greater additions to historic homes so that hopefully we see less of a loss of historic homes and more investment into preserving these homes, in addition to finally expanding our ad valorem tax exception to go beyond single-family homes and to also include commercial properties, putting our money where our mouth is. When we say we want you to invest in preserving historic properties, well, now we are giving you a tax incentive on commercial properties to invest in the preservation of that beautiful historic asset that people have in our city. And with that, I'm very proud to recognize our Chief Preservation Officer, Debbie Tackett, to walk us through the details of this reform.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. Commissioner Fernandez did a great job of summarizing. I'm just going to hit on a couple more details. The committee's recommendations that are reflected in the ordinance can be really characterized into three different categories. The first category that we looked at was the Certificate of Appropriateness Review criteria. Currently, the City of Miami Beach, because we love to be unique, and we are, has over 50 criteria when you break them all out. When the committee and staff researched other comparable historic preservation programs in Chicago, New York, Washington, D.C., New Orleans, Savannah, Charleston, we realized that the vast majority of all preservation programs have about 10, maybe a handful more. And they primarily rely on the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. While we have those standards as well in our criteria, what we found is that there were many redundant criteria throughout those, nearly 50 criteria. There were some erroneous criteria, out-of-date criteria about code requirements. And so the committee unanimously recommended that we remove 14 of these criteria, and the reduction in criteria would be consistent with best practices throughout other historic preservation programs, and staff is very supportive of that. That will limit the perception that our review is very burdensome and onerous and complicated. Just by reducing that amount of criteria for not only the board to review, but staff and the applicants to respond to, we think that will be a benefit. The second major category that the committee looked at was the historic preservation review process. Now, there is basically a two-prong process in our current ordinance. One are projects that require going through the Historic Preservation Board, and the other side of that would be work that can be reviewed and approved administratively. Currently, there's a very limited amount that administratively that we can review and approve. And the committee talked about this at length. They have recommended, and staff is supportive of including under the administrative review, so staff level review, sustainable roofing, property walls, fences, and gates, minor modifications to public interiors, minor work within the public right-of-way, demolition and reconstruction of architectural features consistent with historical documentation, railing replacement in an alternate material that closely replicates the original design for contributing buildings, and an alternate design railing review process that staff could go through for non-contributing buildings. These are buildings that were primarily built in the late 60s, 70s, and 80s. What we're seeing and what we discussed at the committee is a lot of these buildings of that period have these heavy concrete railings. Most of those buildings right now are in the building recertification process. I would say 9 out of 10 are coming in saying our engineers are telling us that, you know, our slabs cannot support this weight. If we do try to repair it, we're going to be in the same position in about 10 years. So we're seeing a real hardship for these larger condominium buildings.
And repairing it would also mean a cost because it's concrete, but it also means currently they would have to go through the preservation board process, which adds time and engineer fees and other fees to the condominium associations.
And we have seen several of these non-contributing condominiums go through the process, and they have, you know, expressed concern about being delayed in the structural repairs that need to be done to the building.
About how much time do you believe that?
I mean, it adds probably between 3 and 6 months.
So right there, we are saving many of these condominium associations up to 6 months in time, and not even talking about money with this simple modification.
Correct. So that would be the recommendations with regarding the expansion of the administrative review. The other process that the committee is recommending that's in the ordinance is to modify the existing two-step process. There is an existing two-step process that allows projects to get a site plan approval, a binding approval, and then go back to the board within a certain time frame for the architectural detailing of the project. However, as currently written, that is a very nebulous process. There's no criteria, there's no guidelines, there's no determination of who's eligible for this type of process. So what the committee did is they recommended major clarifications, detailed guidance, detailed requirements, and thresholds for what projects would be eligible for this. These would be larger projects that typically, and I brought a visual. You know, I heard the conversation earlier today about the Lincoln Road Ritz-Carlton project. Well, this is the book that the board gets for this one project. And what we have found is that it's extremely difficult for the board to digest, you know, while they have other applications to be heard that day, to digest all of these details and agree to move forward with the project. Typically, what we've seen with these larger projects is they get continued with recommended design changes. And what happens when they get continued is that this entire set needs to go back to the architect, to the landscape architect, to the lighting designer, to all of these different professionals, and we're seeing a real waste in resources. Whereas a two-step process would allow the board to review and approve certain threshold requirements, such as the height, the massing, the site plan, the level of demolition that they're comfortable with, and focus on those real big picture issues, approve that, or, you know, recommend changes to that, but then you're only
a smaller package,
revising a much smaller package, which will save time and resources. And in my opinion, it will also.
We're talking about what right now is going before the Historic Preservation Board in that first hearing. We're talking about everything, not just from massing, but everything to like a detailed site plan, all the floor plans for all the floors, elevations, materials, finishes, maneuverability, a very detailed set of plans that with a minor tweak, if they want to change, if the HPB feels that there has to be more setbacks or the height has to be changed or any change whatsoever, now they have to go back and redesign and change that entire thick book when in fact that more bigger picture concept can first be addressed in a first hearing in a two-step process where you consider perhaps more superficially the site plan and the massing. And then once you know what your site plan and your massing is, then you come back with your bigger set of plans with all of your other details.
Correct.
And how much money do you think that this costs applicants when they're applying for the historic preservation process? Redesigning these books.
If it's a redesign of a set that's this thick, we're probably talking about at least $100,000.
So we're talking about,
because of all the design professionals that are required to redesign their project.
we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars here that we're facilitating to help this process go more smoothly. And I would imagine if you need to go back and amend that big book, it's also time. I'm sure it's not the same thing to amend that big book as to amending the smaller set of plans.
Correct. The next process recommendation contained in the ordinance is to increase the threshold for applications that require the transportation analysis and mitigation plan. Currently, any project that contains over 5,000 gross square feet of new construction or more than four residential units does require this transportation analysis, which does include a peer review through the transportation project. We've seen this really delay smaller projects, 5-unit residential buildings, and the committee was all unanimously in agreement that we should increase those thresholds to a 50,000 gross square foot.
And what causes the delay with that transportation analysis? Because we're saying, okay, if you're creating 4 new residential units, which in essence, we want to encourage people to create new residential units because we need that housing. Why does it cause a delay when we have that transportation analysis?
From my experience, the calendar requires you to reach out to transportation a month prior to the deadline to submit for the planning department review. So that's an additional month. Then once that meeting with transportation is held, a methodology has to be determined, agreed upon with an outside traffic consultant. So what we've seen is the city has our own outside peer reviewer, and the applicant is required to have their outside transportation professional. We've seen a delay in that process where before we can even agree on a methodology for what needs to be submitted, things are getting, bumped back to the next agenda cycle. So we're seeing 2, 3, 4 month.
And how many projects end up getting in this transportation analysis red tape?
A significant number, because 5,000 gross square feet is very small. And that's for non-residential buildings. So, you're talking about that's almost a non-existent FAR for most properties.
All right.
Okay, just a few more things. I will go through these quickly. The committee, and in your ordinance it's reflected, is also recommending expanding the current special review process for single-family homes located within historic districts. This would just expand the allowable administrative review. We're already given more latitude for these properties in the regulations. This would allow for more realistic additions that are not visible from the right-of-way or from a waterway to be reviewed and approved by staff.
And this is to discourage the demolition or encourage the preservation of these homes as opposed to demolishing.
Correct, and this would require the retention and restoration of the existing home. This would also have, as drafted, a notice requirement for the immediately adjacent neighbors, a mail notice. So as we could review this administratively, the applicant would still be responsible for providing a mail notice to their neighbors. The last category is the incentives for historic preservation. For the incentives, we have two elements that are contained within the draft ordinance. One is the expansion of the applicability for the existing single-family home zoning incentives. This is currently eligible for pre-1966 architecturally significant homes. This would expand those incentives to contributing buildings within local historic districts, contributing single-family homes, with the exception of the additional unit size. So the lot coverage, the allowance for the reduced setbacks would be included, but the committee did not want to allow for the additional 10% or unit size. So that is not in here. Finally, the last incentive is to expand the city's ad valorem tax exemption program. We currently have that program, and only single-family homes located in historic districts are eligible for that.
And this is very exciting because this is putting our money where our mouth is. We say we want to encourage preservation, and not only are we encouraging preservation through our zoning policies, and not only are we doing it by cutting red tape, by cutting time for applicants, by cutting reviewed criteria, but by giving those who invest in our historic assets a tax break as a thank you for investing in our historic assets in Miami Beach.
Correct. And just let me point out that the tax exemption program, which is also, the county has the same program, is for qualifying improvements. So it's not just a rubber stamp, you're historic, you get a tax break. You have to invest into restoration and repair of the existing building, and that increase in building value is what is potentially exempted for a maximum period of 10 years, and then it's rolled back in.
Debbie, I want to thank you for your leadership in this. I had a vision of convening this committee, and you went with that vision. You drove that committee and brought back some incredibly substantive recommendations that I'm so excited about, because I really do believe when we get complaints from Tallahassee or from the private industry, we oftentimes get frustrated because we want to help people, but we want to preserve the integrity of our architectural districts, and we struggle to find this balance. And I think with the work that you've led together with this advisory committee of experts and professionals and residents and activists, I think we're striking that great balance. I think there's more work to be done in the future, but I hope that this is received by the industry and by legislators as a message that we take this seriously. We care about our historic assets, but we also care about helping property owners facilitate the investments into these historic assets to breathe new life into them for their future. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm very proud to move this item.
Thank you. Thank you. Good item. Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see Mr. Larry Schaefer online. Mr. Schaefer, you have 2 minutes.
Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. This is a comment just in support of Mr. Granado. This item had the longest title I've ever heard, and I can't believe he got it all out. It didn't sound like he even took a breath, so thank you, Ref. Thank you, Mr. Granado. That was an awesome title reading. Perhaps in the future we could shorten some of these.
I think you had the first public comment like that. Thank you. I see no one else in the audience. May I call the roll?
Yes, and if the state allows us to shorten it, we'll do it.
I vote for that. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5M.
R5N.
R5N is it's an ordinance to the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 4 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Landscape Requirements by amending Article 1 entitled Intent and Applicability by amending section 4.1.2 entitled Short Title and Applicability by modifying the minimum landscape requirements for single-family home projects exceeding the 50% rule, providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is R5N.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Continuing along with cutting through red tape and eliminating some of the barriers that we have to just getting building permits. And I sat down with Tom, and this was one of the items that came out of this, which was instead of following our code, which makes things complicated, you need a certain kind of tree that has to be 12 feet, but the county, if it's a native tree, it could be 8 feet, which saves people a lot of money, especially if you own a home, you hit the 50% rule. For example, just because you're converting your garage, and all of a sudden you have to comply with our very, very complicated standards. But if we follow the county code, it's just a little bit more simpler. For example, if you plant a shrub, it only has to be 30%, but ours is 50%, and ours has to be drought tolerant, salt tolerant, low maintenance. So we get people tied up over shrubs where they don't need to be. So we're just going to follow the county code, which I think eliminates things. It makes it inexpensive in case you do hit the 50% threshold, because you can hit that threshold very easily, and then all of a sudden you have to comply with these super complicated landscaping codes, and people just can't get it done. So what do? They don't get a building permit. So in keeping with the spirit of eliminating red tape but following the county code, which does have landscaping regulations, I move this item.
Second. Let's call a vote.
Public hearing, I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. The item is approved 7-0. That was item R5N.
R5Q.
R5Q is.
And R5R.
R5Q is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City Code of the City of Miami Beach Year 2040 Comprehensive Plan by amending Goal RLU 1, Land Use Objective, Objective RLU 1.1, Establishment of Future Land Use Categories Policy RLU 1.1.11, Residential Office RO to establish requirements for non-conforming cafes serving alcohol and located on Alton Road, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, servability, and an effective date. That is R5Q, which is a second reading public hearing. Companion item R5R is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach, so Part B, entitled Land Development Regulations, by amending Chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 12, entitled Nonconformities, by amending Section 2.12.5, entitled Nonconforming Use of Buildings to establish requirements for nonconforming cafes serving alcohol and located in Alton Road, by amending Chapter 7, entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, entitled General to All Zoning Districts, Division 7.2.9, entitled RO Residential Office District, by amending Section 7.2.9.2, entitled Uses, RO to allow alcohol sales in existing cafes, providing for codification, servability, and an effective date. That was companion item R5R, which is a second reading public hearing requiring 5/7 vote.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So currently, there's a small 2-block gap between 12th and 14th Street on Alton Road where all alcohol sales are prohibited. The proposal here would permit limited beer and wine sales at existing cafes only within the RO district. There are key provisions. Maximum of 10 seats per cafe applies only to existing cafes. No new cafes will be permitted, and it includes a vesting provision to protect current uses. Because it applies only to existing small cafes and under strict conditions, the overall impact is expected to be minimal. And the planning board had approved this unanimously. The existing cafe in question is the Plant Nursery that's currently there. And in the back, there is a tiny restaurant that serves salads, sandwiches, and food and drinks. And with that, I would like to move the item.
Second.
Commissioner Dominguez, is there any, or Mr. Director, is there any provision for noise, ambient noise, to entertain the guests at this office?
Entertainment would not be permitted, so they could not have any form of entertainment. And if they were to provide ambient music, it could not be played at a level that exceeded what we would call normal levels or levels that would interfere with normal conversation. It would have to be ambient music.
And when would alcohol sales end?
I think it close at 9.
It would be, the sales would have to end by 10 p.m. for indoor areas and 8 p.m. if there are outdoor seats.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. Call the roll.
This is a public hearing, and I see Mr. Tom Hawkins requesting to speak. Mr. Hawkins, state your name, address, so you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tom Hawkins. I live at 1300 Monad Terrace. And I just wanted to say that I commend Commissioner Dominguez for caring about the businesses in our neighborhoods and surrounding neighborhoods, that she would make this proposal today. I fully support it, and this is coming at a time where many of our local establishments are suffering from the lack of business, and this is a great thing that the commission is doing today. Please vote in favor of it.
There is no one else on Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Yes.
This is on both R5Q and R5R. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Items is approved 7-0. Both items R5Q and R5R are approved.
R5E.
R5E is an ordinance of the mayor, city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 70 of the city code entitled miscellaneous offenses by amending article 2 entitled public places by amending division 2 entitled bicycling, skateboarding, roller skating, inline skating, motorized means of transportation, electric bicycle, mopeds, motorcycles, motorized vehicles, and motorized scooters by amending section 70-66 entitled definitions by clarifying the definition of motorized means of transportation, and by amending section 70-67 entitled prohibited activities by prohibiting motorized means of transportation on Miami Beach Promenade and providing for repealer servability codification and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5E.
Thank you. It's my item, and Miami Beach Promenade, which was formerly known as Miami Beach Drive. It's a shared use pathway parallel to and west of the beach walk, extends from basically 24th to 29th Streets. This would prohibit motorized vehicles similar to the beach walk. I want to thank the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association for their help in the renaming, and also for driving this for this legislation.
No pun intended.
No pun intended, correct.
Mr. Mayor, just one comment.
Please.
Good afternoon, Jose Gonzalez, Transportation Director. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, what we'd like to do between first reading and second reading is to come back to you and potentially include some interior pathways of parks, particularly new parks that have come online or will be coming online, where we would like to include them in section 70-67 as well, between first reading and second reading.
I'm just looking because Mark Fishman is shaking his head
Through the
behind you.
chair, through the chair, we will need a new title to do that, so to bring a new ordinance.
Okay. Okay. I'm happy to work with you on that.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I understand that the danger and the need to, I suppose, regulate, but what I don't understand is why we don't just have like a separate lane everywhere and just have it marked with like a bike or transit. Everywhere else in the world that I go, they have a simple marked lane and everybody seems to be able to follow it. And we can't follow that. We can't just put a lane on the beach walk, however possible, have it marked, have it be like 30% of the beach walk so that we avoid all accidents. And then in these areas too, have a lane instead of just prohibiting, because how are you going to get across the promenade if you're on your bike? It doesn't make a lot of sense to do this. Why don't you just mark it instead so that you have a lane? I mean, I'll support this today because I understand that there is a danger, but, instead of just prohibit, ban, you should just mark it. Can't you just mark it?
It's been a challenge, but I'll let you address that.
So,
you just go through with a marker and put a little bike on it or wheel or something and mark the lane.
So to be clear, what this ordinance does is prohibit electric mobility devices, motorized means of transportation, which are not prohibited anywhere on the beach walk or other shared use paths. The only thing is that 70-67 is very prescriptive in terms of the areas where motorized means of transportation are prohibited, and the Miami Beach Promenade is currently not in one of those areas.
If I could just jump in here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm going to say why I'm supportive of this, just because I'm there every morning. And in this half a mile stretch, you have a lot of buildings that their back entrance opens right into the promenade. And that promenade is right between the back entrance of the building and usually the pool of the building. And what ends up happening is that you have children that run out of the back door of those buildings running to the pool. You have people with their dogs running from the back door of their building, running to the east side with a pool. And then mixed with that, you have north-south traffic that crosses there. And so when you have people going from west to east, the west, the back of the buildings, to the east, which is their pool areas, mixed with north-south pedestrian and bicycle traffic, it creates a very dangerous environment in this promenade because of that unique configuration to have these motorized vehicles. And so I'm very supportive of this because of that. It is a very unique circumstance there. There is not the issue of space because the promenade, it's very wide. It's probably 15 feet wide if I had to guess. But the issue there is that you have cross traffic at every building. And so happy to support this.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm fine with this, but Jose, given all the complaints that we have and the fact that we're preempted from regulation, why haven't you just marked a lane? Do we have a marked lane up and down the beach walk at this point?
So we tried, you may recall, we tried that a few years ago where we tried to segregate bicyclists from pedestrians. And along the beach walk, it just did not work. Because to try to squeeze two-way bicycle traffic in about 8 feet on the beach walk, and then giving about 7 feet to two-way pedestrian traffic, it was just too many conflicts occurring, and it was more dangerous than actually not doing, than doing nothing. So what we did, which is what we have in place now, is we drew a center line down the entire 7-mile stretch of the beach walk. And we are encouraging through symbols and through signage for all users to keep to their right, with very simple signage that says "keep right" and slow down.
Has that been working? Have you seen
And
less
yes, it
complaints
has.
about
Actually,
accidents?
we've received generally positive feedback.
That's good. Okay, all right.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, to that point, as you all know, because we talk about it almost every commission meeting that comes up in one way or another, there is a working group internally that has been in effect for a year and a half working on these micromobility issues holistically. And the signage changes, the dividing of the beach walk, all of that are steps getting to what we hope will be a lot more usable mileage for all types of micromobility devices, including electric. But we need to get to a point where we can get the data and measure the metrics and make informed decisions in order to do it safely. The problem with the beach walk as it stands right now is up in North Beach, you got, I don't know, 25 feet across or something enormous where it would be absolutely no problem to divide into multiple segments. But down just north of Ocean Drive, you can barely go 2 or 3 people across, right? So it doesn't work. It's not uniform. So before we start doing things that will end up in complicating and potentially dangerous circumstances, we're trying to fix everything we can as easily as we can while we get the data to make better decisions that fix us in a comprehensive, permanent way moving forward. So it's the goal.
I do think at some point too that we're going to have to mark sidewalks because people are telling me how dangerous it is to walk on the sidewalks, especially in North Beach.
Yeah, we're dealing with that as well.
And now we're going to be adding robots to the mix. So you're going to have delivery bots and every kind of whiz-it on wheels, and you're going to have to mark a bot lane too.
Well, yeah, I mean that's actually going to be a thing. The delivery bots, which we have no.
It already is.
No, my point is, which we have no ability to, exert home rule about. It's going to get very complicated. So yeah, it's an octopus of an issue.
Just one more bot to deal with.
Nice.
Second.
I move the
Full
item.
vote.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor.
Excuse me, is this a
I think it
public
was
hearing?
Fernandez, but.
No, but you seconding it? Your item?
That's fine. It's your item. Second.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I have a There is a public hearing. I have Inez on Zoom. Inez, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you to all the commissioners and the mayor for all the effort and the work and the time that you volunteer. I appreciate all your work. What I want to suggest, because I hear, I live on the ocean, I'm 1500 Ocean Drive, and I hear from many of my neighbors, especially my elderly neighbors, how afraid they are to walk on the beach walk promenade, or even bike. So I think that I may suggest that you may consider designated, say, certain days, certain hours for just pedestrian or just bicycles, and I think that would be very helpful. And I think is very possible. And like you say, with announcements, signs, and all of that, that you should reserve certain days, certain hours for only bicycles, and certain days, certain hours for just pedestrian. So the pedestrian can be at peace that they're not going to be run over, because there's been quite a few accident happenings with the bicycles running into the pedestrians, especially 2 of my friends recently. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Matthew Goltanoff, 125 Jefferson Avenue. I have a few questions about this. I'm wondering why it's happening now. Is there a problem on this half-mile stretch of Miami Beach Promenade? What is the width of the promenade? Why weren't other things looked at first before just banning motorized means of transportation? And then I was hoping that the city attorney could clarify a couple of things. I've heard that state grants that were used to fund the beach walk prohibit bicycles or e-bikes as well, and I don't believe that to be true. Can you clarify that statement?
No, the state does not preclude the restriction on e-bikes. We did look into that previously.
Okay. And then lastly, what is the history of 70-67, the city code that was, I believe it was enacted in 2014?
It predates me, but I would ask Mark Fishman if he can address, but I suspect that it was always related to public safety.
So I went and looked at it, and I would love to hear, you don't know about it? The history of it? It was about segways. It wasn't about e-bikes. E-bikes didn't exist. It wasn't about e-scooters. It was segways, non-tandem, they called them assistant motorized devices, electric personal assistive mobility devices, also known as segways. It was tourists on segways who have never ridden them before, and segways, if you haven't seen them before, they're super wide. So, I mean, I know that we're in a day and age now of micromobility, but this ordinance was, or the city code was for a different problem at a different time. And micromobility is here today, and it's going to stay, and it's going to keep getting bigger. So just saying no, no, no is not addressing anything here. Pushing the problem away won't make it. By the way, I don't think it is a problem, but many call it a problem. Isn't going to make it go away. These are your neighbors. These are your constituents. Got to find some way to deal with this.
It's literally one of the biggest complaints we get. People are fearful walking on the beach walk because of the speed of some of these motorized vehicles.
Speed limit. It's done
Matthew.
all around the
enforce.
country.
Matthew, you've been sitting in every single one of these meetings. You know what the goal is. The goal is to have safe, rideable, shareable paths and streets to get people out of cars and onto bikes or scooters or segways if they want, if it's legal in that right spot. But you know what we're trying to do. So I appreciate your passion, but let us do the work. We had to get funded. Now we've got the devices. Now we're getting them installed. Then we're going to have the data. We've just got the signs going. I was up all the way up at 87th Street and ran back down. The signs look amazing, and they are universally clear. You don't even have to speak English. They're legible. Like, you know where we're going with this. I hear you loud and clear. We are all trying to get to the same destination, but we have to put in the work.
Our next public speaker via Zoom is Daniel.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo, candidate for Miami Beach Commission. I also wanted to express that I'm hearing a lot about these bikes causing safety issues. I myself ride an electric bike. but I do it responsibly, and unfortunately, not everybody does. But I wasn't going to speak on this, but I heard one of the constituency Nez Flags call in, and she had a great idea about also having a time when bicycle folks can use some of those lanes. I know, for example, Lincoln Road, a lot of us like to go before 9 a.m. when bicycles are allowed. And so perhaps as an interim, you all can consider something like they do in Central Park, where they switch the modes from time to time and allow that boardwalk that's a public taxpayer funded street to allow for all different modes of mobility, but to do it safely. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other individuals requesting to speak.
Okay, let's call a vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
He's a yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for September 3rd.
R5F.
R5F is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 18 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Business by creating Article 20 entitled Police Cost Recovery, recreating Section 18-950 thereof entitled Recovery of Cost for Failure of Responsible Person to Appear on Behalf of Business by authorizing the recovery of all lost costs or minimum service fee in lieu of recovery of all costs incurred by the city's police department under circumstances in which a criminal prosecution is null prost, abandoned, dismissed, or otherwise unsuccessful as a direct result of the failure of a responsible person to appear in court proceedings on behalf of the owner or operator of a business establishment, and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading. It is a public hearing. It is item R5F.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, this is an item that I'm bringing in service of helping keep the bad guys from doing bad things. We are frustrated and have made great strides in prosecuting cases that are brought, which is great. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing that. I think that started when you were a baby commissioner, as you said earlier. One of the other problems we have is that we make the arrests, our police officers fill out all of the reports, they go to the courthouse, and the store or the retailer or whoever who pressed charges fails to appear. So it's a waste of time, and also the case is immediately dismissed. There are other jurisdictions that have programs in place to combat that. It doesn't have to fall on the shoulders of the individual store owner or manager or employee who was the victim of the crime. There are ways to mitigate that so it's not a drain on the retail operator. And I think that if we start encouraging people by, having negative consequences to make sure they show up to enact the court proceedings, to go through the court proceedings, they will do that more often, and we will have another tool in our kit to try to curb this. And I'd like to bring up Chief Jones to talk about this if there's anything more particular that needs to be added.
Good evening, good afternoon, I'm sorry, Wayne Jones, Police Chief. We support this item, and I'll let Assistant Chief Dan Magallo tell you as to why. But in summary, we oftentimes go to theft calls for service at various businesses throughout the city, arrest people in good faith, probable cause, expecting those folks to be fully held to the extent of the law, and oftentimes those cases are dropped because the victims don't show up to see the case through to the end. But I'm going to let Chief Dan Magallo sort of speak directly to this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Assistant Chief Dan Magallo on behalf of the Police Department. So the prosecution of these retail theft cases is extremely important, especially for us to be able to deal with the habitual offenders that we have in our city. Also with the issue of organized theft rings that hit some of these major retailers on Lincoln Road and some other areas. And what we've found throughout the years is that some of these retailers call the police, we respond, we spend hours with our officers and sometimes our detectives in some of these cases investigating, making arrests. And then once the retailer recovers the stolen property, which is almost immediately, there is no follow-through with the prosecution. And what ends up happening is that these habitual offenders continue to remain on the street because the cases are dropped, because the state attorney's office cannot prosecute the case without a representative of the business appearing in court. So what this ordinance would do is basically it would put us in the position as the city that if a retailer asks the police department to respond, make an arrest, and does not follow through with the prosecution, it provides the city a recourse to recover some of the expenditures that were placed in man hours of the police department responding, making the arrest, and following through towards the prosecution.
As do I, but Commissioner Fernandez.
So I have a question. Is this for any business that reports a crime and doesn't show up in court? Or is it only for bigger businesses? I get concerned. I get concerned about that because I don't want to discourage people from reporting things. And, you know, we do live in a time and place where we may have certain segments of the population that are scared, a witness to something is scared of showing up to court. I mean, this is the reality of the world that we live in today. And so, is this across the board to any and all businesses? I see Mark shaking your head.
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. This would apply to any business across the board where a responsible person fails to appear in any court proceeding on behalf of the business, and as a direct result of that, the case is null pros, dismissed, dropped, or abandoned. However,
Let me ask you,
Sure.
because I know there's other jurisdictions that have similar legislation. And in other jurisdictions where they have the similar type of legislation, which makes sense. You know, if you're reporting a crime, and then you don't show up in court to support our law enforcement, I get it. But there's also, you know, we don't want to discourage people also. And so in other jurisdictions, how do they do this? Do they apply it across the board to all businesses, or is there a distinction?
my understanding was the other jurisdiction you might be referring to is Aventura, and they had problems, these theft problems at the Aventura Mall, and they applied it to the stores in the Aventura Mall, most of whom are big box stores. They said it really helped to remediate the problem. However, in all honesty, they haven't used it in a number of years when we called and spoke to them about it, but I think they're going to revive it. But what I was going to tell you is the police chief always has discretion whether to invoice the business, either a $250 amount or a full cost amount, in which case it would involve the CFO, Jason Green, or not do it at all. And I think our police chief has shown that he's a very reasonable and thoughtful individual. And I'm sure if it's a small business where something happened or it's a one-off, I don't think he would probably invoice and look for that police cost recovery. I think what they're more referring to is the bigger businesses. I don't have to name them, but some of the bigger stores who just routinely, as a cost of doing business, have decided that they're not going to send a responsible person to court, which frustrates our police department and then doesn't get a conviction on a person. They get arrested for shoplifting, they get their property back, and that person looks like they were, in essence, wrongly arrested. So they keep doing it again, and the judge sees they have no priors. So they use it judiciously, I think.
All right, so there is the way where someone, if a small business, someone's not able to attend because it's a one-man shop, or the witness is scared to appear in court, they don't automatically get this fine.
No, and nobody's automatically getting it. The police chief, we would have to invoice them, and that would be up to the police chief to either invoice them for $250 or to do a full cost recovery, which could be far in excess of that, or not at all. And, that would be up to Chief Jones.
Thank you.
And
Sure.
Mark, if you don't mind, it's not necessarily, like if somebody is uncomfortable with going to court because of the current climate, the business can appoint a responsible person. Is that right? I mean, my understanding is that exists, where
Yes,
people have designees.
Yeah, they could appoint a responsible person to testify to certain aspects of the crime, for example, the dollar value of the property stolen. However, there's other situations where you would need an exact person, the victim of the crime or someone who actually witnessed it, where you couldn't relay it off on someone else. But there is a mechanism, like I said, for them to send a designated person. But again, Chief Jones would have the discretion where if they have a reason why someone didn't go to court, they're no longer in their employ, or maybe they can't go for another reason, or an accident or whatever, to not, invoice them.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Commissioner Bott, I congratulate you on this. One of my biggest pet peeves is that we don't prosecute shoplifters, and if you go in, you can just shoplift a certain amount, and then there's no consequences and nothing happens. So I think if we really do start to fine or invoice these businesses, maybe they will understand and will send a clear message that we're not going to accept shoplifting on Miami Beach. If it's okay with you, I would like to co-sponsor this. And, you know, it's troubling when you go into a store and everything is under lock and key because, so no matter what you want to get, you know, and some sort of medicine, you can't. So I think that this is really important. I would also like us to, you know, really draft a letter to every single business, especially all of the Walgreens and CVS's, and let them know, okay, that we take shoplifting seriously. I'd like this to be a stern letter, and we want them to enforce our laws, and we should find a way, you know, demand that they enforce our laws. Because I pay. I'm pretty sure Commissioner Magazine isn't shoplifting anything, and the notion that you can go into some place and shoplift up to a certain amount. I was going to make a joke, but I won't. What is the amount that you can, quote unquote, shoplift without it being grand theft? What is that
I
threshold?
think they raised it to $750.
Yeah, so you can technically go in and take up to $750 and have zero consequences. But I think if we send this really stern letter and say we're going to enforce our laws, and there should be some sort of penalty if we see a repetitive pattern, because if CVS and Walgreens is allowing this to happen, then nobody's ever, you know, going to learn. So maybe we should put the onus on them so that they start to enforce even petty theft.
Yeah, it's a great item. I do believe Walgreens does have a program, and they're working with an organization to ensure that they're prosecuting.
Yes, sir. So some of the Walgreens and CVS's, not all of them in our city, partner with a company that represents them in court. There's also, that same company represents other of the same stores on the Miami side. And what we've seen is very positive results from this particular company representing those stores in court that have linked cases that normally wouldn't have been linked, where the same offender was committing retail thefts both in Miami and Miami Beach. And because of the involvement of that representative company on behalf of Walgreens, we were able to get felony convictions of individuals and basically get people actually kept in jail for habitually being retail thieves.
Excellent. A couple more questions, and I agree. I really like this item, Commissioner Bott. And I know we've talked about it in the past, but you actually took the mantle and did it. We talked about when property is returned to the establishment. This item, though, holds true whether the property was returned or not, correct?
So our normal procedure is we would have crime scene or the actual retailer in some cases photograph the property and then retain custody of the property. In some instances, if we make an arrest off-site and we would impound the property, then we would release it back to them after we would photograph it for evidentiary purposes. But the property is usually returned almost immediately. We don't retain it.
But it's not contingent on that. Let's say you arrest someone and there's no property, they still have to comply and show up to court.
If they call the police wishing to prosecute somebody for retail theft, then it's understood that they need to follow through with the prosecution of that case moving forward.
Do we have data on how widespread this is, meaning shoplifting, you come and make an arrest, and whether they prosecute the case? Or
We can do the research and find some of the data to see where some of these cases have been dropped to give you a percentage, but I just don't have that with me today.
Okay. I do agree with my colleague. We certainly want to notify businesses so they're aware of this and also hopefully incentivize them to continue to show up. And also just following up on the $750, that it's still a misdemeanor though if it's under $750. Then that would fall under our municipal prosecution program.
That could theoretically, that would be a misdemeanor under state law. We haven't adopted petty thefts as municipal ordinance violations.
Do you think we should?
The volume is
too high?
Enormous. It would require an expansion of our
It
program.
reminded me, because I think we looked into this a while back, and that was your warning to me that it would take up a lot of resources.
There are a lot of petty thefts. The grand theft amount is $750, but there are a lot of petty theft misdemeanors which the state prosecutes, and for us to take them, it would be additional resources.
Okay, yeah. I'd like to co-sponsor as well, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So what is the
Commissioner
state?
Bott, I did promise Commissioner Bott, then Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So a couple of questions. If you find somebody who has stolen $749 at 3 consecutive stores in the course of a week, does that then bump it up from petty theft to something more? No, it's each.
No, it doesn't. Each one would be individually petty theft, but there is in the law where if you commit a first petty theft and you commit a second or subsequent one, it bumps it from a second-degree misdemeanor, I'm sorry, a second-degree misdemeanor to a third-degree felony. So a second petty theft under state law turns into a felony.
Okay, so
A second
there are bigger consequences the more you do it. So
Right.
I do love Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, the idea of having a very robust awareness campaign, and, you know, I'd love to see that between now and second reading. The other thing I'd like to explore, if there are retailers, I'm thinking maybe, I don't want to cast aspersions, but perhaps some of the larger chains who, you know, sort of write this off as a cost of doing business. If there are retailers who have a pattern of doing this and they don't start engaging in the way this is intended, you know, could we explore having a sliding fee structure, cost recovery structure? So if it happens one time or once every blue moon, that's one thing, versus if every time you do this and you don't go to court, it's gonna become incrementally higher.
Yeah, Commissioner, that's a great thought, and we'd actually talked about that, but I would be leery about doing that. Remember, they do pay taxes. We are required to provide services, police services, fire services. We don't decide which police calls we'll go to or won't go to. We like them or don't like them. So this is a cost recovery. It's not a fine, it's a cost recovery. And I would be very leery about having a sliding scale where it goes beyond the basic one is $250, or we can do a full cost recovery, which will probably exceed that. But I'd be leery of having an automatic fine of $500 or $1,000, because if the police resources utilized on any particular case, any particular investigation, did not exceed that amount or under that amount, it would no longer be a cost recovery. We'd be taking in excess money. So I'd be leery. But we can always get our full cost recovery and do that formula with the police chief and the CFO.
And just to clarify for those listening, in no way was I suggesting that we would not respond to calls at all. That was never, that's not what I'm talking about. It was the idea of like, let's have a little bit of more of a stick instead of a carrot. If you're not showing up, like just go to court and let us put these guys away. But okay, understood.
Yeah, we're under the obligation, of course, and I know you meant to go to each and every call, which is exactly what we would, of course, do. So it's just a matter of recovering costs and not fining them for us going to a call that we have to go to, and of course, we all want to go to.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
One question, could this have an adverse effect if we punish the businesses? Like, let's say right now they're reporting the thefts, right? And then they get the notice and they don't show up to court, and then we fine them $250. The next time, will they just not report it at all? And then it could be like a shoplifting, looting, it could have an adverse effect. Before we do this, maybe we should have a little focus group with some of the managers. I don't know. I mean, we can approve this right now, but what happens if we start to find these businesses and then they don't report any of the petty crimes? That's my first thought. Second is, let's say right now, okay, someone gets arrested for shoplifting. They go in, they get nobody prosecuted by the state. Let's say that the business does show up, okay, and the police show up. What happens to them? Are most of these getting dismissed as pleas, or what's happening in criminal court?
Yeah, I can't say without looking, but I do think the state attorney does prosecute them. And of course, a plea would be a conviction, a guilty verdict, which is a very good thing. Most successful prosecutions end in a plea, not with the trial, 90-some-odd% of it. So a plea is a very successful thing. But I can't say what they're doing, but I do believe they're prosecuting them. Of course, they can't if there's not the witnesses from the businesses, typically the big box businesses. And you had a good point. Could it possibly have an adverse reaction where they just start, not reporting? It is possible, but I think the chief would slowly roll this out. After they send the letter notifying all the businesses that this is going to be happening, you need to show up. It's very important. If not, we're going to look at cost recovery. If they still fail to show up, he'll probably, hit them with the $250, the automatic $250. If they continue not showing up, and we see if they're continuing to call in when they have thefts. And if they are, maybe he would increase it and then do the full cost recovery. And if they start then not calling in thefts, then we might have to reevaluate at that point, And maybe he doesn't.
Do we want to get to that point where people aren't reporting their thefts because we're punishing them?
If I can, first of all, and the chief I think can address this, the city of Aventura is utilizing it, and our understanding is it's been pretty successful overall. It's true there's the potential unintended consequences, but think of it from the business standpoint, it's not in their self-interest, ultimately. Either they're going to have to hire a private security guard, or they're going to have to, or they're going to, because they're not going to want massive thefts in their establishment.
Right.
Right, yes, sir. So, as you mentioned, Aventura has had success with this because it was designed to, they identified a problem that was happening at Aventura Mall where they were having multiple retail thefts. They were spending hours upon hours making arrests, and then those cases were being dropped because the retailers weren't prosecuting. So that's kind of what led to it in Aventura. And my understanding anecdotally from speaking to my counterparts over there is that they saw a reduction in the theft cases, and because they were able to prosecute cases. They didn't actually see a reduction in people reporting, and they haven't had to fine very many businesses, is my understanding.
Right, so in this situation, they're calling the police. The police, as you were saying, are literally recovering the property almost immediately, so they don't have the incentive maybe to prosecute the case. But ultimately, if they stop calling police, they're not going to get their items back.
Right.
And therefore, they're going to have a loss.
Right, and
So-
the message it sends within the community is it's okay to come here and steal, which none of the retailers want that. So they will continue to call
I think
us.
the benefits far outweigh.
And the result that we've heard through Aventura is that they've gotten the compliance and they're able to prosecute these cases.
Is it citywide or just the Aventura Mall?
My understanding is just the mall.
Just the mall. One other question. Let's say I'm giving a hypothetical, there's a battery within an establishment and the witness is out of town. Is that a separate than retail? We're talking
Yes,
something
that would be
separate.
completely separate and there wouldn't be cost recovery done through the ordinance. This is specific to theft.
Okay. Okay. Let's call the vote.
I need a motion and a second, please.
I'll move it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Vice Mayor Suarez. I have a second by Commissioner Fernandez. This is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience requesting to speak and no one in Zoom either. Commissioner Magazine on.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for September 3rd. That was item R5F.
R50.
R50 is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, year 2040 comprehensive plan pursuant to expedited state review process of section 163.3184 subsection 3 Florida statutes by amending the resilient land use and development element goal RLU 1 entitled land use objective RLU 1.1 entitled establishment of future land use categories at table RLU 1.1 to provide floor area ratio FAR incentives through the city commission warrant review process and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R50.
Okay, we got Commissioner Fernandez, and let me just, we have a lot of co-sponsors, Commissioner Suarez, myself, Magazine, and Bob. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the entire commission for joining as co-sponsors of this item that we're introducing for targeted land use incentives to make it easier to develop new educational facilities in our city. And we keep on saying how we want to increase the resident base in our city. Increasing the resident base in our city also means making more quality educational institutions available for the families that move into our city. And the goal is to streamline the approval process, provide more flexibility, and cut through some of the unnecessary red tape. We want to encourage investment in education, and by removing, not removing, but reducing certain regulatory barriers will help schools get built faster and in the right places with fewer delays. I'm going to recognize Tom. I don't know if there's anything you want to put on the record to explain this item.
I think, Commissioner, you did an excellent job. You summarized it very well. As you may have noted in the memo, this particular item had been approved at first reading on May 21st. However, due to an oversight, we did not transmit the comp plan amendment to the state within the required 10 days. So that's before you for really a pro forma reapproval of what you approved in May 21st. And then you would set second reading for September 3rd. And then tangentially, we're recommending that R5P, which is second reading of the LDR amendment, also be open and continued to the September 3rd meeting so that the comprehensive plan amendment at second reading can be adopted with the LDR amendment at the same time.
Thank you, Tom.
Can I don't know, no one's here, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Can you put me on as a co-sponsor because Commissioner Fernandez just admonished me that I'm the only person who is not. This is just incentives if you're going to build a school.
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm trying to bring a French lycée to Miami Beach and hoping we can get it done, and the more incentives, the better, because we do need schools. That's great economic development.
And I'll second the item.
Call the vote. It is a public hearing, and I see Daniel online. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi.
You're
Sorry
on.
about that. Daniel Seraldo, candidate for Miami Beach Commission. I was just curious about whether or sort of what the FAR change would be, including existing FAR currently and what would be allowed, as well as the maximum heights. If perhaps if the planning director could just share that with the public, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, it's.
Tom, do not take direction, only from the commission, please, okay? Thank you.
Well, but it'd be good to, feel free to answer the question.
Okay, at the request of the sponsor, I can answer the question. There is no technical increase in FAR or increase in height. However, the commission would have the ability to grant a warrant for a potential increase by up to 10%, not to exceed 5,000 square feet for schools. And similarly with heights, there would be the ability for the commission as part of a warrant to allow for a building height to exceed 50 feet or whatever the underlying zoning district is, whichever is less.
So the goal is to amend the procedure. We're not granting FAR, we're not granting height, but to the extent that a school might potentially need more height or FAR in order to make a school work, we are providing them with a more flexible procedure through commission action.
That's correct.
All right, with that, I second the item that was moved by Commissioner Bott, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Call the roll.
And there's no one on Zoom, no one on the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, on item R50. Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Bott?
Sorry, yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Mayor Minor? And for the record, R5P is being open and continued to September 3rd. This item, R50, is its second reading. Public hearing is September 3rd. Mayor Minor? He's a yes. Item is approved 7-0.
R5S.
R5S is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 46 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Environment, Article 11, entitled Use of Gas-Powered Leaf Blowers and Chainsaws by amending title and creating Section 42-249, subsection 1 or point 1, to be entitled Regulation of Noise Produced by Air Conditioning and Swimming Pool Equipment to prohibit noise on residential properties that unreasonably disturb the quiet enjoyment of a neighboring residence by a nearby resident, and establishing enforcement and penalty provisions, and providing for repealer, severability, qualification, and effective date. This is a first reading, public hearing. It is item R5S.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, very simple. To make sure that new pool equipment or air conditioning units that are installed are within a reasonable decibel range, so that people who are living adjacent to them are not impeded in enjoying their space by the noise coming out of air conditioning and pool equipment devices. It is not intended to require people to retrofit, replace the equipment that they have now. It is just intended to as things get repaired and you might need a new compressor or whatever, to make sure you've got something that is within a reasonable standard and won't impinge upon your neighbor's enjoyment of their homes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Okay. I understand that noise could bother people, but okay, so let's say I'm changing out my compressor. Now all of a sudden I have to come in with a permit and have a certain decibel size unit, do you know the cost of what that would increase the cost of a unit? Or, I mean, like, I'm a little concerned about this because, so you can't just call in and complain and say, like, hey, my neighbor's AC unit is bothering me, right? They're going to be in violation, correct? This is only for new units. But I just wonder, what is this going to require when you go to pull a building permit? And all of a sudden, if you didn't need a permit for an emergency repair at your home, just nobody's going to get a permit. That's what we're going to do. What is that? How do you know what's quiet and what's not? Is there like some sort of labeling? Is that going to double the price of the unit? Do you know that?
So good afternoon, Hernan Cardino for the Code Compliance Department. To add to that, just another point of distinction is we have no other decibel-based enforcement throughout the city. Our noise.
We do, you do or don't?
We do not. So that would require us to buy the equipment and to have the equipment calibrated and our staff trained for the special magistrate testimony.
So are you recommending this or not recommending it? Where's staff's position on this?
Again, it's going to require us to buy additional equipment, training, and there is no other, we follow the reasonable person standard on whether noise is unreasonably loud, excessive, unnecessary, or unusual. And that, I understand, has been held up in court in the 11th Circuit, sitting in its appellate capacity.
Commissioner Dominguez has to speak.
I might have misstated saying decibel range. It's the standard that we have now.
I'm sorry?
Audible.
Say again?
Audibles, if I misspoke about decibel range, this is not intended to have people go out and buy new equipment. This is, if you've got something that is an outrageous air conditioning unit that is, rattling the windows.
And that's what I was going to chime in about when the mayor called me just now.
Dominguez.
Years ago, Mark Samulin had brought an item similar and was trying to bring decibels, and that got shot down. It wasn't something that we could do. I think the county may have something for it, but it wasn't something easy. And where it stemmed from was on Belle Isle, there was a building that replaced their fan, their air conditioning, and then the outside fan used to be super quiet, and then all of a sudden, it sounds like a helicopter's landing. So the building next door have been in a feud with them for years, and it's still not settled. So moving forward now, doing a decibel system sounds like it's going to cost money?
Yes.
Because I want to be supportive of this, and if the item says decibel, then maybe we need to change it to plainly audible.
But I have to, if I could just jump in there quickly, I have to say a decibel system is objective. It is very objective. There's no question. When a calibrated instrument is used, the number that it reports is the number that it reports. When we say reasonable, what's reasonable to me is different than what is reasonable to you. Or when we say 100 feet, if it's audible within 100 feet. I might hear it within 100 feet, but someone else who might be hard of hearing might not hear it within 100 feet. But a decibel system, it is objective. And when I read this item, I read it in such a way. Who drafted this item? Was this item drafted by the city administration, or was it drafted by the city attorney's office?
It was drafted by the city attorney's office. Rob Rosenwald worked on the item.
Okay, because in the clauses that were placed here, it says the American National Standard Institute provides reliable and widely accepted guidelines for sound measurement and instrumentation, which are utilized to ensure consistent and enforceable compliant assessments. And this ordinance introduces a phased implementation timeline to ensure fair notice and informed adoption. It establishes a clear enforcement and appeals process. To me, this is exactly what we need. It takes away the subjectivity that we currently deal with, not only with this type of equipment, with all other types of noise that have been
plaguing some of our residential areas, coming from commercial areas, noise leaving commercial establishments. Why? Because the enforcement has been so subjectively driven by what is reasonable to me versus what's reasonable to you and what's heard at a certain distance. I much rather us starting to see this shift towards a decibel system, and I think this ordinance could be a good way to test it.
Commissioner Bott.
So I apologize. I did not pay as close attention to the language of this as I should have, and that's my fault. I will say that I think a lot of us on the commission, as even before we were elected as residents, have been frustrated by the fact that we keep getting told that we can't have decibel measures for mufflers or music outside or whatever because it's too hard to enforce because there's so many other competing factors to determine where the music or the noise might be coming from. In this case, however, I think it's pretty clear. There's either a very loud engine going or there isn't. So I know money is really tight. I can't imagine we would need more than a couple of these units. I can't imagine we would need a super expensive couple of these units. If I would like between first and second reading to have the administration come back with an idea of what it would cost to buy 1 or 2 handheld units. They don't have to be super top of the line. I'm sure we can get them on Amazon to see how it goes. And learn from it. And I'm sure training people won't be that hard. People do much more complicated things with drones in their own private time. So how hard can it be to use a handheld decibel reader? Let's find out what the costs are. And if we want to institute this as a pilot program to see how useful it is, I would be willing to entertain that. But let's finish this conversation in a more concrete way. I agree, Commissioner Fernandez, that I would love to see us move to a decibel measuring city the way other cities around the world seem to be able to do.
Yeah.
Philadelphia does it, Paris does it, why can't we? So let's start with something that is cut and dry.
Makes sense. And even to your point, when you go to destinations around the world, even in nightlife establishments, they regulate it so well where you see there's a display that shows you the decibel of the music that helps them self-regulate and self-police the noise that is being created by their establishment. And so I am so grateful that you have taken this initiative forward, Mr. Attorney. I would like us to start working on legislation now that we have creating precedent with this ordinance, but let's start working on legislation so that we can look at some of our other enforcement mechanisms as it relates to noise to see how can we start, if this works well, start transitioning to decibels for the other areas. Using objective criteria.
Would this require, if you're for a new home build, would there have to be an inspection for this decibel reader for an air conditioning? Maybe Tom can answer that.
If it was something that was included as part of the permit, then I would imagine that the inspector would have to verify that the decibel reader has been installed and is working correctly.
So if it's a new home build, every new home is going to have an air conditioning. That is going to add another layer of review. And with code or planning or building.
It would probably be code or building because it would have to be installed in a manner consistent with the criteria in the ordinance. And it would have to be somebody with expertise in ensuring that the decibel reader has been properly calibrated and is working correctly.
So what is the threshold decibel? Because let's say it's a very large home and the air conditioning rises maybe 1 decibel over the threshold. And where is that decibel reading being taken place? Is it being taken place from the neighboring property? Is it 5 feet away? So
yeah, the reading's taken from the decibel from the property line. It is the at levels that rise for single-family homes, starting at the quietest for single-family homes, then going through multifamily residential, and then commercial industrial, with each being allowed a little bit louder. and it is 55, 60, and 65 decibels, which our research showed was what modern equipment at the quiet to moderate rating.
When you mean our research, whose research?
My research when I wrote this.
Okay, so, look, generally I am supportive of this, but what I don't want to happen is add another layer to the building permit process, and I don't feel comfortable having a city attorney tell us what the decibel should be. I think it should come from building, or planning. They say this is what the average decibel reader for an air conditioning or pool equipment should be, not from legal. But I want to be cautious because, this is going to add another, it's going to add another layer of the permit process. I certainly don't like to hear loud equipment, but I just want to know, I want to be very thoughtful on this. I want to make sure we're thoughtful on what is that threshold.
So I would like to suggest, if I may, excellent points. Nobody's trying to put in an additional layer of complication. You need to have a permit to build a home, install a pool. All those things are permitted processes anyhow. I think perhaps one of the things to consider is that in the permit guidelines, there's a, best practice. This is what we expect you to install. Every piece of equipment that is sold, whether it's a dishwasher or, a generator, tells you what their ratings are. And so that is not a complicated thing to do. And so if we state in the permitting process guidelines, this is what's allowed in this neighborhood, my vote would be that the person is given the benefit of the doubt that here's a sticker on the piece of equipment, check. So there's no additional level of anything that has to happen. It's just, hey, this is a brand new piece of equipment, here's a star rating, here's everything else, this falls within the guidelines, not a problem. If in 6 years it becomes a problem, that's a different conversation. I would also suggest, if I have to go back and look at my notes, but I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe Miami-Dade County or the city of Miami already has legislation along these lines, perhaps that we can base our levels at to make them commensurate so it's not crazy complicated and we're not extrapolating. And we have a good basis that if it's working in Miami, it's likely that it would work here. And I think this, I think there's some refining that needs to happen between now and second reading, but I think it's worth getting it right.
And also, you said the property line. Where from the property line? I mean, are you, it's measured from the property line. Where in the property line is it measured from?
At the closest spot between the property line and your neighbor's property line.
That could be 5 feet, right? I mean, that's a setback.
Correct. I think that the goal of this is if you were going to put, and the way this came about was a resident complained about a unit that was put in almost right at the property line and was super loud. And so the idea being, if you're going to build so that your unit is right at the property line, then you really need to buy a quiet unit. And if I could just add,
if I could make a friendly suggestion, instead of making it part of the permitting process, maybe it could just be a process where it's proactive. If someone has an issue, they call in and they say, okay, is that the
one of the first things I was going to say is this isn't drafted as part of the permit process. This is drafted as part of our noise ordinances. It is not part of the main noise ordinance because that has been approved by the courts and is not based on decibels. And in that broad circumstance, we do not recommend moving to decibels for a variety of reasons that I can get into with you individually or when you want to have a long discussion about that. But in this case, our noise violations are complaint driven, and this would be no different. If your neighbor calls and says the air conditioner is too loud, code would go out, do a decibel reading, and there's a fine associated with it if you are too loud.
And just to follow up, it just sucks that that we may potentially pass this against our own residents, but we don't have any ordinance against businesses that consistently make a lot of loud noise. I don't know if this is like necessarily the right place to start against, you know, neighboring properties. I would have rather prefer having what Commissioner Fernandez is suggesting, a decibel-based objective system before we go with this. But I guess we could just see between first and second reading, you know, what the
If it's the
thresholds
desire,
are.
if it's the
for
desire, if it's the desire of the commission, we can switch to a reasonable level sound, plainly audible at the property line or something along those lines. Would also be a fine standard and one that some do use. The last thing I wanted to add was that the numbers that we do use, although I did research and see that those are the numbers for new equipment, they are also the same numbers that the city of Miami uses in their almost identical ordinance.
Can I? just
Yeah,
ask one
Commissioner
question?
Rosales, and let's call a vote.
So if we pass this today, it just gives it gives code compliance a tool if somebody's AC is noisy or their pool equipment is overly noisy, which could happen at the end of a useful life of any of these units. Is that all this is? We are not imposing anything on anyone who wants to replace a unit. We are not going to wait for an inspector to come out with their decibel machine, right? We're not adding anything to the planning or building process, right? Is that what I'm
It's
reading
only
in here?
newly installed and it's not part of the building or permit process. It's if you get it, if your neighbor complains and says this pool equipment's keeping me up at night, we can go out and see if newly installed equipment is too loud. And that way, people, if they've already installed it and they have super loud equipment, they're not penalized until they get around to.
If I
But
may,
but let's say that let's say an AC unit breaks, single family home. My unit breaks, the guy comes out and says, you know what, I need to pull a permit to replace this unit. I don't know, is it required for replacement of AC? No? There's nothing required.
Replace a pool pump or a AC equipment? Yes, you need a permit.
Okay, so the AC guy comes out and he says, I'm gonna go pull the permit. Does he have to do anything extra?
if I may.
Are we passing any expense at all onto residents?
If I may. The way that the ordinance is drafted, it applies only to newly installed equipment. So back to the question about if somebody calls, if you have existing equipment, but you purchased it 2 years ago, you're not going to be liable for a violation. This will apply from and after January 1st of 2026. So we will need to engage in an educational campaign to let folks know that if you are installing new equipment from and after January 1st of 2026, you will need to buy equipment that complies with these standards, or you could face violations.
How do they
I mean, isn't there an assumption that all AC units that are being sold on the market right now are reasonable units? I mean, who's gonna, are some, I don't know, I'm not an expert in AC units. Have you, Vince? I mean, are you recommending this policy? And what will it
I don't
require
have
for you to
anything in the
enforce?
building code to regulate noise outside of an alarm. That has to be 85 decibels at 10 feet from the source. That's the only
So this
provision I
doesn't
have.
affect you at all, right, in the building department, at all? It just
No.
gives you a tool. I'll support it then. If it's not going to pass along any expense to people and it's just an educational campaign and there's no extra step in the building process and we're not creating red tape, is that true? Yes to all of these things?
If
You
I
guys are
may,
recommending this?
again, a person who purchases or installs a new air conditioning unit or pool pump after January 1st of 2026 would need to be mindful of this ordinance, because the last thing you want to do is install equipment that will violate the decibel requirements, because then you're going to be subject to fines. So I believe that the research that Rob conducted suggests that most equipment that is out there today will be in compliance with these decibel. But I think between first and second reading, we could work with staff to ensure that these standards that we are including, or that have been included in the ordinance, are reasonable based on equipment that is available today.
Can we also, by second reading, can we also have a test here in chambers of like what, because it's going to be 5 feet, right? That would probably be the minimum. Whatever you're recommending, what is that threshold?
Sure, we could do that.
Okay.
I mean, the decibel levels here, like 60 decibels is generally the sound that a refrigerator makes. 70 to 80 decibels is the sound of a vacuum cleaner.
And so what is the threshold that you're recommending?
For residences, 55 above ambient, which means with it on and with it off.
Let's work this out between readings. Let's call the vote.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm amused at all of this because let no good deed go unpunished. We are trying to help keep Miami Beach quieter, and if it leads to a more codified way to approach sound issues across the city, because we learned that, in fact, we can use decibel readers to manage this issue that is a chronic quality of life annoyance to our residents and our businesses. You know, there's been a lot of good points raised. Let us rework it between now and September, and, you know,
Let's call the vote.
it's amazing.
Thank you all for coming up here.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bott and a second by?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I heard
I'll second.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
And, I'm sorry, it is a public hearing, and I have Daniel Seraldo on Zoom. Mr. Seraldo, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. This is a great ordinance. Thank you to the sponsor. We must protect our residents from commercial intrusions like oversized McMansions and Airbnbs, which cheapen our neighborhoods and impact our quality of life. The recent understory ordinance is leading to even more spec home teardowns. We must protect our tax-paying homeowners whose quality of life is under attack. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller has a screen name of Zoom user. Identify yourself, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Jane Klopp, 1390 Ocean Drive. I'm surprised my name didn't come up for some reason. I'd just like to make a comment. I'm a designer. I've worked many apartments, soundproofing them, and dealing with sound issues in New York, where everybody lives on top of each other. And the first thing we do is we strip out the apartment to demo it, and then we bring in a sound engineer. And they have decibels do not measure anything. They measure sound in the air. There's a more complex problem here of vibration. Vibration goes into the ground, and if you have a neighbor that's close to your unit, that vibration travels and it comes up into the foundations of the buildings. There is a meter that measures and identifies every single frequency and where that frequency is coming from. So you're not getting ambient sound from cars and traffic. That is the accurate way to measure sound that annoys a neighbor. So this whole decibel issue, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't identify the problem, and it doesn't create an accurate measurement of vibration. It's the vibration that comes up into your bedroom at night, not the sound in the air. So, I've written to you guys before about this. There are special meters and special training that reads these meters and identifies every single frequency and where it comes from. And that's what you need to focus on to mitigate sound. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jane.
I see no one else in Zoom and no one in the audience requesting to speak.
Call the vote.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for September 3rd. That was item R5S.
R7B.
R7B, it is a public hearing. City Commission warrant request for 3611 through 3651 Collins Avenue. R7B.
Mayor, if I may, since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, I need to swear in any witnesses who will be testifying today, including staff. So if you intend to speak on this item, please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and kick this off, and then I'm gonna turn it over to the applicant because this is a private application that has been filed. But as the commission may recall, when the Resiliency Code was adopted in 2023, there was a warrant process that was instituted. And this warrant process gives the city commission the ability to grant some latitude for certain elements related to the land development regulations, such as a slight increase in building height or a slight reduction in setbacks. The application herein is for a reduction in the sum of the side yard setbacks for a development project that has been recently approved by the Historic Preservation Board. It's important to note that what's before you is solely the request for a warrant for a reduction in the sum of the side yard setback requirements. There is nothing else that's before you with regard to the development, as it has already been approved by the Historic Preservation Board. As you'll note in the commission memo, we have provided a description of the request, which is basically a reduction by 8 feet of the sum of the side yard setback requirements. We've also determined that the warrant is appropriately before the commission, and most importantly, that pursuant to section 2.7.1, the proposed warrant does satisfy the criteria that is required for the commission to take into consideration. As such, the administration is recommending approval of the warrant for the property at 3611 and 3621 Collins Avenue.
Tom, before we get into the application, and Mr. Meyer, is it okay if I ask a question, or the applicant can go? It's up to you.
Please.
Nick, if I could call you, we've been getting some emails, and in fact, we heard somebody during Sutnick that I believe said he's a commission candidate, essentially saying, don't vote for this because we want to save the historic structures on this site, and we've been getting lobbied to do so. I started going through some of these emails late last night and this morning saying, please save these historic structures, vote no for this warrant. And then I read through your email that seemed very specific about reasons why we could vote against this warrant. And full disclosure, since we're in a quasi-judicial hearing, I called you and I said, how tied are our hands here? And essentially I go, Nick, would I be able, reading through your email was very, very descriptive about why we could or could not vote against this warrant. I said, Nick, if I said, I woke up this morning in a bad mood, I'm cranky, I want to vote against this, would that be improper?
So if I guess I would start by saying the commission's hands are not tied, right? You still have the authority, independent authority, to make a decision on this application. But your decision, because this is a quasi-judicial matter, you're not in a policy setting role in this hearing. You're applying policy to a particular application. So your decision has to be made based on the criteria in the code for the granting of a warrant, and it has to be made based on the evidence before you, which is everything in your agenda materials, the presentation you heard from the planning director, and the presentation you'll hear from the applicant, and the testimony and evidence that you'll hear during the public hearing. So your decision ultimately has to be based on those things. What's before you is a very limited issue, which is a request for relief from the sum of the side yards setback for this development. The Historic Preservation Board has approved a certificate of appropriateness for the overall project, and the demolition, the proposed demolition of existing buildings on the site the applicant has applied for pursuant to the Resiliency and Safe Structures Act. So neither the certificate of appropriateness for the overall project nor the proposed demolition of the two buildings on the site are before you. The only thing before you is the warrant for relief from the sum of the side yards setback.
So some of the email campaign that we've been getting and what was suggested during Sutnick Hour is if we would essentially say, you know what? Well, the emails and the gist of that were vote against this warrant, save these historic buildings. If we would sit here and say, you know what? I want to save these historic buildings, so I'm going to vote against this warrant because I think it gives them a greater chance to be saved. Is that within the described criteria that we could make this decision on?
No, it's not. If you wanted to vote for or against the granting of the warrant, you would have to make that decision based on the criteria for the warrant. Has the applicant substantiated that they should
So
obtain
what
the
we're being lobbied to do is improper, and we even used even stronger words when we were debating back and forth earlier today. And if we would sit here and say, you know what, we want to save these historic buildings, we're going to vote against this warrant, then what would be the process? What would happen immediately after that?
One of two things: either the applicant would need to redesign the project to comply with the code without the warrant, or the applicant could seek review of the city commission's decision by petitioning to the circuit court, essentially by appealing your decision.
And
they could also request a variance from the sum of the side yards. setback.
And in your calculation, that would be an easy win if we sat up here and used the reasons that we just laid out for voting against this warrant, given that that's not one of the strict criteria that you've outlined as to why we can or cannot vote on this warrant.
My advice would be to make your decision today based on the warrant and the warrant alone. That's the only thing that's before you.
Thank you.
So if I can just follow up, just to clarify one further thing. So the idea of using this as leverage to negotiate a better project, that should have happened at the prior quasi-judicial hearings from the HPB and whoever else. Like we don't have that purview to say, we'll give you the warrant, the way we do horse trading up here against everyone's counsel all the time. We'll say yes to the warrants, but really we want you to do X, Y, and Z. Like, that's not a thing that can happen.
Right. I mean, the reason the commission adopted a warrant process as part of the resiliency code is to be able to consider these one-off requests for relief that might improve the overall design of a project without having to go through the legislative process of amending the code.
Right.
So this is the first warrant application that's before you, but it's for that reason.
So there are a number of us on this commission who are preservationists, and this ship has sailed. We are preempted by the state on doing all kinds of things that would have perhaps made things better for us. We, at this moment, don't have a path to proceed to undo that, although we're never going to stop looking. And so it's not a question of let's save these buildings, because the die has been cast. If we, had made a different decision as a city, not us up here, but if the plans weren't approved by the other boards, the applicant could say, fine, we're not preserving anything, we're building a Live Local project, which they can do as of right.
I do think this property is likely eligible for Live Local. I would just say, what's before you is a very narrow request. The staff analysis analyzes the application under through the lens of the warrant criteria. The applicant will now have an opportunity to make a presentation. This is a public hearing item. The City Commission has forwarded me all of your ex parte communications, which we uploaded to the online agenda so that they're part of the record. And then after the public hearing, if the applicant wants to make a rebuttal, they can, and then you can deliberate and make your decision.
But so what I want to get clear is that this is not a reflection of whether or not we like the project, whether or not we think the building should be demolished. It is purely and solely about these very minor variances that are a more efficient way of granting variances rather than making an application or changing the code for an overlay district, as we like to call them here, that affect very limited areas. And so, because I'm guessing the reason why a lot of my preservation friends are in the audience are because they are very concerned about the demolition of these buildings, which I share the concerns. This vote will not protect, it cannot. We can't vote on whether or not those buildings should or should not be demolished. That is not what this is about. And what we are required to do to fulfill our obligations is vote on the very specific matter before us, not the validity of the project, not whether or not we like it, not whether or not we want to save one more of the buildings and get it incorporated. I mean, yes, obviously I would, but that's not what I'm voting on. And if I make a decision to say no to this very specific thing because I don't like the project, then I'm not fulfilling my legal obligation. Is that correct?
Right, again, you just want to make this decision based on the criteria of
Specifically
granting of
this.
a warrant, right?
I just want that understood, because I know that's why you guys are here, and it's so frustrating. I share your frustration, and I know I've gotten the same emails that my colleagues have, and I hear the frustration just, dripping through the emails. We all share it in the city. We have this gem of an architectural landscape that is no longer ours to manage. Be that as it may, this vote is specifically on some very minor variances on a project that is already approved. And that is what we are bound by law to do. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly, that anybody else who has a view on the project as a whole also understands the constrictions that we're under correctly. So thank you.
Commissioner Dominguez, and then Commissioner Fernandez, and we'll open up to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. And like Commissioner Magazine mentioned, all of a sudden last night I started getting so many emails, and I emailed you a couple times saying, aren't we preempted? And so I just want to share that I do share your passion for Art Deco. I appreciate the value of those buildings and preserving it as much as possible. But as Commissioner Bott mentioned, we as a city are preempted by state law when it comes to the demolition of these buildings, and the applicant previously submitted a demolition permit under the Resiliency and Safe Structures Act, and the city staff confirmed that the existing structures meet the criteria for the administrative approval under the law. And so the only item before us today is to vote on a warrant related to the projects required some of the side yards setback. And we're not voting on the demolition, strictly on the setback, so.
Commissioner? Please.
Okay.
Ethan Kazan, thank you for being here.
Is that on? We have a presentation, if it could be
How long?
posted. I'll try to make it pretty short because the staff report, I think, is complete. So, good afternoon. Neeson Kasdan and Cecilia Torres Toledo of Ackerman, as well as Tracy Slavens and Mike Llorente of LSN, representing the applicant. Also with us today is Brandon Hall, the lead architect, who I will turn it over to in a moment, and Steve Abdikov, a consulting architect. I think you had a very fulsome, honest, and accurate discussion of the legal posture of this matter, so I will not go into that. What I would like to say before bringing Mr. Hall up is that this project is a magnificent addition to that part of Collins Avenue. It fits in terms of character and scale with the rest of the neighborhood. It was approved unanimously by the Historic Preservation Board and has received the strong support of all the neighboring properties. We'll distribute now, and you may have received before, letters of support, including from the Faena House Condominium Association, also from the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. The representatives of Beach House 8, the neighboring property, are here, and I think you'll also hear from the representatives of the Caribbean Condominium Board. And you will see that they are all, as well as individual letters from the pioneer in that area, Alan Faena, and Jimena Caminos, who's been a major force in the art scene in that area and in Miami Beach. Everyone is welcoming this beautiful new addition to this neighborhood. So with that, you have the staff report. The staff report shows how we meet all of the necessary criteria. This is truly a very minor request, which is result only of the fact that the property expanded by 50 feet when Beach House 8 was included by covenant in lieu, and that therefore increased the size of some of the side yard setbacks. So we're talking about basically 8 feet here, and you will see the design that Brandon has come up with is the best for the site, for the neighborhood, and consistent with the design principles that have guided the beautiful buildings in that neighborhood. I'll introduce Brandon. Brandon was for many years one of the senior partners of Lord Norman Foster. He is also the architect who designed Faena House and many other famous buildings in America and abroad. And Brandon, if you would take over and briefly take them through the request.
Thank you, Neeson.
Commissioners? Sorry.
Sorry.
I think you guys have the votes. I mean, we're good.
Yeah.
Let's go to public comment and let's wrap this up. So I'll spare you.
I'm good with that.
I wouldn't mind seeing is there more
We
than
got
this
so
one
much
slide?
items on the agenda.
There's very little. I mean, I'm not doing an architectural presentation. This is diagrams and dimensions. It's a common sense argument. Basically, we're taking an area because Beach House 8 has got a non-conforming setback of 7'6". Instead of putting it on 36th Street, where you've got a public car park, setbacks are for light and air, as Roy France always said. What we're doing is taking that 8 feet deficit and putting it between Beach House 8 and our new building to get light and air between buildings. View corridors, light and air. That's what it's about. You don't need it on 36th Street. And we're increasing the setback from 4'9" to 16'6" on 36th Street anyway, which we would do as of right anyway. This is just an anomaly of the situation, and we're doing a common sense move.
Is it a better project because of it?
Much better. I mean, it's, as an urbanist, as an architect, it's a common sense urban response to an anomalous situation. It's very simple. And I can go through the diagrams, but
The
in the
neighbors.
interest of time,
Yeah, let's hear public comment. We'll bring it back here if we think it's necessary to hear from you. Obviously, I can't predict how we'll go. We'll go back to you.
All right.
Let's hear public comment.
If there's anyone in the audience requesting to speak, please approach the podium. I'm going to call Steve Gabinski first. Mr. Gabinski, please state your name and then I'll swear you in.
Hi, how are you? My name's Steve Gumbinski. I'm president of the Caribbean Condominium Association.
Thank you, sir.
I
Before
also-
you go on, do you swear or affirm that any and all testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
I also was president of Lincoln Road Business Improvement District. I renovated 900 Lincoln Road, bringing it up to its 1925 storefront. We also have an historic building in the Caribbean condo. I couldn't agree more with the need to have historic buildings. But I live next door to the 2 existing structures, and they are dilapidated buildings that add, in my opinion, no architectural value and are a real detriment to the community. This is a beautiful project that will definitely enhance the neighborhood. And more importantly, I've looked at the architectural diagrams closely, and I believe there is an architecturally significant need for the setback. We can talk about preservation, but we shouldn't talk about preservation in a vacuum. And I wanted the commission to feel more comfortable to know that they're creating a beautiful project, and what's being saved is simply, in my opinion, and many people's opinion, not worth saving, or you wouldn't have had the Mid-Beach Association and other communities support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Daniel Seraldo. Mr. Seraldo, before you begin, do you swear or affirm that any and all testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do, thank you. So Daniel Seraldo, candidate for Miami Beach Commission, but I'm also the previous executive director of the Miami Design Preservation League. And I remember it was probably a couple of years back when I met with the owners of this property and saw a plan that included the adaptive reuse and partial demolition of these 2 properties, the historic Coral Reef and the Patrician Hotel, which, by the way, the Patrician is a Roy France building. And just like the Versailles and the National Hotel, these are amazing buildings. I understand Mr. Gambinski's point that in his opinion, they don't look that great, but it's not really our opinion that matters. It's the National Register of Historic Places that these buildings are on, and they're also in local historic districts. So it's unfortunate. It sounds like the vote's already been made, although it was supposed to be quasi-judicial. We heard that folks up there are already biased towards supporting this. I do know that there is a way to save these buildings, but it seems like this commission has been defeated, and just another example of our history being trashed while there's platitudes sent out on emails about actually caring about it. So please vote no. Thank you.
There is no one on Zoom. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? Neri, please state your full name first.
Yes, my name is George T. Neary. I'm the interim executive director of the Miami Design Preservation League.
Let me swear you in. I'm sorry, I don't know if.
Yeah,
you did?
I was sworn in
Got it.
already.
Perfect.
And I just want to say, as I said at the Finance Committee, it's deja vu all over again. I served from 91 to 98, and the things that you've heard from the gentleman behind me, I have heard for 30 years. These are dumpy, the gentleman that just spoke. If I hear one more person tell me how bad these buildings are, we wouldn't have the Carlisle. We wouldn't have the hotels on Ocean Drive. I want you to think about 3 buildings. The Lenox Hotel, have you been in the Lenox? Fantastic. Was it dumpy before? Yes. What about the Greystone? Do you remember the Greystone? Was it dumpy before? The same stories I've heard then, I'm hearing now, and also the Esme. What a fantastic renovation. Someone took it, they didn't say, oh, like the gentleman, oh, they don't need to be preserved. You know, I want to say 2 things. I want to read to you our motto here. We are committed to providing excellent public service and safety to all who live, work, and play in our vibrant, tropical, historic, not future-driven, not but historic. And what we do is we listen to the glitz and glamour, because when you're born here, a lot of times you spend your whole life walking by these buildings, and they were dilapidated then, and it's hard to change your inner self because you've gone by them for so long that you think, oh, they don't need to be preserved. That is who we are. We just celebrated the 100th anniversary of Art Deco, the Art Deco capital of the world. So I know we can't now do anything about this building, and I'm so impressed with your questions. It made me feel that, you know, we're really looking at the future, and Art Deco is so important. But I just want you to know that the comments that I've heard since the day I arrived, and I can give you 20 more examples of buildings that have been renovated, that are gorgeous and wonderful, that people thought were dumpy at the same time. Thank you.
George.
So I echo everything that you said up here, and I know that, you know, ugly ducklings can turn into beautiful swans with enough tender loving care. We've seen it a million times. Go walk down Ocean Drive, walk down Collins. We see it all the time. As I stated in the beginning, contrary to what the previous caller said, our hands have been tied.
Right.
We are not in the grand scheme with the state legislation, but in this exact particular case, we are voting just on setbacks. And if I'm being given the opportunity to create a better light corridor and create light and air and space in a project that is already going to move forward with or without me, I'm going to try to help to make it better. That does not mean that I'm giving carte blanche to anybody, this project, anybody, to just come and say, oh, you know, it's got some spalling. We should really get rid of it. Or like the people who bought Jennifer Lopez's mansion, I forget what the address was, and said, no, it has to be torn down because there are cockroaches. Hello, you live in Florida. What, are you kidding? You're in a swamp. So, you know, I want to make sure this narrative that I'm hearing, whether it's from people calling in or people who are emailing, that we are just signing the death warrant to Art Deco and to mid-century modern and to all the other beautiful archetypes that we have in the city, that we are blessed to have in this city, that we are fighting like mad to protect, is nonsense. I can speak for myself. I can imagine at least some of my colleagues feel that way because I've worked with them on some issues. I would never presume to speak for all of my colleagues on this matter, but I can tell you for myself, that's not how I roll, and I will never be comfortable with what has happened to us. I will never be comfortable with home rule being taken away from us, and I will always fight to get that back. And where I can make a decision that makes a project that's already in full motion better, I'm going to make that decision. Do I wish it were being presented to us differently? I sure do. I'm sure it's going to be beautiful. I have no doubt of that. That's not the issue.
Right.
That's not the issue. Could it have been beautiful incorporating different things differently. I'm quite sure we have incredibly talented architects in front of us and a whole team behind you. I've no doubt that whatever the constrictions had been, it would have been a spectacular project. But this is where we are now. And so this is what we're going to vote on. And the narrative of we're condemning the entire city to death by demolition is false, ridiculous, and quite frankly offensive.
Mr. Mayor. George, if you could stay by the podium.
Commissioner Suarez.
George.
Yes.
I know you're the interim director.
Right.
Okay, but the previous director called in. Are you aware that the same group and the same representatives advocating for this project donated, I think, close to $10,000 to MDPL?
No.
Didn't know that? So, because when I look at the public records, this was, I think, done in February of '23. There was a large donation made to MDPL. And then the following year, or I believe the same year in that Florida session, we have this Florida Unsafe Structures Act.
Right.
And again, this is no fault to you, but where was MDPL and your previous director when this was going to the Florida State Legislature?
Oh, they were very much there.
Yeah.
They were there and present and
what
knocking the
happened?
doors with me.
Yeah,
And then-
and we
then-
got exemptions because of it. We got exempted all the way up to which street?
We got the Art Deco Historic.
22nd, 23rd.
From
We got
Fifth
an
Street.
exemption
one at a
up
time.
to
Yep.
23rd.
So if I can, I want
Listen,
to make the
MDPL is not
excuse
on
me, I want to
trial
make
here.
I want to make the point, because I've been consistent in the last couple of months that it's important to make sure that developer and special interest money stays out of MDPL. Okay.
Exactly.
Because this, again, we don't know where interests lie, what agendas are being driven. And so I think it's important to really stay transparent on that.
I agree, and also, as you know, they haven't been voted on, but the board is going to be approving very soon some new directives for the rules and regulations, and those things are going to be included. So those kinds of things won't happen again.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, George. Commissioner Fernandez. Still in public comment, by the way.
Is this building being demolished whether or not we approve the warrant?
Yes.
So whether or not, inconsequential of our vote today on this warrant, the building is being removed? Yes.
The site plan that was approved by the Historic Preservation Board unanimously, which they thought was the best design solution, urban planning solution, and neighborhood solution, would require the demolition of the two buildings.
Okay.
Which also happen to be structurally unsafe.
Okay,
and-
but, well.
And unusable.
Okay, so whether we approve this or not, the buildings are gone?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're discussing today is whether or not we want there to be an increase in space between two buildings, the condominium building and the proposed project.
Exactly, Commissioner, to create more light and air and a better overall planning for that block.
Okay. And so, because to the south, we have the parking lot, and to the north, there's a residential condominium building. And if this waiver is not approved, then in essence, the building would just extend further north, reducing the light for the condominium building to the north.
Correct.
Okay, so to the extent that we have to deal with a demolition of a building, whether or not our vote today is in favor or against, what we can do today with our vote is improve conditions for the neighbors to the north.
Precisely, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
You know, when the unsafe structures bill came the first time, we were all in shock because historically we had rights over demolition, and if you demolish, then you had to replicate. So it was a really bitter pill for all of us, Commissioner Suarez. MDPL was fighting like crazy in Tallahassee. I know that Commissioner Fernandez was up in Tallahassee. I went to Tallahassee. But there you have it. We got the preemption. Thank goodness we got the exemption up to 23rd Street. So in this case, all I can say is if it is not bothering the neighbors, and I did speak to people at the Caribbean who, and I know that you went and spoke to them, and if we get light and air voting for it, I mean, like, let's say that we vote now, right? Let's say that 3 of us vote no right now. Two things happen. What? The buildings will still be gone, and then there will just be less light, less air, and possibly a worse project for the neighbors, because I think the neighbors were fine with this design, correct? Okay, at least the Caribbean, I'm looking at the letters here. So, you know, that's where we are. But I mourn some of these structures. There's one of the 3 buildings that I think is a beautiful building with, you know, wonderful bones. That we're going to lose, and that's sad. It really is. But if we vote now, then we just send a message. It's hard to do business, and then guess what? Then people go to Tallahassee, and they're going to say next time you can no longer vote on easements. Then we don't even get to vote on these easements. This is really, literally what we've been going through, right? That's exactly what we're facing. So, you know, and the cost to do these. Look, I'm given the circumstances. Oh, and the fact that they built within the regulations of 200 feet in height when everybody else is asking for a lot more height. So when I initially looked at it, I said, well, at least they're building within what they could currently build. And that is a lot to ask right now, because we get a lot of pressure from people to go higher and higher. And I have had an item on the agenda for literally a year and a half about a 6/7 threshold on height that the mayor has not called. Not sure why. Should probably call it at some point.
By the way, it's funny I get criticized. Meanwhile,
I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that, as you know, so, please don't interrupt me.
No, I'm not
'cause
interrupting.
I don't interrupt you.
But no, the Roberts rules, if I am referenced, we've literally hit records of the amount of items I heard, and you're actually on the top of the list of items that have been heard.
Well, as we're saying, at a time where people are telling us we have to go higher and higher, and we've been trying to regulate that, and we can't. I like the fact that they're building within what they have. And by the way, Casa Cipriani is a fabulous brand. I mean, it's Milano. It's true. I mean, Milano, New York, Miami Beach. It puts us on this new map in a way that really is iconic for Miami Beach internationally, worldwide. So we're not getting some generic project. I mean, we're getting the best of the most beautiful woodwork and design and light and Norman Foster within our building code. So,
Okay, let's
that's how I
continue
see
with
this.
public comment. Jack?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. I'm Jack Finglass. I live at 7935 East Drive temporarily, and I'd like to comment on what's going on here. Former chairman of the HPB and longtime advocate for historic preservation. I'd like to quote my former colleague on the HPB, Scott Needleman, who never saw a variance that he liked. And for a long time, I criticized him because I thought that that was a very bad attitude to take, that there should be variances for some things. But this is a case, even a symbolic case, where it might be a good thing for you all to have a backbone for a change and vote against this. Because even though we may lose, and we probably will in the long run, this new building, which is fabulous, I think I'm an architect, and I think Mr. Norman Foster is a fabulous addition to the city. We have to have a backbone, no matter what the opposition is in Tallahassee or anywhere else. And we really need to stand up and take a stand permanently against the destruction of our city. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Everyone has spoken on Zoom at least once.
Please.
Hi, I'm Roger Goldberg. I'm just talking as Roger Goldberg. That's it. Miami Beach citizen.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Excuse me?
Your name, I didn't catch it.
Roger Goldblatt. Everybody asks that, I must mumble. Anyway, what I like to see has happened pretty much, the conversation of historic preservation. It would be nice, I think, as a citizen, to see a little more compromise in structures and buildings, things you can't save. We understand the laws. We are a vibrant MDPL. We want to show our face. We're there to help you, give advice if you want it. But anyway, thank you very much for what you say about historic preservation. I think it means a lot. Thank you.
Commissioner Magazine, and let's call the vote. Oh.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Julie Isaacson, 850 15th Street. Obviously, we've heard everything that you have to say, and we understand that there's not a lot that we can do in this particular situation because it's already been unfortunately decided. But I still feel, as Jack, I believe, feels, and the rest of us that are here, we do need to have more conversations about this topic because we are going to lose these structures one way or another, unfortunately. But there could have been a way to possibly incorporate the buildings into the new design. And this is something that I believe that we really need to look into more often. We keep coming up against the same developers, the same architects, the same people over and over. I've been a resident for over 30 years. I've been involved with the Miami Design Preservation League since 2011. I served on the board of directors and I've been on the advocacy committee since 2020. It's as what George Neary said. We keep hearing the same things over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Our historic preservation, our historic buildings is what made this city. It was falling apart, and all of a sudden, people noticed, and they painted it, and the entertainment industry came, and the video, and the modeling industry, and we have the largest concentration of Art Deco. You all know all this. So we are getting very tired of constantly having to discuss demolition. Why can't some of these buildings be incorporated into some of the newer designs? Thank you.
Commissioner Magazine, is there any more public comment? Commissioner Magazine.
I appreciate everybody coming out and sharing your feedback. Truly, I do. I bothered our deputy city attorney at 7:15 this morning with a phone call, talking about what our options are, whether we would be able to somehow drive a discussion towards incorporating, saving, things like that. And unfortunately, that ship has sailed, so I'd really like to bifurcate the issues into what's going forward. And I agree with Commissioner Suarez. It seems like the votes are there, but I do want to take this time because we're not going to see this project in front of the commission again. We haven't seen it before, to welcome you to our city. This is going to be one of the most architecturally significant and celebrated projects, not in Miami, not in the United States, in the entire world, right? We are proud and we welcome this moving forward in our city. I hope it's a great project because I see this big team that I guess has to be paid down here, and it's pretty big. So I hope it's going to be a great project. But kidding aside, truly, this is going to be one of those types like the Faena, where in 10 or 15 years we can't imagine what that area was like prior to Casa Cipriani coming to our town. This is going to be the American Riviera and a section of our city that was once left abandoned, and now with the addition of the Faena, Casa Cipriani, the Aman, this will be one of the most celebrated and recognized areas in the entire country and the entire world, and I look forward to that. So I'd really like to bifurcate the discussion about lamenting losing buildings. That ship has sailed, but really turning an eye towards celebrating what we have coming to our city. So thank you for that.
Are you moving it?
Yeah, with that, I'll move the item.
And I got a question for the city attorney, for Nick. So the Unsafe Structure and Resiliency Act is something that I feel very strongly about. For 2 years, we fought this, and we fought this very, very hard. We put a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of heartache into fighting this in Tallahassee, because it was in the name of safety and resiliency, but it really, what it was is a bill about demolishing historic buildings to create new buildings. And so this is the first application that we have that considers the Unsafe Structures and Resiliency Act. It was mentioned.
It's both the first warrant application before the city commission, and it's also the first demolition permit application under the Resiliency and Safe Structures Act.
And that for me is, we fought so hard against that. Am I allowed to vote against this because of that?
That would
Because it
be outside
invokes-
the scope of your review criteria.
So I cannot vote against this because it's invoking the Unsafe Structures and Resiliency Act.
You could only vote, the commission could only make a decision to deny the warrant on the basis of the warrant criteria. The demolition is not, as a matter of law, it's not before you today.
All right. That is what's incredibly challenging, is we fought hard against that bill. We spent weeks fighting this on the ground, dealing with people from different parts of the state, creating alliances, getting the protections for our Art Deco district from 5th to 23rd Street. But this section was not exempted, and we raised the alarm about these areas. And Nick, you were a pivotal part of helping us in our advocacy efforts and educating members of the legislature of the impact that this would have. And so because of that, I feel in my heart the right thing to do, to not be a hypocrite to the efforts that I fought for, to vote against this because of that. But if I do that, then what's the consequence?
I mean, the decision the commission makes today could be subject to challenge, right? Whether it's to approve or deny the warrant. This whole conversation will be part of the record.
So when I look
in
at the warrant itself having greater setback between two buildings, having more separation between two buildings, is a good thing. That part is good. What I don't like is that this is tied to this demolition. And so I absolutely cannot vote against this based on that.
You cannot vote against this based on the proposed demolition.
Okay. All right.
It is a voice vote, so all in favor, and the motion was from Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for your confidence in this great project.
Thank you. R9V.
R9V, discuss, take action, enhance measures, remediate charter vessel issues at Miami Beach Marina, R9V.
Okay, please, if everyone can clear the room as we continue our items. So, want to talk about the Miami Beach Marina. This had been an issue that came up several years ago where charter boats and some unruly behavior was occurring there. I took the lead on some items, but our commission in general did a good job of passing legislation. Our city did a good job. Seemed to clean up the problem for a while, but it's come back. And we've been hearing a lot, and we've all been hearing a lot from the South and Fifth Neighborhood Association, which we appreciate taking the lead and bringing to our attention. Please, everyone, if you can clear the room. Thank you. And we appreciate, again, the SOFNA bringing these issues to our attention and trying to work through it. So there's several items that I want to discuss today. Some of them are going to be, I'm going to be putting in an ordinance. The rules prohibited to bring the ordinance today, so I'm going to be putting it in an ordinance to come back. But then there's some other issues that are more negotiation issues that we'll deal with. And but let me tee up the first two items for the ordinance that I plan to bring in September. One is pushing back the current curfew times to 7 p.m. for the charter boats, and also increasing the current fines. And Mark Fishman, or maybe you, Mark, can walk us through what the increase in fines would be.
I mean, yes, I have here.
Yeah.
You want to walk through
So-
this?
Yeah, Mayor, as it stands now, I think the fines are for commercial charter vessel activity that's unpermitted. The fines are for a first offense within the preceding 6 months. It's $500. For a second offense within the preceding 6 months, the $1,000. Third offense is $2,000, and a fourth or subsequent is $5,000. What we'd be looking at doing, or what you'd be looking at doing, is rolling back the commercial vessel activity operating hours from 9 p.m. To 7 p.m. So it'd be prohibiting it from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. instead of now they can continue till 9 p.m. So it would end earlier, and increasing the fines to a first offense from $500 to $1,000, a second offense from $1,000 to $5,000, and potentially with looking at a suspension of a period of time of the BTR potentially for maybe 10 days, and then for a third or subsequent offense, a $5,000 fine as well, and potentially denying the BTR in the future.
What about the removal of the BTR?
The code doesn't really contemplate that. There's two different sections. 102, I think 371 or 372, and then 102, I think it's 381. But it's contemplated in the denial, but I don't know if it's contemplated in the revocation, but I'd have to look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bott.
Mark, can I ask you a quick question about that? Don't we currently have in our code about other BTR issues that if you're a third-time striker, you lose your BTR for 13 months?
Yeah, that's it. That was in the code that you challenged. I think we might be switching it now or soon to May, right?
Well, it was open, and the item was open and
Regardless
continuing.
of whether it's shall or may, but there is the provision that if you screw up 3 times, on the third time, you're done. And you're done for 13 months. And we're talking about that for a brick and mortar establishment, where it would be incredibly punitive. I mean, they lose their lease, all this stuff. Why would we not have that same standard for boats, which, it might be an inconvenience for them to lose their slip at the Miami Beach Marina, but they're a boat. They can go any place else that they want to. I would respectfully request that we look at making it that same level of punishment, because it's easier for them to go elsewhere. And I don't think that people who have historically shown, especially in the marinas, of being bad actors and not really caring about what they do as long as they make their dollars, they should be held at least as accountable.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I agree. We were trying to max out the fines with 1,000, 5,000, and 5,000, and look at suspending and denying and possibly revoking the BTRs. But we were just started looking at it, so I think that's something we definitely want to look at and want to do, as strongly as possible, because you all have had recurring issues at the marina with these charter vessel operations, just consistently, no matter how much you try and do, there still seem to be some issues.
Okay, two other issues that in my meetings and consultation with legal are not something we would put in an ordinance, but is subject to negotiations. I want to discuss those as well. One is potentially moving the pickup and drop-off to the Montes. And then two, about making the parking for marina only. I'll take that silence as acquiescence. So good.
I'm sorry,
We'll
I did
get that
not
done,
realize that was a
right?
question. I thought it was a statement. Yes.
So Mayor, we've been working with Suntex to move the drop-off and pickup to Montes. They're working to change all of the, make sure that everyone that's advertising no longer advertises because there's an advertisement that's gone out for the drop-off or the drive-in for the yacht club. And they're working on changing that. So I think that's something that is moving forward, but we can put that in legislation as well. But they're working to try to make that happen currently. In regards to the other issue that you raised as far as the parking, that would be a negotiation because it's in their contract, their agreement now that they control the first floor of the parking garages.
Is that being negotiated currently?
No, we have not started yet. I'm sure that that would be a negotiation where there'd be give and take, so we haven't started that.
We have a representative from Suntex here.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, good afternoon.
Any opinion on that?
I just want to give Michael Grieco, on behalf of Suntex, I just want to give everybody kind of an update. I've emailed you all collectively over the last few months, but just some updates on the charter activity. So Suntex, which is the master leaseholder, they took it over about 5 years ago. In the last 45 days, I believe that they have evicted 9 charters due to code violations or violations of the rules and regulations of the marina. We are going to be actively addressing any renewals on any of the commercial slips, and we'll be doing that on a case-by-case basis as well. Mr. Mayor, you and I met about a week and a half ago, discussed issues, and you had mentioned the concept of moving the pickup and drop-off to a centralized location at Monty's. We are now working on that, on the feasibility of that, just based on where the boats are, and whether or not the traffic can handle it. So those are issues that are being discussed internally, and
what's the timeline on getting that?
The answer is I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I can tell you.
I
I can tell you that March.
When somebody tells me that.
Hey, listen, I don't know. It's a bit. My favorite judges are the ones that say I don't know. It's the same thing. So, Mr. Taxis is on top of me. He calls me twice a week, making sure that we're moving on these things. So I can tell you that the city manager's office is. They're definitely ruling with an iron fist.
And I would only add that Commissioner Grieco talked about 9 that have been removed. They are currently looking at a list that we've given them from our efforts over the past 3 weekends. That's more than double that of it's in their legal department now looking at boats that we've violated, and we expect to have an answer within the next day or two on those additional charters. So we are actively out there and enforcing our rules. And again, we have a list of over 18 boats that they're looking at now to evict.
Yeah, and I know the city has, after obviously the South of Fifth folks brought it to our attention, then the city administration. So we do appreciate the police and code have stepped up in a big way. But obviously, we want to resolve this without having to use all of those resources 365 days a year.
Right. I just wanted to add, Mr. Mayor, one more thing that we have added resources. We have off-duty police officers that are working, I think, Thursday through Sunday, especially during those peak hours where we're going from sunset to sundown.
Is that recent? I know we had done that a couple of years ago.
We had done it, yeah, and we're restarting that now. So that's in addition to it. And
that's
reminding you, I live across the
happening?
Yes, and I want to remind you that I live across the street. I'm out there, I would say at least 3 or 4 nights a week during dusk. And I see with my own eyes not only the Suntex outsourced security, but I've seen aggressive code enforcement and police presence out there as well, because you've got the spill out from Monty's as well as folks that are just kind of coming through from the park, plus anybody that's coming off from any charters. So it's a lot to manage, but I think there's going to be some outliers where things happen, unfortunately, and we had a recent call, but at the same time, I know that Suntex is doing everything that they can do to be a good partner.
So just bring back, so it sounds like the garage has not been negotiated yet.
It has not, sir.
And is that going to start this week?
I think that the issue is that that'll be a negotiation where they're going to want to be able to get something, and then we go back to the negotiation. Probably we're looking at.
Well, what's the current contract say?
The current contract says that they control the first floor of all of those garages.
We don't have the ability to. I thought there was an opt-out, but
no.
And then the only other thing, Mr. Mayor, that I think is positive news is at the direction of the city manager, we now have a camera trailer out there where we do have some of our cameras out there. Suntex is also reviewing the ability to give access to all of their cameras pointing at the docks and the Baywalk. They're reviewing that, and we would hope to have a favorable answer that we'll have access to their cameras that we could then put over into our police station.
Is their coverage sufficient?
They have great coverage. Our coverage is limited. We don't have nearly as many cameras on each one of those docks. So we could either install more cameras on the buildings. That's something that we could do, but we're waiting to get an answer back. And again, we expect to have that answer one way or another within the next few days.
Any issues with that, you think?
Above my pay grade, Mr. Mayor. I know that the city has definitely installed a few more, or at least temporary cameras, specifically right outside of Jose's apartment.
The city gaining access to Suntex cameras.
It's a deeper legal issue that's above my pay grade, because, they are the master leaseholder, and those cameras are, technically private, and there's people that live on those docks as well. So those are issues that are, again, above my pay grade. So those are being made either. I have legal counsel with me, and we also have general counsel in Texas that they're the ones that are making those decisions.
Okay. So again, September will bring the ordinance, and I'd like to stay regularly in contact, Eric, about these negotiations. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Look, we are getting constant photos and complaints. And has that stopped over the past month since the last blow up where there were several incidences? Because the reason that we're doing this is because of the constant noise complaints, people vomiting, somebody going to the bathroom, and the planters. I mean, we get the pictures. And so how have the calls been to code of the marina for the past month? Have we been getting a lot of complaints? Because that's really all this is about. If you fix it, we won't get the complaints. The bad behavior. That's the reason we're so upset, is the constant complaining from the residents. And I understand them. Nobody that wants to, is on their boat or lives right there wants to, walk out their front door and see somebody going to the bathroom in the planter who's wasted, or wake up to somebody's vomit. You know what I mean? So that's the crux of this. And have we been able to fix it?
So Hernan Cardino again for code compliance. So I can give you some statistical information for the last 4 weeks with respect to licensing and conducting business without a permit on public property, and either departing or coming in after hours. So for the last 4 weeks, we're at about 68 violations for licensing and business on public property. For the illegal advertising, which means every licensed charter has to have their BTR, their business tax receipt, on that advertising and the embarkation and disembarkation location. We've issued 19 violations for that, because we did identify several that were identifying private property for the pickup and drop off. Those have since complied, and now they identified 300 Alton. With respect to the marina hours, which is departing either after 7 p.m. or coming in that charter after 9 p.m., we've had 18 violations in the last 4 weeks. Since January 1, that's been 24 violations.
Since January 1st? So we have 100 violations since over the last 4 weeks, or since January 1st? Those are two different. We had 87 violations in the last 4 weeks?
The 68 I gave you, that's the last 4 weeks.
Right, and what I can tell you is that every time that there's a violation and there's a legit code violation, we then do a review to determine whether or not the lease is going to be terminated. So just reminding everybody that, everybody in the marina, all of those boats, they all have subleases that go to Suntex. So they have rights within those leases, and we have to make sure that we don't create legal liability. We, being Suntex, doesn't create legal liability for themselves. We have received notice from several of the charters that we have evicted that they're contemplating legal action. So, our concern is that we've got to make sure that there is a code violation that we can hang our hat on before we evict somebody. And that's what's been happening. And as it happens, it gets reviewed by legal, and then they make the determination, and then they send the termination letter, and it's usually like, you're out in 2 days. I've seen the letters. I'm not part of that process. I'm just reporting back as to what the process is, but I can tell you that a lot of those violations were repeat offenders. So it was those 9 that we removed just over the last 45 days, and however many that we removed before that, those were all a product of a lot of repeat offenders that we just decided that were no longer supposed to be in the marina. So we can only police so much. We're not, as a Suntex can only police so much. But we work hand in hand. I'm in constant communication with Mark, with Hernan, with Ozzy. And they're in constant communication with our team on the ground, the ones that are actually actively managing the marina, to make sure that, we're not purely reactive, but we're also now being proactive.
Can we leave this on the agenda and come back at the next meeting and look at and see if the number of violations has decreased since we're getting rid of those 9 repeat offenders? Because if we remove those 9 people and we still are getting significant violations, then at some point Suntex has to become responsible for this or held accountable, because it's ruining people's quality of life. So I don't know what we can do legally to hold Suntex accountable every time we have a violation.
Well, we have the ordinance coming back in September, so I think that'll be a good time as we're voting on that to discuss what's going on. And also, we're going to continue this item because we have the items that are not going to be in the ordinance, such as the garage, the pickup and drop off that you're negotiating currently. So yes, this will definitely be on September.
I fully expect that when we come back in September, there will be a lot, it won't be 9, it will be a much larger number. And as we get rid of those bad actors, I think you're correct, Commissioner. I think that I've already heard that there's a change in the behavior out there from several of the residents out in that area, that they've noticed a difference. I think it'll even be greater in the coming weeks once we get rid of a few more of those bad actors. And everything that we've turned over to Suntex, they've been very responsive, and they've worked with us to try to deal with those situations.
I mean, it's in Suntex's best interest to have a secure marina, because nobody wants to dock and sleep on their boat or yacht in Miami Beach and have that kind of behavior. So, I mean, it doesn't make sense that Suntex is even allowing that type of behavior or those charters, because wouldn't you think that boats that are, the Miami Beach Marina is not cheap, right? What does it cost to dock it's an expensive experience. So, I mean, I just think that it would behoove the marina to secure your marina for the customers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, this whole thing is ridiculous, that the people who are paying these fees to dock at the Suntex Marina also have this deviant behavior that they're constantly dealing with. And we're getting the complaints, but it's really the Suntex. It's not us. And now you put us in a situation where, we're responsible. But, I mean, at this point, you're probably definitely in violation of the contract. Just given the fact that our laws are being violated 68 times in a month. 68 times.
You said it yourself, Commissioner. Laws are being violated. The people violating the laws are getting cited for the law violations, just as if you have a landlord that owns a residential property in Flamingo Park and they have a tenant that's doing something wrong, is it the landlord's fault or is it the tenant's fault? Did the police arrest the landlord? Did the police blame the landlord? No. They go after the tenant, and then the tenant gets evicted. There are processes involved. So I appreciate what you're saying. I'm in constant communication with not only everybody up here, but also the neighborhood association, of which I used to sit on. So I'm out there personally myself. But I will tell you this, that it's very easy to take a picture of a puddle and say it's flooding. Okay, 99.9% of the time, there aren't any problems. The problem is when there is a problem, there's a video or someone's going to take a snapshot, and it is what it is. And then you'll get a call, or Commissioner Suarez will get a call, and then he'll text me at 2 o'clock in the morning because that's what we do, you know. And this is what we do. It's fine. And I'm not trying to make light of it. What I'm telling you is that we're moving in the right direction. You know, prior to COVID, it was a different world. Okay, there was a model shift during COVID, especially when certain people locally and at the state level, it was letting everybody know how open Florida was, and they all decided to come to South Beach, and it was chaotic. And trying to unwind that chaos, people were overly monetizing the charter business. We've been trying to unwind that for a very long time, and it's challenging. And we have to make sure that Suntex is not creating legal liability for itself, and the city has provided us with legislation, with the tools to legally remove people when it's appropriate, when there's an issue, you know, and that's what we're doing. So we're trying to be good stewards of the marina and also being good partners with the city, and we will continue to do it. And one of the reasons they brought me on, I've only been on for, you know, probably a year now this time around, and it's because I'm boots on the ground in the area, and because I understand every inch of that baywalk, and I take it personally. I get upset when I get a call.
Thank you, Michael. We have Robert Selsum from the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just speaking as a resident of the yacht club who's been involved in these marina issues and been before you many times before. I just want to give you our perspective. This used to be a neighborhood marina. It was compatible with everything that went on. It was delightful to have it there. It was an asset to the community. We have been suffering absolute mayhem from the changes that Suntex has allowed the marina to become. And a simple fact that in a 3-week surge by Hernan and his people, they issued 161 violations, which is evidence of the mayhem that we have been suffering. So we are very, very grateful for the city, for the commission, for code enforcement, for Mark and Eric's efforts to help us finally bring this under control. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. We have a couple of callers.
Yes, first caller is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. I've been very involved in the marina negotiations or the referendum, and I appreciate that you're working with Suntex to take care of the problems, and Suntex is listening finally. The issue for me is that the contract that we had in the 80s that's still in force enables the city at the discretion of the city manager to cancel any contract sublease of any party in the marina. I'm afraid that if we change that rule, that would actually impact our position, our strength. Additionally, the parking agreement doesn't give them grounds, as far as I read the agreement, to the first floor. What happened during the prior administration, not yours, Mayor, the parking lot was given a 10-year agreement where pay by plate, and but the 10-year agreement was specific. It allowed a 2-year window where you can cancel, and then you're allowed to cancel every year thereafter, is the way I read it. So I would ask our legal department to look at the original agreement. I sent the language that enables the city manager to cancel any sublease at will, without reason. And secondarily, additionally, the parking agreement where we're enabled to cancel annually. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Keith. Keith, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Keith Marks, Continuum, president of SOFNA, speaking for SOFNA, and happy to reporting I'm not running for a commissioner seat. But I appreciate the efforts that, as Robert said, SOFNA has been working with Suntex and talking to Michael Greco and talking to Eric, and it's just, it seems like, as Commissioner Bott wrote to me, that there might be a light at the end of a tunnel instead of a tunnel looking at a light. We are showing, and there's proof that there are numerous bad operators, and it's incumbent on code to continue to do that, to ferret out these bad operators, to lower the threshold of, as the mayor has proposed, to 7 p.m., to up the fines. And I would recommend that we look at our power to say that if you have a illegal operation, meaning you're running a boat, you're taking money, and you don't have a BTR or it's expired, that you can cancel their lease. It's sort of, you're running an illegal business, and that's what they're doing. They're taking money. Some of them are actually doing it on purpose. They say they're private. They don't have a pleasure cruise craft, and they don't have a license. And so we have to do something about it. Lastly, I agree with Wayne. We need to look and cancel the pay for park arrangement. It needs to go back to marina use. I don't understand why Suntex would not want people there who are just there to enjoy the marina shops, the restaurants, Monty's, and go to the boats. So please work on the garage issue. Thank you.
Okay, this is a good discussion. The ordinance we'll bring back in September, and as we discuss, we'll also discuss these negotiation issues. Thank you again to our police and code that's really stepped it up, and really to SOFNA for highlighting these issues for us.
Mr. Mayor, we'll continue to keep you updated throughout the coming weeks on what's being done.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to our, well, actually, we have one more marina-related item, R9U.
R9U is discuss update on Miami Beach Marina lease agreement audit by Inspector General.
Yeah, so I brought this item. The Inspector General had a report, and I thought it behooves us where we're at as a city and moving forward on some of the findings and recommendations.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, Ron Mumad, Director of Facilities and Fleet. You are correct. The OIG did conduct a lease agreement covering, an audit of the lease agreement covering January 1st through December 31st of 2022. And they did come up with 4 items that I'll kind of highlight real quickly here. The first one being underreported fuel sales, totaling $2.3 million, which the city is due 10% of that for $238,000. The second item that was discovered was the underreported gross receipts. The amount was $2.3 million. Again, the city is due 10% of that for $239,000. The third item was underreported parking gross receipts. Total debt was $660,000. Reported was $165,000. Unreported recovered was $495,000. Due to the city, 35% of that would be $173,000. The last item is unreported parking receipts. Total $12,158. So the total there is $668,000 with a 3% tax of $19,000. The gross total is $683,000 due to the city based upon the OIG's report.
That's just 1 year? That's just 1 year?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And so what action is the city taking?
So as of yesterday, we did send out a demand letter to the marina itself, and we're waiting to hear about any response from them.
A demand letter for the payment of $683,000?
That is correct.
And how will we, and what does the letter say? A demand letter usually has a consequence if the demand is not met. What is the consequence?
Well, the city has the right to pursue all of its remedies under the lease and applicable law, so we did not specify exactly what we will do, but we have the same remedies we would have in the context of another demand letter. We reserve all our rights, basically.
And do we anticipate that these same issues occurred in other years as well?
Possibly could be, yes.
I'm getting a nod from you and the Inspector General. What are we planning to do about that?
We have another audit that we are going to pursue.
What year? What years?
We have the I believe the 24 audit, we're going to audit 24. I don't think we could do the 23.
And why is that?
I don't think it meant that we were timely on that.
What? Please. So we did 22, but we're not timely on 23?
That's what I believe, yes, sir.
Okay, and we can't go back to 21?
Cannot go back to 21, I believe.
Why don't we hire a special forensic accountant to go back since the initiation of the contract? Because when you look here, it says that there was a $6.5 million difference between the revenue that they reported to the state of Florida and submitted to the city. Is that that's illegal, isn't it? If you report, Joe, that's a manipulation. I mean, they're
Well, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Joseph Senario, Inspector General. I think what you're referring to
criminal.
is that we pointed out that the marina had reported I don't know, maybe $28 million in receipts for that year, but they to the state for sales tax purposes, but they reported substantially less than that to the city. The bone of contention here is that they claim that there were certain exclusions that they were entitled to make. We didn't agree. I don't think the city attorney agreed with their position. But so it's not a question of legality, but it's a question of whether they complied with the contract.
So it's a civil contractual issue?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think we hit on something because this is $680,000. And when was the inception of the contract?
Well, I think I'll leave it to our city attorney,
Sure.
but I think what we're hearing is that since it's a civil contractual matter, we may be precluded from going back past a certain amount of time.
And if I may, there was an audit notice sent because I was surprised when you said we didn't include 2023. There was an audit notice sent that included both the 2023 and 2024 years. Pursuant to the lease's terms, we do have limitations on what years we can audit. Now, we probably have sufficient information to extrapolate the claims related to the findings that were made by the Inspector General that we don't even need to conduct an audit. We could just extrapolate and apply the same findings to prior years, subject to a statute of limitations for any contract claims that would be applicable.
Are we planning to issue a demand letter for that as well?
Does this mean that they're in direct violation of our contractual agreement with them?
Pardon me, can you repeat the question?
Like, this $680,000 discrepancy, does our contract with the marina, I mean, would this mean that they are obviously in violation of our contract, or were these
Well,
mistakes?
they have replied to the Inspector General's report, and their position is that they are not. They've taken a contrary position. So right now, we've made a demand based on what the IG's findings were and what the city's position is. But, ultimately, if we don't reach a negotiated settlement, we would potentially end up in court to figure out what actually applies. But we're confident in our position.
And Joe, what you were saying is that Suntex is claiming that there were exclusions, so they're saying that they don't owe this money, or at least that was their initial position.
Yes, I mean, in general, the big ticket items here are the exclusions, and they have asserted that there are certain things that they're entitled to exclude from their gross receipts, and therefore, when they reported to the city, they reported, the amount of their receipts with the exclusions that they had decided to make.
And we disagree, and that's
We
the point of
we
contention.
disagreed. I mean, and
But presumably, those exclusions were also made in other years, so as Rick pointed out.
Yes, we have no reason to think that that there was any difference in the way they interpreted the contract for the number of years that we're aware of. In fact, I think we even may have estimated what we think, the total amount might be for the years in question.
Michael.
Yes.
Mr. Grieco.
Again, Michael Grieco on behalf of Suntex. Reminding you, I'm not legal counsel for Suntex. We have legal counsel for Suntex. I'm going to do a dance here a little bit. But I want to remind everybody on the dais, and I want to remind anybody else that's listening, that Suntex took over this lease, which was drafted on microfiche in like the early 1980s. It's still 90% of the lease language goes back to the 80s. And we took over, or Suntex took over, about half a decade ago. Prior to Suntex taking over this lease, the city was getting a check from the previous leaseholder for about $1.2 million a year. Suntex takes over, the city starts getting a check for $2.7 million a year. So from year one moving on, Suntex has more than doubled the city's revenue since it has taken over the marina. On top of that, every time that the payment is made, accompanying that payment is a full audit report that's generated by a third-party auditing and accounting, forensic accounting company that presents how those numbers came to pass, showing everything, open kimono, the whole deal, and actually explaining how it's calculated related to those pass-through costs. The big ticket item out of all of that money is the pass-through costs. I'll give you an example. The city charges the master leaseholder, being Suntex, one bill for water. Suntex then bills all of the subtenants for water because Suntex doesn't use the water, the subtenants use the water, right? Suntex isn't making money on this, they're just getting reimbursed for the water bill. According to the IG report, it's expected, based upon the interpretation of the lease, that the city is to give that Suntex is to give the city 10% of all of the money it collects from its subtenants for the water bill back to the city again. So the city gets paid for the water bill, then it gets another 10% for the pass-through costs for the water bill, and then extrapolate that out to all other pass-through costs that one could have as a master landlord. So I'm oversimplifying it, but there is terminology in the lease, and I'm not going to make any legal arguments. There's terminology in the lease, and there is a delta between what the city attorney and both our general counsel and outside counsel have interpreted regarding the language in the lease. So this is not about like the math not mathing or anybody hiding the ball. It's not like that. We provide full accounting. Like the audit report that the IG did essentially matches what we've already provided to them when we give our audit report when we submit our check to the city. So there's not a lot of difference on the math. There's a difference on how it's calculated based upon an interpretation of a lease. So there are 3 or 4 items in the lease where there's just not an agreement between my client and the city as to how those are interpreted, reminding you that prior to 2022, the city had interpreted that clause the same way Suntex does for 3 decades. And then in 2022, as a product of this audit, is now being interpreted differently. So that's where we are. It's not a situation where the city has a tenant on one of, if not its most important asset, and the tenant is hiding the ball or hiding money. That's not the situation. The situation is there's a disagreement about how there are clauses in the lease, gross receipts, and how that's interpreted. To Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez's point, when Suntex submits its numbers to the state, it includes everything, which is gross receipts and fuel sales. In the lease, fuel sales and gross receipts are separate items. They're pretty much walled off from each other in how they're calculated. So when you see the gross receipts numbers the OIG is talking about, those are going to be different than the numbers that are reported to the state because the numbers to the state include everything as opposed to the number that's being reported, and the exclusions are different for purposes of the contract. So that's why there's a disparity there. So if I'm not going to judge anybody up there, but I will tell you that I I would bet a lot of money that there's at least one person on the dais that has not fully read the IG report and/or has not fully read the response by Suntex legal counsel. And you don't have to break eye contact, whatever. I know that's the case because of some of the things I'm hearing. And I encourage you to do that. Just don't, all I ask is don't just fast forward to the summary of the IG report or, Rick, I love you, but, or a summary from the city attorney, okay? People are fallible and people are going to disagree, but there's always another side to that. And all I ask is that as we continue these conversations, understand that there's one side, there's the other side, usually there's somewhere in the middle, that's generally how it works.
Thank you,
But I
Michael.
just ask you to read everything and don't just take it for what's being talked about.
Okay, so, just by the way, so obviously we have the ordinance coming back. We'll bring this item back as well to see where we are in response to the demand letter.
Yes, I just want to make one clarification. Love you too, Commissioner Grieco. I do want to clarify that the city, you stated that the city has interpreted the lease in a particular manner for 3 decades. I don't believe that the city has ever taken a position on the lease or how it's to be interpreted until very recently. Just wanted to clarify.
Commissioner Bott, and then
So-
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So I'm not sure who to ask this to. I guess I'll start with you, Rick, and then we can go to Michael and the IG. How are we planning to resolve this so-called discrepancy on how things are being interpreted? Because, I wish it was $700 million. $700,000 is a lot of money. And so if there is a discrepancy, it needs to be resolved, and what steps are being taken to resolve it?
If I may, I believe next steps will probably involve some conversations between Commissioner Grieco's clients and the city and staff to figure out where we go from here.
And in what time frame?
I know that the manager and my office knows that this is an important matter, so we will work diligently to make this happen as quickly as
And
possible.
we're going to discuss it on September 3rd. So,
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're in a city that has a big budget, but not enough in our budget to fund the things that we've already committed to funding this past year. We're making tough decisions, and this is not a rounding error for us. So if there's a discrepancy, let's figure it out. Let's figure out how much is owed. Let's get it paid. Let's clean things up, and let's move forward in a manner that's mutually beneficial, ranging from making sure that Suntex is looking out for the best behavior from its tenants to continuing city enforcement and moving forward to make, as Robert mentioned, make this a community amenity that is happy-making rather than really horrifying.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I'm glad you explained to me the discrepancy between one payment and another. But right after that, in the IG's report, it says that they also underreported parking revenue by $167,000. Why is that?
No, that's another disagreement. So Suntex, at the direction of the city manager's office several years ago, made a move and this predates me, but made a move to monetize the parking and generate revenue, really more for the city's sake. This did not come from Suntex. But in order to generate that revenue, they hired a vendor to collect the parking revenue.
Mm-hmm.
So it's my understanding that the city's interpretation is that whatever the total gross collections are, the city's entitled to its percentage even before we pay the vendor its percentage. So it's another disagreement about how it's supposed to be paid. So let's say Suntex generated $100,000 in parking revenue. And let's say the vendor that collects it, whatever the contract says, the vendor gets a percentage of that $100,000 because that's how they make their revenue. It's not a flat rate, they get a percentage of the collections. It's just like, any private vendor that's doing parking enforcement. So the vendor gets paid, and then whatever remains, Suntex and the city splits. That's Suntex interpretation. The city's interpretation, I believe, is that the city gets its percentage regardless as to whether or not this vendor is entitled to anything, and then we have to pay afterwards. And actually, if you math that out, Suntex, I think, takes a loss.
Whether it was written on microfiche or a cave wall, I would think that the contract had something as simple as gross first net, no?
On parking, no, because the parking, the contract goes back to the 80s, but the parking agreement, it's only been over the last few years.
Our position is that gross parking receipts are gross parking receipts. It's what comes in. If they pay their, their contractor, then that's fine, but that doesn't reduce the gross receipts. So I think that's the
And
nature
Joe,
of the disagreement.
If, let's say it would come, we don't reach an agreement, it would have to be litigated, and we would come out on top. Then, of course, it's not just this 1 year, but even though we can't audit in years past, this would have been a recurring theme. Would we have any recourse the previous years?
Well, I think we estimated it's probably over $2 million, the total amount that we think is owed. So I think that's a question. I think, a lot of that should be within the statute of limitations. So I would think that most of that would be
Yes,
subject
this would be
to-
subject to the statute of limitations, basically, a claim.
And have we agreed now on the reinterpretation of everything from water to parking to all of these revenue streams?
Oh, no, there's no.
No, that's
No,
the
no,
demand letter.
That's what we're talking, I mean, that's
There's no
that's kind of where we are.
Yeah.
I think everybody's on the opposing 10-yard line at this point, and we've got to figure out who's gonna move towards the.
Okay. Well, we're going to be discussing this back in September along with the ordinance, and hopefully we can make some strides in resolving this.
Also, if you want to
Amicably.
use my moving goalposts and Charlie Brown football photograph, I can send it to anybody up there who feels like they might need it, or Rick, it's available.
Mayor, so we're bringing back R9U and R9V in September.
All right, thank you. R5U.
R5U is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by creating section 2-28 entitled Procedure for the Removal of Board and Committee Members to establish a procedure for the removal of a board or committee member and providing for repealer codification, severability, and an effective date.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ricardo, why don't you tee this up for me?
Currently, the code does not have a mechanism for the removal of members from boards and committees. And so Commissioner Suarez asked my office to work on legislation to provide a mechanism. And in a nutshell, there are certain provisions that require an automatic removal. For example, if a board member, I think that is the only cause for removal we currently have, which is related to attendance. But if a board or committee member is charged with or convicted of certain crimes, that will result in automatic removal. If a board or committee member has been appointed, is a direct appointment, then the commissioner or the mayor who appointed that individual can remove that individual. And if it's an at-large appointment, then any member of the commission may make a request to have the member removed. And I believe it's a 5/7 vote to remove any board or committee member. And I'm actually going to turn it over to Nick, who worked on this item.
Thank you, Rick.
Go ahead, Nick.
Sure. So the only thing I would add is that we don't currently have a rule in place for the removal of a board and committee member, except as to attendance. If a board or committee member fails to attend the minimum required number of meetings in a given year, then they are automatically removed. Aside from that, the city code requirements for boards and committee members don't really establish a process. So this ordinance would put a process into place where, with or without cause, the city commission would be able to remove a member of any of the city's boards or committees.
Okay, thank you. So without rehashing some of the issues that I brought up at the last meeting, I think when I think it's important that we do have at least a process in case that there is a sitting board member who raises concerns for many reasons, and we have the ability to remove that person. So I think I think it's a good policy in place to have as an emergency process, and I think with a 5/7 vote for at-large appointees, I think it's a pretty good threshold and consideration for the will of the body. And welcome feedback from my colleagues.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to the sponsor, thank you for bringing this item. I think it is a good safeguard for us as appointing members, whether it be us as an appointing body or individually, to be able to have a mechanism through which to remove members. Mr. Attorney, this establishes a provision that if someone has a felony, some sort of criminal activity, that we can remove them. Is that correct?
So that's one of the components. This ordinance gives the commission the ability to remove a board member with or without cause. It also provides for automatic removal of board members under certain circumstances. One of those circumstances, Mr. Fernandez, is what you were alluding to, which is if the member is arrested or convicted of certain crimes.
And then if, like, there are certain categories on land use boards where we require licenses, if they don't have the license, then they can be removed. They no longer live in the city or do business in the city, or they fail to meet, fail to attend meetings. That is automatic removal.
Correct.
No vote of the city commission is necessary. Okay. So then on the issue where on the issue where someone who is appointed to a board and committee by the city commission is brought forward to be removed, is there any criteria like unbecoming behavior or anything like that we're placing there, or is it for any reason? Because what I want to make sure is that what we don't end up with is, the planning board doesn't vote on a project the way that we want them to vote. And then we end up with planning board members being nominated for removal, or, with the HPB or the DRB. The great thing about the boards that we have, the land use boards, whether it be planning or historic preservation or design review board, is that they are independent boards. And that many of them do their work based on in quasi-judicial hearings, and their decisions, like us today, are based on criteria. And what I don't want to see is a situation where this policy ends up having members of the boards being brought to us for removal because of positions they've taken in their independent capacity. So I want to make sure it's for really extraordinary circumstances. It's an important tool to have, because we do need to have an avenue through which to remove people. But I really want to make sure that it's for unbecoming behavior, or like what we've seen in the past, hateful speech, or, issues of anti-Semitism, or, or that type of stuff.
Rape.
But I'm sorry?
Rape.
Yeah, or crimes and unbecoming behavior, dangerous rhetoric, that type of stuff. That's what I want to make sure, so that this policy is never misused or goes outside of what the intended purpose is.
So we drafted this ordinance to give the commission the ability to remove with or without cause. That's consistent with the removal ordinances that Miami-Dade County, the City of Miami, and the City of Coral Gables have. Obviously, the reasons for a board member's removal would be unique to that particular situation. But we wanted to build flexibility for any number of situations that may arise.
But like, for example, like going back to my point, like issues like, you know, findings of ethics violations. You know, findings of ethics violations to me is a reason why we would bring someone forward to be removed. Findings by the Office of the Inspector General of, you know, abuse of power or that type of stuff. I would find that to be reasons why to bring someone to be removed. Unbecoming behavior, language that goes outside of our of the positions that the city takes. But you know, I just want to make sure that this is not used to penalize people based on their voting record. So how do we do that? How do we put that safeguard?
I think a possible amendment would be for certain boards, for instance, the land use boards, which have final decision-making authority. The ordinance could be more specific and provide, you know, specific reasons for removal if that were the will of the sponsor or of this body.
Or
Commissioner Bott?
or perhaps, you know, you
Commissioner Botsman?
I share that concern. I don't want this to become a star chamber where accusations are hurled and it becomes, you know, like manufactured. I know there are a couple of instances where there have been significant reasons for people to get removed from their positions, and so in principle I support this, and talking with the legal team, I think it's been an oversight that we haven't had something like this, so I'm in favor of this as a matter of principle. I do want to make sure there is no ability for this to get abused. And I also want to make sure that if somebody is appointed and in the middle of their two-term appointment, for instance, they hit the lottery and decide they're going to retire, so they're no longer a practicing architect, let's say, but they're still an architect. And they're still living here, and so nothing's changed except they're no longer getting a paycheck or working for a living, but they're still qualified. That they're not automatically subject to being removed because of deciding to retire.
And so the way we've drafted it for purposes of automatic removal is if your position requires you to be a licensed professional and you no longer have that license. Some of our positions on the land use boards say you have to be a registered architect. Some say you have to be a professional practicing in the field of architecture. So it's really going to depend
But that's
on the
it,
position.
it's the practicing. So you're a professional, you're licensed, whatever, but if you're no longer practicing and that criteria is part of the job description criteria, does the fact that you have chosen to no longer be practicing in the middle of your two-year appointment then nullify your ability to continue serving out that term? It would be legitimate to say you can't be reappointed because you're no longer practicing. But for that duration of the two-year term, it seems like that is, I would imagine that's not the intended desire of this. And so how do we work that language?
I think for automatic removal, the way the ordinance is drafted is only if you're required to be licensed for that position. So that wouldn't apply to somebody who was in one of maybe the broader categories. I think to your other question about, could this ordinance be abused? The two safeguards that we built into the ordinance are that a member at large can only be removed on a 5/7 vote, and that they have a right to appear before the city commission before removal to make the case why they should not be removed.
Okay. Commissioner Magazine.
Well, I did lose $10 because I bet Commissioner Fernandez that you would for sure have a slide for this.
He's kidding.
There should be, I do want to be cautious not to almost have this contingent on hanging it over people's heads. You need to vote a certain way or suffer the consequences. So how about a higher threshold? Maybe that could thread the needle. We saw something egregious that we all unanimously agreed. That person that made such remarks had no business serving on a city board. So you would have had a 8-0 vote if it would have been called, much less 7-0. So what if that threshold would be 6/7? I'm not tied to it. I'm just putting it out there for sake of discussion.
I'm okay with that. I was also about to make the suggestion, perhaps, that, that you cannot be removed simply because of a vote, of how you voted on a land use board. So,
I think that with a higher threshold, I would feel more comfortable with that, because I think if something comes to the point where someone has to be removed in office, where the behavior, the action, the situation involved is so egregious that it really does merit the removal of someone from one of these offices, I think we will probably more than likely be pretty united in something like that. And I think to Commissioner Magassine's recommendation, I think a 6/7 vote, I think this is great ordinance. I mean, we need this safeguard. But I do think getting it right will make sure that in the future it sticks to the intended purpose, and I like the recommendation of the 6/7 vote.
and I just want to say thank you, colleagues. I mean, you're helping me craft this much better, because I certainly don't want it to be used against someone or to pressure people how to vote the way they want to vote, or how the way we may want them to vote, or special interests may want them to vote. So again, not to rehash what happened last meeting, that's sort of like the crux of why I'm doing this. And the fact that we don't have a process in place is kind of why I'm bringing this forward.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Thank you for this. We've needed this for a long time. I think that you can, okay, Section 1A is the city, you have, Section 2 is automatic removal by the city clerk if you don't, if you don't attend the number of meetings, if you don't have the professional license, if you're convicted of a felony, you're charged with a felony, or moral turpitude. But what I don't like is the removal of at-large appointees in Section 1B. I would say there has to be a cause, with cause. Why without cause?
There are any number of reasons why the city commission may want to remove a member from a board or committee. We looked closely at other ordinances that Miami-Dade County, the City of Miami, and City of Coral Gables have for removal of board members. I think that I would recommend including without cause. I also think that, even though we establish a process, it's not to say that a board member could not file a lawsuit challenging their removal if and when it happened. So I would recommend that you give yourselves the flexibility to remove without cause.
Okay. Then I think, and I don't know if we've been enforcing in the committees the attendance rules, but
We do,
we are enforcing them.
every month.
I think with that on those land use boards, the attendance policy should be even more strict.
It is.
It is?
Yes.
How many, you're one?
I
one
think it's 2.
You can only miss 2. And the only caution I would say on that is if we make that tougher, we already have, it's really challenging to recruit qualified members to the land use boards as it is. And it makes it, if somebody misses a meeting because they're out sick, then that would be their last absence.
Okay. Then-
Okay. Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing, and I have Mr. Seraldo requesting to speak. Mr. Seraldo, are you here on the board appointments?
Yes, thank you. And I know my name was mentioned in a prior item, and so I had my hand up, but I was not able to respond. I'll do that another time. As far as this one, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here to speak out of concern regarding this ordinance, which proposes a formal procedure for removing board and committee members. While I support accountability and high standards for civic service, I'm deeply troubled by the risk this ordinance poses for misuse and politicization. We must ensure our boards remain places for honest civic engagement, not battlegrounds for personal vendettas or political retaliation. Policies that allow for the removal of volunteers must be accompanied by equally strong safeguards for fairness, transparency, and due process. Without these, we risk turning public service into a liability, discouraging qualified residents from stepping forward, and opening the door to selective enforcement or public witch hunts, as I'm personally in the middle of. Let's be cautious not to enact a policy that could be used not for good governance, but as a tool to intimidate and silence dissent. Finally, I want to mention that I've been told by many members of these boards that commissioners have reached out in the past and urged them to vote a certain way. And so I hope that that can also be addressed either by this or a future commission to make sure these commissioners do not pressure our precious volunteer board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. State your
Hi,
name,
thank you.
address. and you
Patricia
have 2
Agnello,
minutes.
2555 Collins Avenue. And I have a clarification question for Mr. Nick. So when you say appointed at large, what does that mean? If someone on a committee is appointed by a specific commissioner, would that be considered at large or, I don't think so.
No, that would be a direct appointment.
Okay, so in that case, if you want to remove a committee member, who can do that? Is it the chair of the committee or do you have to go back to the person who sponsored that person?
Under this ordinance, it would be
Yes.
by the commissioner who appointed that member.
Well, the commissioner or the city clerk, based on a set of criteria.
Well, by the city clerk if it's for one of the
For,
automatic.
for direct appointments, but if you
Right.
were voted on by the entire commission, then your appointment has to be reversed by a 5/7 vote or 6/7 vote, depending on
Right.
if we made the amendment.
That's right.
So we have two different types of appointments.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it. And I like the bill.
One more individual, Stephen Cohn. Stephen, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Name is Dr. Stephen Cohn, 6365 Collins Avenue. I'm a newly appointed, newly voted in member of the Parks and Rec Committee, and I just have a question about the attendance requirements, because it wasn't clear to me when we spoke to the people at the last meeting. Are you allowed to miss 2 meetings, and on the third miss, you're kicked out? Or are you allowed to miss 3, and on the fourth meeting, you're kicked out? And why is there no opportunity to attend by Zoom and have that count for at least half credit? I missed it. I was out for the first meeting. I did it by Zoom. They said it didn't count. Second meeting, I was across the other side of the country. I couldn't even do it by Zoom. So then they said if I miss another meeting, I'm out, and I didn't even start yet.
The attendance policy goes by 33 1/3. You can miss up to 33 1/3% of the meetings. We cannot give you a specific numbers because there are some boards that meet quarterly, some boards meet more often, so it's based on that percentage. So that was the first question. I don't know if you.
And Mayor, if you'd like me to respond to the second question, under state law, board members have to be physically present in order to vote and to count toward the quorum and to count for attendance purposes.
Great. Let's call a vote. I need a motion. And the amendments were the 6/7. Was the other amendment not based on the vote also accepted? Yes? So as amended by Vice Mayor Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Rosalyn Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for September 3rd. That was R5U.
Mayor, I have items on consent and some
I'm getting-
timely map,
I
and
promise
one
you I can get
that
it to all
was,
of them.
okay.
I-
The consent items for the
Yes, I'm
Kitty
getting that, but
Campus.
If you can actually give me a little note of your items.
Also the
and I-
Piedra Portuguesa, I'll give you a note.
But I'm going to go to, Ralph has the first item in 14 years. We want to make sure we get to him.
Yes, sir.
C7D.
C7D. Let's see. C7D is authorized early voting drive-through drop box locations for general and runoff election. I separated this item. Mayor, I've taken it upon myself to request the supervisor of elections to extend the early voting hours for a runoff if necessary. Usually we have 3 days of early voting. For the runoff, those are from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I requested, because it's the same as it's during the Art Basel period, I requested that if they could please expand those from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to allow more people to possibly vote early voting, they have said yes. They have also said that it would be an increase of $39,000. I do have the money because based on the new ordinances that have been passed, I will not be advertising as much for the election as was used to before, so the money is available. So I just wanted to get your permission to go ahead and say yes or return to the normal 8 to 4.
Sounds good.
My recommendation is to expand it from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the 3 days of early voting for the runoff in the 4 locations that we now have.
At 4 locations? Okay.
Yes.
I support that.
Great.
So by acclamation, we can approve that?
Yes.
So I will amend the resolution to state exactly that versus how it's written now. So
Okay.
C-17 passes. And Mayor, also, we needed to vote on technically a vote on the appointment of the new director.
Yes, I'm going to get to that. And so really what we're hitting now is time-sensitive items. We had a couple of long items today, so I'm going to try to hit all of them that are time-sensitive. R9D.
I'm sorry, you said D, right?
D as in David.
David, okay. This is discuss, take action, set special commission meeting for final fiscal year 2025 budget amendment. This was requested by the budget director. They are requesting to hold a special commission meeting on November 21st. As you recall, any meeting between the election, which is November 4th, and the runoff election acceptance, which would be December 15th, can only be emergency matters. We do have a meeting on November 10th, but that is not early enough for the budget department to obtain all their financial data information to amend the budget. So they're requesting November 21st. I've given everyone a calendar that you have with all the dates and color if you wanted to use that. That's the date they're recommending. What we would be asking is if that date works for this body, what time do you want to have it?
Mr. Mayor, can I,
Commissioner Suarez.
can I propose the 20th of Thursday instead of Friday?
I agree with that.
That's fine.
Is it in the evening?
It doesn't matter. Anytime is good.
I can do that in the evening. This is not one of those 501 meetings?
No, this is just a budget amendment.
Okay. So 5 PM is 5 PM on the 20th?
November 20th?
That's fine.
So by acclamation, November 20th is being requested at 5 PM.
The 21st.
Is that late enough? Joe, is that late enough?
And just for the record, Tamika, this should be a rather short meeting, correct?
It should be, yes.
Just a budget amendment.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll move the approval of the special commission meeting for the budget amendment to November 20th at 5 PM.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I may be speaking at a mayor's conference about anti-Semitism in New Orleans at the same time. I need to be physically present, right? And what's the Friday you can't do?
Need a majority vote.
Is this,
My anniversary.
is this,
Can you find out between now and September 3rd?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So tentatively on the 20th then.
Okay. If-
17th is not doable?
It's too early. We
Too
need
early?
time to actually have the year-end numbers.
Yeah, the 20th.
and does this include like the
It's a
North
rollover.
Shore, the Normandy Shore Special Taxing Districts or just,
It just depends on what the commission brings up. I know you have an item to use the funds that we have at year-end.
because
but
if memory serves me right, some of these special taxing districts require a unanimous vote of.
This is this is really just the year-end rollover budget amendment that's done every year in November to close out. It's usually as late as in November as humanly possible. We
Okay.
can make the 21st was the recommended, but it can be the 20th if it's needed.
Got it.
And we just need a majority vote.
Right. This
Okay.
is just like a budget amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
So tentatively, we'll show Thursday at 5 PM.
Certainly, we would want the mayor to be here.
In the future, this is the second time this happened. Can we try to work this out off the dais? It's like, we shouldn't be taking up our commission time. I mean, obviously, we try to resolve it, but I think we could probably do it
Now I know your anniversary and Sharon's
Exactly.
birthday.
So I'm just saying, it's like we're taking up valuable time on administrative items. If we could try to do these offline, that'd be better. Okay, we good?
Yes.
Actually, since you're up
Yeah,
here already.
I think we have 4 other ones.
Let's do the budget items. R7, D, E, F. R7, I'm sorry, yeah, R7, D, E, F.
R7D, adopt Seventh Amendment to fiscal year 2025 operating budget.
I move the item.
Second.
Hold on. R7D is Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience on R7B. If no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? R7B is approved unanimously. I'm sorry, R7C. No, hold on, where are we?
It's D. Yep,
it's D.
D, R7D. The next one is R7E. It is a public hearing, adopt Eighth Amendment to the fiscal year 2025 capital budget, R7E.
I move the item.
Second.
I heard a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. May I call the roll?
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No one opposed. R7D, what is it? E. R7E is approved. R7F is set proposed fiscal year 2026 millage rate, debt service rate, and rollback rate. R7F.
So this item proposes a maximum millage rate that was discussed at the July 11th City Commission meeting at 6.1481 mills, and it's the same millage rate that we've had for the last 2 years. This will be the third year in a row we'd had the same millage.
I move the item.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. This is not a public hearing, correct?
No.
Correct.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7F is approved 7-0. R7G is set proposed fiscal year 2026 millage debt service rollback rates, Normandy Shore. That is R7.
What's a millage rate that's being set?
That's G.
Yep.
Yes. So this is the maximum millage rate for Normandy Shores Special Taxing District. Their millage rate is proposed at 0.7305, which is actually a reduction from this year's millage rate.
I move the item.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7G is approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. C7X.
C7X, authorize city manager negotiate grant agreement with Sobe Cats not to exceed $250,000.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this out. Is Sobe Cats here? Are they online? I think they're going to call. They're going to call in. I'm supportive. I just want to make sure that with this grant, if they are not able to actually end up purchasing these containers, it doesn't get spent on anything else. And we'd have to go back to the drawing board for consideration for a permanent structure. So I just want to make that perfectly clear with my colleagues, if we can agree on that, that this money is going to be actually used for its intended purpose, and if it's not able to, then it would come back or not be spent on anything else.
I mean, this is very prescriptive. They've submitted invoices, electric, and the administration is going to be on top of this. We just wanted to grant them a little bit of latitude, and you're negotiating this grant agreement, right?
We would draft into the grant agreement that it's not to exceed $250,000, and it would be prescriptive as to what the expectation is they would deliver on the site.
And Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, do you think that with this money, it's going to be enough for their intended, for their goal?
I am not convinced as we sit here today, but that's why I would recommend it be a grant agreement so that they have the ability to fundraise to do any differential cost above the 250,000 to be able to deliver the outcome.
Okay. And just part of that grant agreement, if they're not able to, then we come back to the drawing board. We don't just give out $250,000.
No. They submitted very detailed, I don't know if you looked and saw the containers. These are custom-made containers that they sourced. I think the company is in Orlando, and it's pretty amazing because what they do is they design this container. And if you would have seen the level of detail that they put into the invoices of exactly where they wanted the water connection. These are, Sobe Cats is incredibly diligent and detailed, or they would not have the operation that they currently are running up there. So
Yeah, I'm supportive.
Don't
I just want to
challenge
make
them to
sure
dive
that this money would be used specifically for this purpose and nothing else. And, because if the city manager is telling us that he doesn't feel that it's going to be enough and that they're going to have to fundraise, great, they'll have to fundraise. I may even donate to their cause. But in the event that they can't raise the money and they can't get to the intended goal, I want to make sure that we don't just give $250,000 of taxpayer money.
we are not. If you
Okay.
look at these custom design, basically they are going to order these custom design containers that will be shipped, and then they really have to just work on water, sewer, electric connections. And the reason that we're outsourcing this is to get it done cheaper and quicker. Kind of like the shade structure at Beach High for $150,000. Julie Basner came to us, she did her research, she found it at 30% of the price, and we agreed to, give her the money, so.
Commissioner
Okay.
Bott, motion, Commissioner Magazine, second. Let's call the vote.
On C7X, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, C7X is approved 7-0.
C7AK.
C7AK is appoint John C. Norris as Public Works Director.
So it was submitted after the agenda printed, so we're doing it after 5 p.m. Do you have a motion?
I'll make,
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, C7AK is approved unanimously. Congratulations.
C7W.
C7W is approved agreement with artist Janet Eckelman for Elevate Espanola. C7W.
Pulled it?
I pulled it.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you. Look, we're in the middle of a budget crisis. I'm going to try to be as cautious as possible on how we spend our money, or well, not our money, our taxpayers' money. Spending, I believe, $100,000 on a temporary art installation for just 1 year, I don't think is a good use of taxpayer money. I think if we're going to be doing something like that, at least make it like 2-3 years so that we get a little bit more value out of our dollars. But I think right now is not the time to be putting 6 figures on temporary art installations. If it was permanent, it'd be one thing. But I think I think at the last meeting, I think there was a comment that said, we're going to have to start saying no to some of these items. So, there's cuts coming from the county. There's obviously cuts coming from the state, and I can't go to my constituents and say that I'm okay with a temporary art installation for a 6-figure amount that's only going to last a year or maybe a year and a half. So I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but I think we're in a time of financial scrutiny, and this is unfortunately not the time to be doing this.
Yeah, if I could. Ironically, I actually had a similar conversation with the city manager to drill down into what this means, because I don't want to be penny wise, pound foolish, and Espanola Way is one of the great successes of our city. It is truly just something to be celebrated, so I don't want to take away from that experience. However, I did want to be more inquisitive about this program, right? For $150,000, are we renting this and then it gets like recycled and used back somewhere? Could we buy a permanent structure? Tell me more about like the dynamics here, because I do want to be conscious here. It's not that I'd be opposed to spending money, but if we could do so in a more prolonged fashion and get more bang for our buck, I'd like to explore that.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Lucia Arrogante, Director of Tourism and Culture, and thank you for your question and allowing me to explain, which is interesting because the reason why it's here is because I'm trying to get more bang for our buck. The genesis of this program was that street was extremely blighted, back in 2021. And we heard from both the Ocean Drive Association and the Espanola Way bid of how bad it looked. And that corridor, like you just mentioned, is extremely important. And it connects both beautiful Espanola Way West and Ocean Drive. And so to do a quick win, in 2021, we did Little Cloud Sky, and it immediately cleaned up the area with beautiful art and a mural. And we started this program, Elevate Espanola, based on the success of Little Cloud Sky. We did 2 of these activations a year, but we noticed once we de-installed the one that ran from December through March, the street became blighted again and dirty with just unsightly and folks that you wouldn't want hanging out on the street. And so we noticed that, and what we did is last year we extended the program to run 11 months so that the mural stays up. We obviously have to take down the the hanging installation because of hurricane season, but we eliminated doing 2 to just 1 to get 1 big installation so that the street is beautiful for 11 months out of the year, because we saw that the issues of what were happening. This is not just art for art's sake, it's a creative placemaking program in order to mitigate blight in one of the most amazing corridors of our city.
Yeah, and if you don't mind one second, I looked at the memorandum because I reviewed this carefully, and I don't think I was able to get a true sense for what this is. This is something that's hanging above the pedestrian right-of-way?
Sure, and you might have gone. We always unveil it during Art Week in December. So it's a mural and it is a hanging installation. And it brings a lot of foot traffic to the 2 businesses that are there, La Legenda and I think La Mulata restaurant on the other corner.
So why wouldn't we be able to keep the structures that are there now?
There's no structures. We take them down because of hurricane season. So the mural is up.
Do we throw them away?
No, we don't. They're temporary, so the materials necessarily don't withstand a lot with the weather, the rain, and everything. They get beat up.
So their depreciable life is a year, basically. We wouldn't be able to extend the
to do something
useful
like
life
that
of that.
permanent would be a lot more than the money that we're discussing today.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Can I ask one question?
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez and Commissioner Suarez.
I saw that previous to this item, we had a special art exhibit by Michelle Oka-Donner that was going to be permanent, and it was going to be in the new park, and it was withdrawn. Is that because of finances?
No, it's just it has to go through DRB first.
Oh, okay. I was
No.
very nervous about that because that is going to be iconic. If you don't know, Michelle Oka-Donner is from Miami Beach, and when you walk through Miami International Airport, you know how you see in the terrazzo those gold inlays of different shells and leaves and stuff. I mean, she is super iconic at Miami Beach. So I was hoping that was not because of finances.
No.
Fine. I understand where they're coming from.
Mr. Mayor.
But if we didn't have it, are those funds? Are these funds coming out of the general fund?
No, they're part of CAC, and we've been doing this since 2021.
CAC is the
Cultural Arts Council.
Cultural Art. And so we could spend that money on something permanent, on some sort of permanent installation?
Not for that amount of money, no.
Commissioner Suarez.
You brought up a good point, Lisette. It was blighted, right? La Española was blighted. It's not blighted anymore.
It's not because we have artwork there.
I don't necessarily think that's the reason why it's not blighted. I mean, I'm sure
The lights on Washington Avenue.
I'm sure there's a multitude of factors, but if that is truly the reason, I think that taxpayer dollars should go to other streets that are blighted right now that could use that sort of foot traffic and help, perhaps on Lincoln Road. But again, I don't think we're getting value out of $150,000 for something that's temporary during a budget crisis. And listen, I know it's coming out of the CAT fund, but it's still taxpayer money, right? I mean, it's still coming from the taxpayers of Miami Beach. So I think how about we defer this and we work with staff on finding possibly a more long-term art exhibit for either Española Way, or use these funds to an area, perhaps maybe in North Beach, maybe at the fountain, where the Normandy Fountain, where it could draw even more activations there. So I'd like to defer this.
If I may, through Mr. Mayor, we can't defer it because we've already done a call to artists. It's been announced. We have artists that we're ready to contract. And if we're ready to launch this for the first week of December and we defer it to September, we won't have enough time for the artist to produce the work and contract with the artist. So we can't defer this item. We want to have something ready for Art Week.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So I get the spirit of this conversation, and I don't disagree with the spirit of this conversation. I would say this artwork it's already been procured, I guess is the best.
Yes, through the Art and Public Places Committee.
Right. And these are resort tax dollars, right?
I believe so, yes. All Cultural Arts Council grant funding is.
I remember a number of years ago, I guess at this point, maybe like 6 years ago, John Deutschman, he used to call this area of the city, he used to call it Murder Square. That's what he used to call it, Murder Square. And it was this area that was bordered on Collins, east, on Washington on the west, Española Way on the north, and 14th on the south, where we would even have murders there. We would even have murders there. And when we would listen to the law enforcement as to what would be the change agents to restore safety in this area of the city that was once dubbed Murder Square, was positive activation. Positive activation was what was prescribed by law enforcement to transform this area of the city. And I think it's undeniable the influence of the businesses in transforming these areas. The quality of the businesses have been elevated. The work done at the Esme Hotel, and that has elevated the street. The United ownership on Española Way and the pride that those owners take there. The work of the Washington Avenue bid, the lighting of the street, the work that's being done on Collins Avenue together with Ocean Drive. It's all part of the puzzle piece, but I think this is also a part of the puzzle piece. I think the right thing might be, moving forward to give direction that if we are looking for places to cut, that this might be something that for future budget years, we might look to reconsider. But given that a call for artists already has been put out there, being that this has already been vetted, that the Cultural Arts Council has made a recommendation that's before us at this point, I think we kind of lost the opportunity to not do this. But I think Commissioner Suarez, the right thing is to say, for future fiscal years, we want to reconsider the Elevate Española program, or rather than investing in a temporary installation, consider a permanent installation that perhaps might give us a greater return on our investments. But I think for this year already, it would be unfair to the call for artists that was put out there, the work done by the CAC, and the selection of the artists at this point. We need positive activation.
Let's call the vote.
I need a motion.
What are we voting?
The item.
Approve.
Commissioner Fernandez makes the motion.
I'll second.
Commissioner Bott, seconds.
So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
I have a no from Commissioner Suarez and a no from Commissioner Magazine. Item is approved.
Thank you.
C7W.
C7AJ.
C7AJ, accept recommendation, acid wash sidewalk stones, fish pond at 1100 block of Lincoln Road. it's a.
It was just an addendum
addendum,
from the
got it.
administration.
I'll second the item.
Yeah, this is just the maintenance and the sealing, the acid washing of the 1100 block on Lincoln Road, just to upkeep and maintain what we currently have so that it looks beautiful. And thank you for getting it in.
Thank you, Rodney.
Welcome.
I hope it looks
Call the
nice.
vote.
Motion by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor of C7AJ, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? C7AJ is approved 7-0.
Let's do the remaining, the RDA items, 1 and 3.
RDA item is RDA, we're recessing as a commission meeting, commencing as RDA. Item 1 is joint grant RDA Executive Director authorized during RDA Board of Directors. This is an item that was approved. This is companion item to one that was approved at the consent agenda.
I will move the item.
Second.
I heard a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none, RDA 1 is approved 7-0 with Commissioner Higgins absent. RDA 3 is a public hearing, new lease for Crown Castle Fiber LLC at Anchor Shops. That's RDA 3.
I move the item.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Vice Mayor Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, item is approved 7-0. Commissioner Higgins is absent.
Let's call the CRA items.
We are not convening as the North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. First item is a similar item, grant North Beach CRA Executive Director authorization during the North Beach CRA Board of Director recess.
They're both Crown Castle.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Suarez. Did I hear that correct?
Yeah.
No problem. RDA 1, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none. RDA 1 is approved with Commissioner Steinberg absent. RDA 2 is a joint item, allocate North Beach CRA funds, Normandy Fountain Shade Structure.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez on RDA 2. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing none. Item is approved 7-0 with Commissioner Steinberg absent. Item 3 is joint, and a joint item, accept North Beach CRA Recreation Fund Workforce Housing Analysis for the Byron Carlisle.
I pulled this item.
You didn't pull this item, you pulled the item from consent.
Oh.
This is approving the use that the CRA
Got it.
has authorized.
So, a motion by Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
second by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor of item 3, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0 with Commissioner Steinberg absent.
R7A.
R7A is the joint item, and we're not convening back as a City of Commission meeting. R7A is use North Beach CRA funds Normandy Fountain Shade Structure, R7A.
Second.
Call the vote.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, R7A is approved 7-0.
C7Q.
C7Q is increase annual city funding, Rhythm Foundation, execute new management agreement. It requires 5/7 vote. C7Q is separated by Commissioner Suarez.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Same line of reasoning since the last item, except this is going to be for, I believe, 9 years. And extra funding, we're tripling the budget from 50,000 to 150,000. I love the band shell. I go there, I go there often. I know Adam does great work there. But again, I'm going to consistently be pushing back on not just for my colleagues, but also staff, when these sorts of items come up that really start to put a strain on our budget. especially if it's recurring. So, I mean, is there any way to lower that amount? You know, perhaps we double it instead of tripling it. It's going to be a little difficult going back to our constituents saying, hey, you know, we're going to expect you to do more with less, but we're going to triple the operating budget of this particular program. So I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but I'm going to, again, respectfully to everyone, I'm not trying to be difficult. I think it's important to have at least a cautionary voice on here that really does want to scrutinize with a microscope a lot of these funding of taxpayer money. So I would like to say let's do a modest increase, 100%, to the band shell and not go to 3x.
So I'd like to ask Adam to step up. I think it is penny wise and pound foolish in the highest order to do this. It is already a reduction from what had been already asked for.
Yes.
We are, you know, for 2023 or 2024, let's look at, we spent $49,000 with the band shell and over $1.6 million with the bass. And the band shell got 77,000 attendees versus 75,000 attendees for the bass. So if you're looking to cut funds, and I'm not suggesting we cut funds from the bass, but I would say your ROI is significantly improved with the band shell. We have the 72 Park coming online. We have two, if not three, other buildings already with construction fences and equipment and cranes building already. The Deauville will be coming online in a few years. Ocean Terrace will be coming online in a few years. It is one of the preeminent destinations in the county for live music. And around the country, people are coming here saying literally, oh my God, where is this place? How did I not know about this before? So to cut funding by 50 grand, as opposed to maybe not spending $6.5 million to change the purpose of a public building, is penny wise and pound foolish. And I will absolutely not support this budget reduction. I completely agree with you that we need to find ways to do that, to cut funding, and I think we need to look at big ticket items, not nickeling, diming ourselves into failure.
With all due respect, Commissioner, I'm not cutting the budget. I'm simply saying instead of a 3x, we do a 2x. In fact, I'm in favor of increasing their taxpayer dollar grants on a yearly basis, but I just think it should be in a modest amount. I don't think it should be 3x. And look, penny wise, pound foolish. I look at all pennies that taxpayers spend. I don't. It doesn't matter if it's a big ticket item or a small ticket item. I'm going to be I'm going to do my best to safeguard taxpayer money, no matter how small or how large it is. So, with all due respect, that's going to be my position moving forward. It's nothing personal. I hope you don't take it that way.
No, I'm not.
I wasn't talking to you, Adam. And you know, this is, again, we're all elected, and Alex tells me we're all elected by the same people in Miami Beach, and people elected me for different reasons of why they elected you, and I have a different view. And I don't think there's anything wrong with criticizing and scrutinizing how taxpayer money is spent. And I certainly don't like to be chastised on here on my view on how to do that. So with respect, Adam, please go ahead and state your case.
Yes, thank you. Well, we did have, and I certainly appreciate and understand and respect your position of wanting to be good stewards of the public coffers, and your colleagues, I believe, take that same tack as well. When we had the conversation at the Finance Committee meeting last month, it was a very, let's say, thorough and spirited discussion around what the right amount would be. And it was the conclusion of that board at that time that $150,000 total, which amounts to a $99,000 increase, was the right amount.
So I would like to move this item to approve this increase as put forth.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay. So when this went to finance, what was staff's recommendation?
We had recommended the 9-year extension and to start with a true up of CPI over the term.
And that CPI totaled to what amount?
Don't have that number with me. I want to say it was in the 60,000 range.
Yeah, if I recall, the band shell asked for significantly more. Yeah, 200 some. We came in at what, 100,000?
Yeah, we started at 250 was our initial request.
But I remember when we met, I think you guys said that you understood you were not going to receive your full request, and you were comfortable with staff's recommendation.
We respected the position that the staff was in, and then brought our request to the finance committee for the additional $250,000 for its consideration at that time.
And the only reason why I mentioned that is because we are in a position where we are going to have to tell a lot of the organizations that we support, that we love, that we care about, that we're not going to be able to support them to the level of funding that we have provided them in the past. Like, for example, everyone knows how passionate I am about the mobile mammogram services. And this year, in the request, I've reduced that in half, understanding, the cuts that we have to make. So in my mind, I thought you all were comfortable with staff's recommendation. You were comfortable in the $100,000 support from the city.
I think we're thankful for any contribution for the city and for the consideration of an expansion of what that funding is, but we're asking for the money that we need to be able to continue to deliver the services at becoming of a world-class performing arts facility.
And so let me just ask this: at the 150 that is being proposed, does this stay at 150 for the 9 years? Or does this change over the course of the year?
So I think the recommendation that came out of finance was that it would be that way for 3 years and then it would be reassessed.
Exactly, precisely.
That is correct.
At 100 or 150?
Finance recommended 150.
So if
Not
it gets
150
reassessed,
increase.
if it gets reassessed, is the baseline 150,000 now? Because that's exactly what's happening here. The baseline was 50, it's getting reassessed, now it's 150. In 3 years, baseline's 150. It's gonna be a lot harder then from now to go back down because they're going to build out their staff, operating expenses, et cetera. And again, that's why I'm not saying I'm not going with staff's recommendation of $60,000 a year. I'm just simply saying if we're going to go to our voters, we should say, look, instead of 3Xing it, we 2Xed it. And, I also want to make sure that this also sends a signal to other organizations that you're not going to always get the full funding of what you request. And granted, I understand you came with 250,000, but you could have came with $500,000 and then settled in for 250. So I get the argument, but at the same time, I think it's important to realize that we want to help the organization because I know you run a good ship there, or a tight ship. But let's have modest increases. Maybe perhaps in 3 years we can reassess, see how our city finances are going, and then maybe make up for the 2 years between now and year three, where if our city coffers are doing better, maybe add a little bit more at the time.
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Wait, I just want to say, in March, we had a fitness festival, right, where you guys all preened and, squatted and took all these pictures, and that was $400,000. And that was not really economic development. It was a couple of days of sporting events, but we supported this. But this is serious economic development because the amount of people that the band shell is bringing to North Beach is really positive for those small businesses there. So to not see that, I'd like you to just see the benefit of this economic development, because I personally didn't really see the value in your, what was it called? Your sporting thing where you were out there?
Well, I deadlifted,
Yeah,
Commissioner. I didn't
squatting, I don't know what you were doing, squatting and muscling on the beach.
Yeah, Whataburger.
I personally didn't really see the value in that, but I said maybe there is something here. That's, to me, for, what was it, 2 days of
I believe it was a week.
a week of squatting and
Deadlifting.
preening and deadlifting, whatever it was. I mean,
I mean,
that was
the economic impact from that
$400,000,
was pretty huge, Kristen. I mean, there's a lot of hotel rooms that came in. I think they actually put out a financial analysis. I
But
don't
you
know
have
if Kevin is here to.
80,000 people coming to North Beach. I can guarantee you that 80,000 people did not attend that event. But I supported it because I thought it's great. But if you think of the positive press that we get from the North Beach Band Shell, the fact that it has become North Beach is a destination because of it. That band shell is more successful than anything else that we've invested in. So this small seed investment, and it really is small compared to what we've allocated to other cultural institutions, is smart economic development for that area right now. That is an area in transition.
Again,
So I have
no
a
one's
question.
disputing that, Commissioner. I just think that let's have a modest increase instead of a 3x. Let's do a 2x, and then perhaps in year three, when we renegotiate, we can look at our city funds and say, all right, well, you know what, you're doing such a good job. We're a couple properties came online. We can give a little bit more. But right now, we're in a huge budget crisis. I mean, even the county's starting to cut lifeguards. It's so bad, and
Okay,
I certainly
have
don't.
a question. I would cut this if we cut 100,000 from your sporting festival.
I'm sorry.
Cut. You want to cut? I think.
I mean,
I just don't understand it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Adam, I have a question for you.
And these are penny in the whole.
But it's not
if you
pennies.
really want
It's
to-
over 9 years.
I have a question for you. I have two questions for you. Heretofore, was your contract rounded up each year to cover CPI increases?
There was a number of years where that wasn't happening, and that's where John and staff got the.
Okay, so that was just correcting a problem that will not be happening again, once again, I don't know how we're doing this, we're doing it with impact fees and all sorts of other things, but we've corrected that, and that will be corrected. When is the last time you got an increase
In
in funding?
No, never.
So this is the initial amount that you were funded with?
Since 2015.
Okay, and since then, it is arguably the top draw cultural institution in the city.
We've increased the utilization of the space by 6 times, the annual attendance by 9 times. I could do the super truncated return on investment spiel if that's helpful. But the moral of the story is you have a space that a facility that went from kind of sleepy Parks facility to something that is completely different now. And part of our big vision is having the band shell become synonymous with Miami Beach and with Miami and the public consciousness in much the same way as Radio City Music Hall is for New York or Red Rocks Amphitheater would be for Denver. And we're seeing that momentum, most certainly.
So I have made a motion to support this increase as stated, and I'd like to know if I have a second so we can call the vote.
So I'll second this and I'll tell you why. Within the next 18 months, Mr. Manager, we're going to break ground on the 72nd Street Community Complex.
God willing.
Okay. And so, realistically, number one, when the band shell is activated, the businesses in North Beach are thriving. It is an economic engine for North Beach. And number two, we know that this project will cause an impact, an interruption of some sorts to the band shell. And the worst thing that could happen is that they have to turn off the lights. And I want to make sure that for as much as there's going to be an interruption that we're going to be creating there, that we help them get through that phase of interruption. And so again, I agree with the spirit of what Commissioner Suarez is saying, but at the same time, I also understand the great importance and the energy that this facility brings there, and just seeing bigger picture, the work that is going to be happening there that we are promoting in terms of construction that's going to cause a problem. So I'm going to support the full amount that came out of the committee recommendation.
Yeah, before we call the vote, just a quick, I know it's not for this item, I'm gonna support this. It's 9 years, 364 days, and we're doing that in this case, so it's a 5/7 vote instead of a 6/7. Sometimes we do it to avoid a voter referendum. Just not crazy about that, because we're rubbing up right against the 10 years, and I just think it's not the best look, because it's obvious we're trying to get around that. I think in the future, maybe we should look to make it something less than that.
Understood.
I'm glad I see Commissioner Fernandez nodding his head, so. Okay, let's call the vote.
On C7Q, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
I hear one no from Commissioner Suarez. The item is approved. C7Q.
C7J.
C7J is a joint item, accept North Beach CRA Fund Workforce Housing Analysis by Byron Carlisle. C7J was separated by Vice Mayor Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a spirited discussion on this particular property, and actually on a different property, and one of the developers, Don Peebles, came to the podium, and I asked him if he would be willing to lend his expertise on helping us better guide us through this process instead of possibly spending $190,000 on a study. I would prefer to start there before spending again $190,000 of taxpayer money on a study. I understand it's for a great purpose, but the fact that we have a developer who's willing to recuse himself from bidding on the project and is willing to help pro bono, who happens to also be a North Beach resident, I think we should start there, especially given that we're in a budget crisis again. I would respectfully ask that we start there. I understand these are CRA funds, but at the end of the day, it's still taxpayer money. And again, we want to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And I just, it doesn't, I understand it may come in under $190,000, but I could spend $190,000. To me, spending almost $200,000 on studies for a project where we don't know where the outcome is going to be, especially since there's going to be a person in the industry who is respected, who can help us pro bono, I think that makes sense starting there. So I'd like to see where my colleagues are, because the way it has gone down in the last couple of votes, I mean, we're spending a lot of taxpayer money where, I mean, I for one think we could be saving. We could certainly be taking a haircut on some of these things.
Yeah, and I appreciate your comments and what you're doing on the budget. Although I would differ on the characterization of a budget crisis. Actually, we're in extremely good health, and this is part of the budget process that we go through. So, Commissioner Bott.
So we actually have been speaking with Don Peebles for the last 6 to 8 weeks. 6 weeks. The conversation that we had at the Finance Committee a couple months ago, I reached out to him and I asked him specifically that, explained what the vision is, and whether or not he'd be willing to share some thoughts about doing this. And I then stepped out of the conversation, turned it over to Daniel and your team. We got Roberto Espejo, who's the architect who's working on not necessarily designing the project, but helping to visualize how to make the space work, right? So to fit all the things into it that we need to. And there has been very robust conversation over a number of multiple meetings from the reports that I've gotten from the staff team to work through a variety of different options. At the end of the day, what we keep coming back to is that we are trying to create something that will be an additional economic engine and add affordable workforce housing to the mix. That isn't repurposing, it is adding, and in the way that we're trying to do it is never been done before. So we can't just look to a model. And the last 3 times that we've tried to do something, 2 times on the Byron Carlisle site and 1 time on the Anamar site, we've met with mixed results at best because it is incredibly difficult to do. And what we're trying to do here is even harder. So we have Don's input. It's been, from what you told me, it's been incredibly useful, and it's helped get us a little further down the road. But here we are a year after we've approved this project, still trying to figure out how to do it. And this resistance to spending money to do it correctly, with money that has been authorized from the CRA for the community, from the community and for the community, that will benefit the most directly, so that we can get the expertise we need and craft the solicitation and find the funding mechanisms to produce the results that we want and not have a 4th example of how this didn't work right because we didn't ask for the right things in the right way or we didn't know how to do something. We're delaying this project. What the goal was to have this project done by 2027. We're never going to meet that now. It's not possible. Any delay to funding this, which by the way is already funded because the CRA already approved it, is a delay on this project for desperately needed workforce housing and another engine of economic development for North Beach and thereby by extension for the entire city of Miami Beach. I would make a motion and urge my colleagues to support this.
I'll just ask for clarification. I see things slightly differently. I look at the amount of studies that any government does. Our government, we're paying millions of dollars per year for studies. Studies, it's crazy. And that's where government really gets taken to the cleaner, right? All these consultants and studies and things like that. I feel we don't need it because I trust you. I trust you, right? I've seen your work. I trust you. Go out and do it, right? When I see studies, I don't see, if we don't do a study, we're delaying things. I see all these superfluous studies as delay, right? And Commissioner Bott, I think with our team here, and if Donahue needs to be complemented by another developer that would give up all possibility of doing a bid on the workforce housing, sometimes you just go. Right? You just go, we could sit here and micro-engineer till the cows come home. I'm confident in our team, especially with the work at hand. So I view it differently as not delaying. I view this as removing a cog in the wheel and just giving you the ability and freedom to work with the private sector and go out and get this done.
So that's been happening already. And what our team is saying is, and this is no disrespect for the team, and Daniel, I'll let you answer the question, but what we are hearing is that because this hasn't been done yet before.
And what is that?
The team, let me just please finish my sentence. This hasn't been done before, and we, the team, we don't have the in-house expertise to do what we feel will get us the best correct result. It's possible we don't spend the full $198,000, but we need to have the ability, and I agree, there are too many studies and too many consultants, but yet another traffic study to appease the FDOT gods is very different from trying to figure out how to create something that has never been done before. Daniel, please, please.
And let me ask.
Hold on, hold on.
What hasn't been done?
There has never been a community arts center built with affordable housing, workforce housing on top of it.
So what makes you think a consultant's going to be able to listen to?
I am in the middle of a sentence answering a question. Thank you.
I'm the vice mayor. I can speak. Listen, I've been trying to interject. Again, I'm trying to be respectful. You're saying that this has never been done before. There's no guarantee that if we spend this $190,000 that we're going to get the intended desire that we want. It could just be money wasted, which is what Commissioner Magazine is trying to say. At the end of the day, I think we all have faith in our staff to do this. Sure, we've had mistakes in the past, and, you know, we've learned from them. We're even willing to have developers who are willing to recuse themselves from bidding on this, who are willing to work pro bono for us. I think that's the start that we should do before we start spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money on studies. I'm sorry. I think studies are a big waste of time and a big waste of money.
Commissioner Bott?
No, I just wanted to finish the answer to the question that I was directly asked. Apparently.
So if I could, Dan.
Apparently, I got pulled rank on. What hasn't existed to continue answering, and Daniel, I'd like you to please.
Yes.
Because you'll do a better job of this, but it's the combination of the cultural arts complex plus the workforce housing, plus we retain the land, plus the way that we finance it is such that we don't have to subsidize the cultural arts complex because the rents that come in after the first X number of years will help do that, thereby enabling the cultural arts complex to be a better amenity for the community by providing more different and more affordable, different, and more affordable offerings for the community that it serves. Daniel.
And if I could, Daniel, because I'm going to ask you a question, if I could, Commissioner. There could be some different dynamics, you know, but in terms of it hasn't been done, there's different iterations or versions. So I'm just going to ask you point blank. I'm going to put you on the spot. Sorry if it's uncomfortable in doing so, but speak truly and freely because I'm going to go on your guidance one way or another. Are you confident you, with the help of the private sector teams that we've kind of elicited, can do this in an efficient manner?
So through the chair, Daniel Alzuri, Facilities and Fleet Management, we have been having conversations. And in short, I say yes if or no because. It could fall on either side. And we have been in conversations with Don Peoples of Legacy, and we explained what we're trying to create here. And Commissioner Bott is correct in that, to my knowledge and to those who I've spoken to, this model, this permutation of the joint buildings of the cultural center with the workforce housing managed by a nonprofit entity that then sees the realization of the profits from the rent to subsidize, you know, in our conversations about subsidizing the arts and paying for the arts, this is very timely. We are essentially swinging for the fences here in that we're trying to create a cultural institution that is self-supporting and will never have to come back to the city for money. So we're doing that through a very large investment through the GO bond. We believe through the work with Don and engaging C Studios and Roberto Espejo, who did do the initial massing study pro bono for Friends of the Byron. So he had all of the models, we re-engaged them, re-engaged Don. We had a very candid conversation, a great ideation session where Don contributed so much insight into what we're trying to achieve. But they very much look at it from a for-profit developer standpoint, which needs to see market returns on their investment. so that's one end of the spectrum. You know, we hand this over to a developer, much like the Animar model, where they're required, you know, for their stakeholders to extract a certain amount of value from that project. It's the business they're in. The other end of that spectrum is we partner with a nonprofit cultural organization. It's mission driven. And they hire a
With
property
respect,
manager. Yes.
I get it.
Yes.
Can you do it? Or do you need help?
We can do it.
Do you need a study to help you be efficient?
What I need is what essentially is a financial business plan or a financial analysis for a business plan. We need people that live in this realm to say, yes, you can finance up to X amount with the funding that you're given and the land that you're given. So what we're asking is for this consultant to model a business plan using the nonprofit model that would then enable, in long term, the cultural center to realize the profits from the workforce housing. The other part of this is, in conversation with Legacy, they very much are interested in developing this or being part of the development to some degree. And
You
we're
know, at the
continuing-
last finance meeting, I brought this up to him, and he never mentioned that these are conversations that have been going on for 8 weeks. And that finance meeting was last week. And someone just texted me saying that the CRA was never told that there was conversations going on with Don Peoples ever. And so, I mean, if that CRA board had known that there was a developer interested in helping out pro bono, perhaps they may not have passed those funds to be spent. So,
I'm sorry.
I'll second. Motion to 15 minutes?
I can do 5.
I can do 5 too. I've got to
I can
go.
do 5.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Can I say
All right,
something?
so hold on.
Wait.
Let me finish, please. Commissioner Magazine asked you a question. Can you do it? I think there's other developers who live in Miami Beach who would be more than willing to step up, help on a pro bono basis. And then what we could do is we can take their advice, staff works with them, and then put together a financial plan. And if that doesn't make sense, and if or we don't get the action or the goal that we want or bids, then we can come back and say, all right, we've tried everything, staff has done their job, we've gotten all the help from the community, from leaders in the community and development community, now we need to go to a study. So I think that's the proper course of action that we need to take before we start spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money on studies. So, you know, I'm not saying no, but I think right now, let's have staff work with interested members of the community that can actually help us craft what we want without having to pay extra dollars for it. I think that's fair and reasonable. Again, I'm just trying to be cautious of all taxpayer money, and my biggest fear is that we spend this money and we don't get what we want, and then we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and we have nothing to show for it. So, respectfully, I'd like to decline this offer.
I'd like to just say something very quickly. I mean, I would be willing to support the study because it is very complicated when you remove profit from it. But $180,000 for
90.
somebody to explain to us how we do this, I mean, there are lessons learned. You can go speak to the people at the Animar. We did structure something like this that time, and there has been a lesson learned between what we did there and what we need now, which is probably why you're asking for the study. Maybe what needs to happen is schedule a couple of focus groups. I'm not opposed to what you're saying either. But
Like, we're gonna have residents telling us how to structure a deal that
If I
has
may-
never been
Can you-
done?
can you
What
get
kind of
us-
focus groups? I'm sorry,
Eric Carpenter?
So, I think I might be able to help. I think we've gotten some very helpful feedback and very informative data points from Legacy. Daniel and I have talked about that the 190,000 was a worst-case scenario. My suggestion would be, city manager's office has authority up to 100,000. I would like to have your blessing to make sure that whatever gaps that we have in our knowledge base, to make sure that we're getting the best outcome here. I can fill in with that 100,000 over the next month, and if I need more, then I come back.
And I would like to just add that you have the authorization from the CRA to spend up to 198,000. So between if we need 50 grand from the CRA and 100,000 from the budget, like I do not want to cut off our noses to spite our face to get to what will be, if we do it right, something studied and emulated all over the country. That's the level of stuff we're talking about. We're not saying, oh, well, it's affordable housing, who cares? Or it's just another black box theater, which was proposed and dismissed out of hand by residents and prior commissions. Like, that's all we're trying to do. And I really respect and appreciate the desire to turn up money under every possible opportunity, under every stone. I get it. And I share that with you. I just don't happen to agree with the items that are being put on the chopping block today. There are plenty of other items that we all agree on that we could wait. Let's just move this forward. I'm begging my colleagues to move this forward, get this done, and approve this today, right now.
So are you okay with Eric's kind of threading the needle, give him the discretion up to
Yes.
$100,000?
But then we would withdraw this item.
No, with any additional funding that might be needed from what the CRA has approved.
No, because then you're spending $290,000 potentially. I mean, no, like, we gotta draw the line somewhere. I think, look, it's really easy to spend other people's money. Okay? That's what I'm starting to learn. It's really easy to spend other people's money. I, for one, don't like spending other people's money. If we have an avenue to do this in-house and have people willing to do it for free, for pro bono, and then we can go to bid or to market and see what we get, then great. And we could spare $1 of taxpayer money, even if it's $1. I don't care if it's $1 or
I think we all
$190,000.
know our position. Let's call the vote because we're going to lose some people soon. Some people have to leave. Some people have a flight. Not me. I'm good, but trying to be considerate.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bott. I haven't heard a second yet. Maybe we defer the item to September? Second, okay. So I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor, please say aye.
Let's call a roll. I think it's going to be.
Okay, I'm going to go alphabetically. Commissioner Bott.
Wait, can I just ask one question before we vote on this? This money for this study, is it the whole comprehensive? I just want to understand exactly what we're getting. We're getting the whole comprehensive breakdown of the Arts Center plus the workforce housing plus the affordable housing?
So the cultural center is more or less laid out. This is the study of the workforce housing, the finances around the development of the workforce housing and the returns on the workforce housing that would then service the bond that would be taken out for the
And
workforce
can we, once you get this model, can it be general enough that we can extrapolate to other workforce housing projects across the city if we needed to do more of these types of projects?
To some measure, I would assume so. The modeling, it's just different areas have different economics. So the market rent in South Beach is going to be different than North Beach is going to be.
So we need another study, basically, is what you're saying.
No, my final question is just, why is it so expensive? Why $190,000 for one project for workforce housing for the financial model? It seems very high.
So 190 is the top end of that. It's actually 160 with 30,000 for allowance for activations if we wanted to have resident info sessions or some sort of resident engagement. So we will spend as little of that money as we can. Just for clarification, the conversations that I've had with Legacy, I think we've reached the point that they're no longer comfortable going pro bono and offered to give me a proposal to consult. So I think I've exhausted that
There are a multitude of developers who I know would be willing to help.
We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
I'm going to do it with an official roll call vote. So randomly, Commissioner Magazine.
No.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
No.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Mayor Minor.
No.
Item fails. This is a 5/7.
Ooh. Go home. It was a 4-3. Okay, we have a couple more quick items, and we can extend the meeting.
Hold
I
on,
think-
Mayor, this is, they told us 5/7. That's what's on the sheet that someone told us, so someone can verify that?
I even asked the question privately, and I was told it was 4/7.
It's 5/7 because part of that is also the bid waiver to engage AMS.
The vote. It's not,
I second the motion.
So motion to reconsider by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. All in favor of reconsidering, please say aye.
it's not going to change, I mean, I don't think it's.
You're not changing your vote?
But then I withdraw my.
Yeah. Let's call a couple of quick items. R9B, the boards and committees,
R9, yes.
by acclamation, I believe.
By acclamation, there is one nominee for each seat, just for the record. Budget Advisory Committee, reappointment of Maj Kagan. For the general obligation bond, Isaac Kessler. And for the North Beach CRA, one nominee, John Aspitia. If we do those by acclamations, we can get those done.
There's no competition.
No competition at this time, no.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so everyone is appointed. Congratulations. That's R9B.
Thank you. R5V,
R5V. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 58 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Housing by amending Article 7 entitled Consumer Protection of Owners of Residential Property by amending Section 58-600 entitled Definitions, Section 58-602 entitled Notice to Associations, and Section 58-611 Civil Penalties for violations of Section 58-602 to require a prospective bulk owner of residential condominium units to provide notice to residential unit owners of any present or pending application or other request to amend the comprehensive plan or land development regulations in connection with the proposed redevelopment of the condominium property and providing for repeal or severability codification and effective date,
I move the
R5D.
item.
Second.
So Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Magazine, it is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Call is Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Commissioner Dominguez.
One more.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott. Mayor Minor.
David, one more.
Motion carries. Second reading,
Yes.
public hearing is September 3rd.
One last item for candidates. Commissioner Fernandez said to extend the parking holiday. We need to vote on it now. R7O, last item.
I move.
Hold on.
We got to call it officially.
R7O. R7O, I heard Magazine and Rosa Gonzalez, R7O.
And, all right.
All in
Thank you,
favor?
All right,
colleagues.
yeah, I
All in favor?
Anyone opposed?
Thank
Hearing
you. Have a
none.
great night. Enjoy the
R7O is
summer,
approved.
everyone.
enjoy August without all of us bothering you. No meetings.
We'll see you September 3rd. Have a great night. God bless.